Did you know? When Game Freak was deciding what kind of Pokemon to make for Gen 6, they were thinking about the Pokemon World Championships. Talking to Nintendo Dream Magazine, they said too many competitors were using the same Pokemon over and over, and the same kind of people kept winning, with series director Junichi Masuda saying, in 2011 and 2012, the junior, senior, and master divisions were all won by Americans, but this time, lots of different nationalities won, which really gave it a sense of being the Pokemon World Championships. They were also excited to see a wider variety of Pokemon getting used competitively. What they weren't as excited about, though, was getting whooped by their own fans. At a one-time event called the Pokemon Game Show in Tokyo, where people got to play X and Y a few months before launch, developers like Shigeki Morimoto battled against fans, including former world champ Ray Rizzo. In the end, the fans won and the developers lost. They even got beat by elementary school kids. Morimoto told Nintendo Dream, "It's true, unfortunately. Absolutely, I was nervous, and the battle stressed me out. I really did want to win." Speaking of the World Championships, if you dig around in X and Y's internal data, you can find a modernized remix of Gen 1's Champion Battle theme. The track never plays anywhere in Kalos. In fact, the only place you could have heard it legit was at the real-life Pokemon World Championships. Most of you didn't attend, so here's a few seconds of the original, compared to the remix. Earlier Pokemon games could take months, even years, to get released around the world. Gold and Silver, for example, launched in Japan in 1999, America in 2000, and Europe in 2001. The Pokemon Company had long sought to streamline the game's translation so that they could sync up a worldwide launch, but it wasn't until X and Y they finally pulled it off.
Coming worldwide, October 12th, 2013.
But why did it matter? According to Masuda, a big reason is the element of surprise. In previous generations, overseas fans would have already seen all the new Pokemon in magazines or online and had story elements spoiled because the games launched in Japan long before they arrived on foreign shores. X and Y contain 800,000 Japanese characters, and localizing them into 7 languages was no easy task. But achieving that feat came at a cost. Masuda said that there were originally some more text-heavy features, but to meet the localization deadline, those features ultimately became cut content. Speaking of which, when most fans picture the devs, they usually think of the director, Pokemon designers, and maybe programmers. The folks who translate the games to different languages all around the world, the localizers, are usually pretty far down that list. But according to Masuda, if it wasn't for Pokemon's French localizers, Kalos wouldn't have been based in France. X and Y's themes are beauty, bonding, and evolution, with a special emphasis on beauty. Kalos could have easily taken after somewhere else beautiful, like California or Italy, but Masuda said, "We chose beauty because we wanted something beautiful on the 3DS. There were several possible reasons, but I was impressed by how the localizers who translated the previous games into French were very particular about the beauty of the language. So I decided to base Kalos on France." More specifically, Kalos is based on northern France, as you can see when one map is superimposed over the other. Quite a few real-life locations served as inspiration as well, like Route 10, which is based on the Carnac Stones in France's northwest province of Brittany. Local folklore says these 10,000 rocks stand in straight lines because they're a Roman legion that the Pope turned into stone. Prism Tower is based on the Eiffel Tower. Parfum Palace is the Palace of Versailles, and so on. Some of the Pokemon themselves drew from French culture, in the same way the Unovan Pokemon were inspired by America. In other words, those localizers had a massive, massive impact that'll forever continue into future generations. But that we only got the northern half of France, combined with the fact X and Y added fewer new Pokemon than any previous generation, less than half as many as Gen 5 for example, led some fans to speculate that Pokemon Z would include new areas comprising South Kalos, populated with new species. So naturally, the South Kalos Pokedex leaked online, detailing all the new Pokemon set to appear in the Z version. They were fake, of course, but an interesting part of Gen 6 history nonetheless, which some fans at the time thought might actually be true. Would have been cool if they were, though, honestly. The south of France is famously quite beautiful, and actually a new area like South Kalos wasn't as outlandish as some might think. In fact, it seems the Pokemon Company was strongly considering it, but not in Pokemon Z. Instead, as a DLC. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity released on 3DS in 2012, the year before X and Y. At launch, it had about 30 dungeons, then a little while later, it got substantial DLC in the form of 12 additional dungeons, plus 24 new music tracks. Soon after, before X and Y even released, a Japanese journalist asked Pokemon Company President Ishihara if X and Y were going to get DLC too. Ishihara said, "You mean like the DLC we made for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? That's the hardest question you could have asked today, haha. We're considering a lot of things, but I can't give you an answer at this time." If they'd followed through, South Kalos is probably a bit optimistic. 12 new dungeons is probably more equivalent to new islands akin to Kanto's Sevi Islands. The Sevi Islands were based on islands off the coast of real-life Kanto in Japan, and France has some real-life islands as well. Or on the more pessimistic end, maybe a new Battle Frontier. But as we covered in depth in our Z video, Game Freak was busy making other games at the time, like Timbo the Badass Elephant. Ultimately, Gen 6 didn't get any DLC at all, and it wasn't until Gen 8 they started giving us DLC with new areas in Pokemon. Now, to address the meaning of Gen 6, according to Masuda, Pokemon Black and White's theme was polarity. The next games, Black 2 and White 2, had a theme of resonance. We went through all 12 years of Masuda's blog entries to find X and Y's theme, and found it was a bit more complicated, and you might say philosophically deeper than the games that came before. Here's our English translation of a blog he wrote 1 week after Gen 6's release. He said, "The themes are beauty, bonds, and evolution, but there's an even bigger theme. The world is full of wonderful encounters that depend on the circumstances we find ourselves in. If you were born 1 year earlier, you might have made an entirely different group of friends. If your tastes were different, you might have met different people. Suppose, too, that your parents never met. Everyone's life depends on the chance encounters they make. Instead of fighting, these encounters should be opportunities to build a better world together." The titles X and Y came from this idea. The letters suggest lines on an axis. The lines of both letters head in different directions, but there's a point at which they cross paths. I picked these letters with the idea of intersection in mind, the idea of common points we share with one another rather than our differences. Let's create a better world together. I developed these games to express that idea. Put simply, X and Y are the coordinates of a chance encounter, which could unfold in a huge, significant way, and we should take those as opportunities to make the world a better place. Everyone was expecting Pokemon Z would be Kalos' third version, and there were quite a few clues it was originally part of Game Freak's master plan, as we detailed in previous videos. It's worth pointing out, in geometry, in addition to X and Y, there's also a Z-axis, only in three-dimensional spaces, of course. But Gen 6 was the first 3D generation, so it seems like it would have fit nicely with the generation's theme. That theme of intersection and chance encounters is driven home in X and Y's credit song, but only an acoustic version with subtitles is included in the actual games. No words are actually sung. But a version with lyrics does exist in multiple languages, and was first performed in English at the Pokemon Symphonic Evolutions concert in 2014, with Masuda himself as the conductor. In a Japanese interview, Masuda said, "The game also conveys this message, but I thought I could deliver it more directly if I set it to music. That it's a miracle that we were able to meet each other during the 100 or so years we get to live." Out of all 72 Pokemon added in Gen 6, the Phantump family might have the most interesting development. The only non-Japanese Pokemon designer, James Turner, used to work on spin-offs like Pokemon Coliseum and Battle Revolution. He later applied to join Game Freak, hoping he could work on mainline entries. As a part of the audition process, they had him design a Pokemon with a time limit of only 30 minutes. Under pressure, James came up with a ghost tree, which years later, after some revisions, turned into Phantump. James still has a lot of affection for Phantump, and frequently posts new art and video of it on Twitter. The Pokedex says Phantump are possessed by the spirits of children who died when they got lost in the forest. Lore-wise, it draws inspiration from Kodama, which are trees haunted by spirits from Japanese folklore. Anyone who tries to cut down a Kodama tree will have a terrible curse cast upon them. Phantom's plenty interesting as a Pokemon design, but we really bring it up so we can segue into some developers' deleted tweets with behind-the-scenes info the Pokemon Company apparently didn't want made public. In one of those tweets that James Turner deleted, but we archived, he said that he didn't come up with Phantom's lore himself, which was typical of all Kalos Pokemon. Game Freak has a sort of lore specialist who comes up with Pokedex entries and backstories for Pokemon other people drew. In other deleted tweets, he said designers don't get to name the creatures they create, pick their stats, or even their shiny colors. That last one has changed since Gen 6 though. Nowadays designers often do get to design their own shinies. There's one more deleted tweet worth dredging back up, this time from Toshinobu Matsumiya, who was a story writer for over 20 years from Pokemon Yellow all the way to Legends Arceus. After X and Y's launch, he tweeted out the series timeline, saying Generations 1 and 3 take place at the same time, then Gen 2 and 4 happen later. 3 years later, to be exact. That's stated explicitly in Gold and Silver. The events in Black and White happen after that, then finally, Black and White 2 and Pokemon X and Y take place at the very end of the timeline, or at least the end of the timeline at the time of X and Y's release, 2 years after the previous games to be exact, according to Professor Cedric Juniper. Matsumiya later deleted the tweet, as Pokedevs sometimes do when they've revealed too much behind-the-scenes info. Series director Junichi Masuda later threw cold water on fans trying to make sense of Pokemon having a singular timeline at all, saying, it starts to get a little complicated if you pay too much attention to timelines. Like, there might be a professor that appears and it wouldn't make sense at all if we applied that kind of timeline logic, so we try not to apply it too rigorously. Whether or not Pokemon has an official timeline or several timelines, as the guy who wrote the series story over 8 generations, Matsumiya seems he had one clearly defined in his head when he wrote them. Like when someone in Lumio City says Trainer Blue came to study abroad in Kalos, which makes sense if X and Y happen a few years after Red and Blue, but wouldn't make sense a few years before, when he was like a toddler. It's worth noting some versions of Grimsley's concept art said Gen 7 occurs 2 years after Gen 6, and thus X and Y aren't at the end of the timeline anymore. But that particular line got erased when the same art was published in the Alola Region Artworks book. Maybe that was kind of confusing, so here's the timeline summary. Keep in mind this is based on what the developers and games themselves have said, but the canonicity of some elements are still up for debate. We should also mention that the official Japanese Gen 1 Pokedex book says Red and Green take place in 1996, so you can work out the math yourself on what games take place in which year. And now for our last segment, that Pokemon X and Y feature the series' first transgender character. Maybe you've heard that before, but probably not the real story. The character is called Nova, and at the end of her battle, she says, yes, a mere half year ago, I was a black belt. Quite the transformation, wouldn't you say? Black belts are a male-only trainer type, and now Nova's a beauty, who can only be female. According to Legends of Localization, it's even more explicit in the original Japanese version, where Nova says, the power of medical science is awesome, wouldn't you say? Maybe you've heard this before, but have you ever seen Nova in-game with your own eyes? We're willing to bet you haven't, and never seen footage of her either. In fact, we spent hours looking and couldn't find footage of her in any YouTube playthroughs that cover the part of the game where she supposedly resides. You might have seen this photo, which is cut off and off system. As far as we can tell, it's the only image online, and it just gets copy-pasted over and over in viral tweets, trivia videos, and fan wikis. In the past, we've debunked similar occurrences where a random Twitter user created a story out of thin air, then it gets repeated as facts on news sites. Like how anime writer Takeshi Shudo supposedly said Professor Ivy's a lesbian in his book, even though his book never mentions Professor Ivy. By now, you probably see where this is headed, that Nova, the transgender beauty, never actually existed. But actually, she does exist. The point we're really trying to make is she's so thoroughly hidden that 99.9% of players would never encounter her. So hard to find, it seems footage of her has never made its way online until this video. She's in the Battle Maison, and only appears on normal difficulty, which is really like the tutorial, so most fans will only play normal once or never play it at all. Thanks to the Maison's randomized trainer lineup, you've got to beat 15 opponents in a row to even have a chance at seeing Nova. And even then, the odds are 90% you still won't see her. It took us hours of playing and replaying the Battle Maison to finally encounter Nova, and it turns out she has a bit more dialogue. Like, I've recently remade my life completely. I've been reborn as a beauty at last. And if you want to make your dreams a reality, then you have to be completely dedicated. Besides being deeply hidden in X and Y, we should also mention that in German versions, they changed it so Nova says she used to be a Pokemon breeder, who can be either male or female, and thus removing any indication that she's a trans character. Likewise, in the Korean version, she says she used to be a Taekwondo girl, a trainer class that doesn't even exist. Nova was also removed from Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire's Battle Mason in all languages, and replaced with a different beauty named Nohea. Nohea has similar dialogue, but instead of going from black belt to beauty, she's changed from madame to a beauty. In other words, her big transformation is just trying to look younger. And that's the full story of Pokemon's first transgender character, which, as far as we can tell, before today hasn't been told in its entirety. Before we wrap up, one quick addendum. Nova was only the first trans character in the Pokemon games. The real first trans character is much lesser known, and actually appeared 12 years earlier in a Japan-only manga called How I Became a Pokemon Card. The manga's 38th chapter stars Akari, who says he used to be a girl, but lived 13 years as a boy and believes he's a boy, despite Akari's mom making him wear girl clothes and use his girl voice, which he hates. Akari's story was the very last chapter of that manga that was ever made.
Did you know? There were 7 different versions of Pokemon Gold and Silver, and it took almost 3 years from when Gen 2 first launched in Japan until the games finally made their way all around the world. They were ultimately translated into English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, and even Korean. Each localization featured some unique details, with regional differences starting before you even left your house in Newbart Town. In most countries, Mom's TV was playing an anime film, but in France, Mom was watching an 80s B-movie. Some versions had different Pokemon sprites, different buildings, and even some of the people were different. So I hope you'll forgive any mispronunciations on my part as we dig into Pokemon's second generation and take a look at how Gen 2 was changed all around the world. Pokemon Gold and Silver launched in Japan in late 1999 and included lots of Pokemon and trainer sprites that ended up getting changed in the international releases, but we'll get to those in a minute, because the most significant Japan exclusive content was actually in Pokemon Crystal. In every region outside Japan, the Pokemon Center in Goldenrod City was just like any other, but in Japanese versions, Goldenrod was home to the Pokemon Communication Center. By purchasing a $50 attachment called a Mobile Adapter GB and connecting it to a Game Boy Color and a cell phone, Japanese fans could use the communication center to battle and trade Pokemon over the internet. The Pokemon News Machine delivered a monthly publication directly to your Game Boy Color, costing about 10 cents per issue, the same price as each individual battle and trade. That's right, in 2001, Japanese Crystal featured both internet capabilities and microtransactions. The News Machine also provided mini-games, quizzes, and access to online leaderboards that kept track of how many steps you'd taken, battles fought, Pokemon traded, and even the largest Magikarp caught, and ranked players accordingly. You could view the high scores for all of Japan, or you could filter the results down to players in your region or area code, making it easy to see how you stacked up against the kids in your neighborhood. Japanese Crystal could even connect to Pokemon Stadium 2 and download battle data from official tournaments like the Nintendo Cup 2000. You could watch the tournament unfold on your TV, and you could even have an AI opponent take control of one of the tournament goers' Pokemon teams so you could battle against them with your own Pokemon, almost like you were actually part of the tournament yourself. Probably the biggest draw for Crystal's online service was the events it unlocked via DLC. There were downloadable events for items like odd eggs with a high chance of hatching shiny baby Pokemon, as well as events that gave you Japan exclusive items like the Blue Sky Mail and the Mirage Mail. But the most significant DLC event was the one that allowed fans to download the GS Ball, a key item that unlocked a level 30 Celebi in the Ilex Forest. The Celebi event was added back into international versions when Crystal was re-released on Virtual Console in 2018. However, all the other special features were left out, so there was a huge piece of Gen 2 that fans outside Japan never got to experience. Even before Gen 2 released in Japan, Pokemon Company CEO Ishihara was already talking about how he wanted Pokemon games to release in every region all on the same day. But his goal didn't become a reality until 4 generations later, and it ended up taking almost a year to localize Gold and Silver for the American market. Just like in Gen 1, Nintendo of America staffer Hiro Nakamura was responsible for localizing all Gen 2's big words, the ones in all caps, like the names of characters, cities, items, attacks, and of course, Pokemon. Hiro came up with the English names and then sent them to Game Freak and Nintendo's legal department for approval, but in some cases, the names he chose got rejected and had to be changed. Nob Ogasawara was responsible for all Gen 2's small words, comprising about 99% of the game's text. When we asked Nob how he translated Gen 2 differently compared to Gen 1, he told us he made a conscious decision to make the text of Gold and Silver more like baby's first RPG, where Johto felt like a kid-friendly world full of excitement, scariness, and adventure. So he made the overall tone a bit more magical, and also removed some stuff that wasn't particularly well suited for American kids. For instance, there's a man on Route 2 who gives you a nugget, but in Japanese, nuggets are called golden balls. This appears to be a deliberate dirty joke on Game Freak's part. In Japanese slang, golden balls means testicles, so the man is essentially saying, "Here's an old man's testicles, I hope you put them to good use." This PG-13 joke was repeated in future generations, and even appeared in the Sun and Moon anime, but in English, the joke was nipped in the bud right from the start, with Nob replacing Gen 2's text with a joke about nuggets of wisdom. So even though the old man's balls are a long-running meme in Japan, the joke simply never existed in English, and Nob took it upon himself to make some cultural edits as well, like changing the descriptions of all the Buddhist shrines to identify them as Diglett sculptures, just like he did in Gen 1. But it wasn't just the game's text, there were also some visual differences. 31 Pokemon sprites were altered for the American market, the most famous example of course being Jinx, whose black skin and blonde hair were changed to purple and white due to the racial controversy surrounding Jinx in America. All the other sprites were changed to fix design inconsistencies, like Feraligator's white underbelly and Lantern's yellow spots. In both Gen 1 and 2, Pokemon designers created sprites first, then the art director Ken Sugimori made their official artwork later, often making design revisions as he saw fit. But after Sugimori's revisions, the sprites themselves weren't revised to match the artwork, leaving lots of inconsistencies between the Pokemon's art and sprites. However, most of these inconsistencies were fixed during Gold and Silver's year-long localization process, which is why so many sprites were different in the original Japanese versions compared to the later international versions. Likewise, some sprites were changed for consistency with the anime, like Slowpoke for example. Sugimori's artwork never revealed what Slowpoke's belly looked like, so in Japan it was white, but in the West it was later changed to pink to match Slowpoke's anime appearances. The same can be said for Teddiursa's feet and Donphan's trunk. 5 trainer sprites were changed as well, but for cultural reasons. Fishers had their cigarettes taken away, mediums had their religious beads confiscated, and sages' folded prayer hands were changed to crossed arms. Female swimmers and beauties were made just a little less sexy. In Japan, they were winking, but in America, their eyes were pried back open, and beauties had about 12 inches of extra material sewn onto their skirts. The final results of the localization process was that the English versions of Gen 2 were more kid-friendly and featured sprites that looked more like the Pokemon they represented. And of course, all the online features were unfortunately stripped out as well. Just like in Gen 1, the European versions of Gen 2 were all based on the English localization. In other words, they were translations of a translation, 2 steps removed from the original source material. But unlike in America, Europe had an almost entirely new team of translators. There were 15 translators in total, but only 3 of them had been around during Gen 1. Julian Bardakov, the lead French translator, was one of those 3. Julian gave us the inside scoop on our Gen 1 video, so we brought him back for this video to tell us how things went down in Gen 2. Early in Gen 1's localization, Game Freak originally wanted Europe to use Pokemon's Japanese names, so Julian had to fight for the right to give Pokemon new French names, for example by telling Game Freak that Squirtle and Charmander's Japanese names sounded like the French slang words for stoner and feces. Game Freak didn't really trust him, but they ultimately gave in, and grudgingly allowed Julian to rename all Gen 1's Pokemon. After Red and Blue launched in France, Julian's translation was so well received by fans and critics alike that Game Freak felt he'd proven himself. So for Gen 2, they were now more than happy to let him create new French names for all the Johto Pokemon. Julian's penchant for injecting mysticism into Pokemon names, his love of movies, and his newfound clout resulted in the French versions featuring more unique differences, more so than any other localization, including English. Julian renamed Misdreavus Fotharev, a reference to Will-o'-the-Wisps from mythology and folk tales all around the world. According to legend, Will-o'-the-Wisps are ghostly lights witnessed witnessed by travelers in the night, who get led astray in the hope the lights are a friendly presence carrying a lantern. Julian also renamed Crobat Nostenfair, a combination of Nosferatu and the French word for hell. In fact, he named the entire Zubat family after Nosferatu, the 1922 German horror film about a vampire with a special interest in the wife of his real estate agent. In the Japanese and English versions of Pewter City, you can trade your hunter for a Zatu nicknamed Paul. Julian changed Paul's name to Quetzalcoatl in honor of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent worshipped by some ancient Mesoamerican tribes as the god of wind and wisdom. In every region except France, the TV at your house in Newbarktown is playing Night on the Galactic Railroad, a 1985 anime movie about two boys who ride a train into the stars and past Christian heaven. Interestingly, the main character Giovanni was voiced by Veronica Taylor in the English dub, the same actress who played the voice of Ash Ketchum. But in the French version, Julian changed the TV's description so it was showing "Have a drink and take it easy" in Saint-Tropez, an 80s French comedy about a girl who tells her parents she's going to Brittany to study, but actually spends her summer partying in the south of France. When we asked Julian why he changed the TV, he said, "Because it was funny to imagine that kind of B-movie airing on the TV channels of Fantasy Japan. Haha." In fact, Julian said he injected B-movie references into all the games he translated, including Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, and Banjo-Kazooie. As we mentioned in our Gen 1 video, the Spanish and Italian translations had fewer staff and a smaller budget, so neither language was ever given unique Pokemon names. Both versions were also plagued with lots of translation errors, and almost all the mistakes made in Gen 1 were carried over into Gen 2, like how Pokemon caught with fishing rods were called evil in Spanish. Also in Spanish, the attack counter was mistranslated to Contador. In Italian, it was mistranslated to Contatori. Rather than a counterattack, both words refer to something that counts, like a water meter or a scoreboard. Italian translator Elena Fogazzaro told us the same mistake was made in both languages because the Spanish translators got it wrong first, then the Italians basically copied their homework. In short, out of all 7 versions, the Spanish and Italian localizations were basically the runts of the litter. Just like in Gen 1, the Germans fulfilled their cultural stereotype, and their localization was efficient and accurate. They didn't use as much imagination as the French, but they also made far fewer errors compared to the Spanish and Italians. But there were a few oddities, like how up until Gen 8, the paralysis-inducing attack Glare was mistranslated to Giftblick, which actually means poison glance, frustrating German players who wanted to poison their enemies but ended up paralyzing them instead. The Germans also renamed Cyndaquil Fureagle, which means fire hedgehog. This made some German fans believe that Cyndaquil was a hedgehog, even though the Pokédex actually classifies Cyndaquil as a mouse. The last of the bunch, South Korea, finally got localizations of Gold and Silver in 2002, more than a year after Europe and almost 3 years after the games first launched in Japan. While the European localizations were more similar to the English versions, the Korean localization was closer to the original Japanese releases. In Korea, they used the same sprites as in Japan, even Jinx, and they used all the original trainer sprites as well. Pokemon did get unique Korean names, but they were mostly just direct translations or transliterations of their Japanese names, and didn't feature any references to culture or mythology. But there is one name that stands out. Ho-Oh is called Chilsekjo, which means 7-colored bird, presumably because of the Pokemon's association with rainbows. Unlike every other region's Gold and Silver, the Korean versions could not be played on a Game Boy. Korean text is so complicated that the game's text rendering system actually demands more video RAM to display it than all the other languages, meaning it can only be played on a Game Boy Color. In an even more unfortunate turn of events for South Korea, they never received a localization of Pokemon Crystal at all, and thus never got access to Japan's online features or DLC. But at least South Korea got Gold and Silver. Most regions were neglected entirely. Some of the world's most prominent languages never got any Gen 2 localizations, including Chinese, Hindi, Arabic, and Portuguese. In total, about half the world's population never got to play Gold, Silver, or Crystal because they didn't speak any of the 7 languages the games were translated into. Or more accurately, I should say officially translated into, because there were some bootlegs produced to meet demand in those neglected regions, especially in China, due to their lax laws dealing dealing with intellectual property rights. The most famous of these bootlegs is what fans lovingly refer to as Vietnamese Crystal. These pirated cartridges circulated widely in Vietnam in the early 2000s and are believed to have come into existence when the original Japanese games were illegally translated into Chinese, then later got translated into English. In other words, they were a pirate's translation of a pirate's translation. Vietnamese Crystal famously refers to Pokemon as elves, displays the word F whenever you receive an item, and contains lots of bizarre quotes, like "the tower is built for pocket monsters to practice Buddhism," or "asses is $1,000. Pokemon is the world's largest multimedia franchise after all, and it just goes to show that nature abhors a vacuum, and when it comes to Pokemon, life finds a way.
In today's episode, we'll be looking at a number of gaming-related lawsuits. Nintendo is a force to be reckoned with in the gaming industry. That doesn't make them untouchable or above the law. While a lawsuit against a company doesn't necessarily expose them for malicious intent, the reasons behind some charges can demonstrate a small lack of thought or care. When promoting their re-release of Donkey Kong Country Returns for 3DS, the company promoted the title at the Los Angeles Zoo. Their press release claimed that fans will get a chance to spend time with Donkey Kong and some of his friends from the Animal Kingdom. Throughout the day of the game's launch, May 24, 2013, actor Parker Mills was hired to wear a Donkey Kong outfit in the park. While this should have been a simple acting gig, Mills was denied the chance to take any breaks throughout the day, and wasn't given any of the required ice packs or even cold drinks to cool him down in the suit. This was particularly harsh, as he would be entertaining guests under the sweltering Southern Californian sun. Unsurprisingly, legal action was taken against Nintendo. The lawsuit alleged that the company's ambassador at the event, who escorted, oversaw, and instructed Mills for the day, failed to provide the proper care for their client. Mills's legal representatives say that as a result, their client suffered from an aortic dissection, the tearing of aortic walls. This meant that the actor had to go through a surgery which implanted a permanent heart defibrillator. Strangely, this wouldn't be the last time Nintendo had a case against them relating to the negligent handling of an actor. In fact, it's not the last time that it would involve a Donkey Kong costume. In 2016, Nintendo hired Michael O'Conatrillo to suit up at a mall in Culver City, California. O'Conatrillo claims that, while the suit was poorly ventilated and unreasonably and dangerously hot, he was under strict orders not to remove the costume. Michael claims that by doing so he has suffered mental and emotional distress, as well as permanent damage, though the lawsuit he filed doesn't mention any specific injuries. Nintendo has even had legal issues with Donkey Kong in his digital form in the past. Ikegami Shunshinki, a Japanese manufacturing company who operated a video game division in the mid-80s, helped Nintendo create their arcade release of the original Donkey Kong. Ikegami Shunshinki held a contract with Nintendo for the programming and manufacture of numerous arcade titles, including Donkey Kong, with Shigeru Miyamoto giving the company ideas and character designs to be put into the game. This contract meant that Ikegami Shunshinki would have the exclusive rights for producing the Donkey Kong arcade boards, a clause which Nintendo ignored, producing their own boards to keep up with the unexpected high demand for the game. Nintendo hired another company, Iwasaki Engineering, to reverse engineer the game to produce a sequel. This was because, as the game was originally produced by Ikegami, Nintendo didn't have a copy of the original source code for Donkey Kong in their possession. Ikegami Shunshinki believed that Nintendo violated their contractual agreement over the game's ownership, claiming that Ikegami held ownership over the Donkey Kong code. In response, Nintendo filed an injunction against the company in 1983. In retaliation, Ikegami filed a lawsuit against Nintendo regarding both Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr., a case which would go on until 1990, when a court decided that Nintendo did not own the original Donkey Kong arcade code. The two companies would go on to settle out of court, and despite the ruling, the arcade release of Donkey Kong would see two ports, one in Donkey Kong 64's Frantic Factory, and again as its own release on the Nintendo Switch under the Arcade Archives banner. Speaking of the Switch, the device itself is at the heart of its own lawsuit. In August 2017, GameVice, previously known as WikiPad Inc., claimed that Nintendo has infringed on their patent for their Joy-Con controllers. The patent, which was filed in 2012, relates to a pair of control modules which connect with a separate and distinct digital device. This patent was granted and served as the basis for their WikiPad, an Android tablet with its own detachable controllers which released in 2013 to mixed reviews. While looking to recoup damages from Nintendo, GameVice is also seeking out an injunction against the game's publisher, which will prevent Nintendo from continuing to sell the Switch itself. Their reasoning is that the sale of the Switch has caused and is continuing to cause damage and irreparable injury to GameVice. Most courts demonstrate a reluctance for injunctions against patent-related sales, meaning that such a move would be unlikely to play out, even if to prevent the sale of a product that directly competes with their own. While GameVice's WikiPad product is no longer manufactured and sold in stores, the company itself has since moved on to creating game controller peripherals for other mobile devices, such as phones and tablets, granting some gravity to their claims of damages from a competitor making use of their patent. Nintendo encountering legal battles with their peripherals is also nothing new. In 1991, Nintendo and Toys R Us faced a lawsuit looking for $10,000 in damages when Nicole Abruzzi received medical attention for carpal tunnel syndrome, a form of repetitive strain injury. Abruzzi would spend several hours a day for several weeks playing video games, in particular using the NES light gun controller to play Duck Hunt. While her issues lessened after she stopped playing the game, she would still feel numbness when trying to perform basic actions such as typing or carrying bags of shopping. Her legal team argued that the game should have been designed differently, or at least had a warning attached to the product which informed the customer of the potential for injury. This was one of the earliest cases of a claim against a company for strains relating to video games, coining the name Nintenditis.
Did you know? The Kremlings weren't originally made for Donkey Kong Country. They were instead created for an unreleased rare title called Johnny Blastoff and the Kremling Armada. This was a pirate-themed point-and-click adventure game with a tropical setting. Not much work was done on the title, but several of its elements made their way into Donkey Kong Country. It was previously thought that the Kremlings were originally made for a Battletoads game, though in 2015, Rare veteran Greg Mayles, who served as a designer for both Battletoads and Donkey Kong, clarified that Battletoads only served as inspiration for their look. Starting in September that same year, Mayles began to share development material from Donkey Kong Country, giving more insight on the Kremlings. Mayles said he had a soft spot for making bad guys that are slightly pathetic, and that crocodiles were a prime candidate for comical villains. Even so, K. Rool and the Kremlings went through a few revisions before this idea was fully realized. During the game's pre-production stage, they took on a more serious military theme, with some Kremling soldiers using weapons like grenades, bazookas, bayonets, and throwing knives. This concept was ultimately dropped, though some elements still appear in the final game, namely with the enemies Clump and Krusha. At this time, the Kremling leader was known as Crud, sporting a more intimidating design by Rare artist James Ryman. According to a naming sheet dating back to March 8, 1994, the character later took on the name Commander K. Rool. It's possible this name was even alluded to in the final game's fake credits, where K. Rool is credited under the title of Commander. K. Rool's final design was done by Greg Mayles' brother, Steve Mayles, with Greg himself supplying the final name as well as the layout for his boss fight. While K. Rool's name is an obvious pun on the word cruel, it's never been stated as to what the K initial stood for. Greg had said the K doesn't stand for anything and was just to form the pun. He also said it was a way of making the character seem more important than he actually was, and it seemed like something K. Rool would do to his name to inflate his own ego. He also jokingly claimed that had he spent more than 5 minutes thinking of a name, he might have come up with something better. Steve Mayles recalled that during Donkey Kong Country's development, there were a few hiccups implementing K. Rool into the game. In a Twitter post, he poked fun at Rare programmer Chris Sutherland, who complained about K. Rool being too big. K. Rool's size meant that each frame of animation ate up a lot of memory. Funnily enough, Sutherland would go on to provide the voice for K. Rool for Donkey Kong 64 a few years later, and his samples were later reused for the Country ports on Game Boy Advance. A recurring theme for K. Rool is his attempts at stealing the Kong's banana hoard, though his motivations have never been very clear. Greg said the game's team never gave much thought about why he'd want to steal the hoard, and it was simply used as an excuse for the Kongs to go after him. The question was even posed to Rare directly on their website, where fans could send in questions and comments to be replied by Lee Loveday, a veteran writer at Rare who also wrote dialogue for the Country games. In an edition of the Rare blog Scribes published on August 25th, 1999, a fan asked why K. K. Rool would want to steal the Horde, and Loveday gave two possible reasons. Loveday said it was either because K. Rool loves bananas, or because he wants Donkey Kong to starve to death so he can then occupy his cozy treehouse. The former theory is backed up in Donkey Kong Country's instruction manual, which says the Kremlings stole the bananas for their tastiness and nutritional value. However, this was later refuted in the game DK Jungle Climber, where K. Rool states that he hates bananas with a passion. K. Rool has successfully stolen the banana horde a total of 3 times, once in Donkey Kong Country, once in DK64, and once in the Game Boy title Donkey Kong Land. What makes this attempt the most interesting is the fact that it was staged between K. Rool and Cranky Kong, as noted in the instruction manual. The game's story has Cranky make a bet with Donkey and Diddy, saying that after their first victory against K. Rool, he's certain they couldn't do it again on a less powerful 8-bit console. After they take the bait, Cranky calls up K. Rool and arranges for him to steal the Horde overnight. King K. Rool's design has gone through several changes over the years. In earlier games, his chest and underbelly had a golden texture, and designer Steve Males confirmed this was meant to be armor, though in most games, starting with 2005's DK King of Swing, it was changed to appear more like flesh. K. Rool's tail also fluctuates from game to game as well, sometimes being long to being extremely short to occasionally not being there at all. K. Rool's also well known for changing his persona every now and then. Throughout the original Country trilogy, he went under 3 different aliases: King K. Rool in the first game, Captain K. Rool in the second, and Baron K. Roolenstein in the third. In Donkey Kong 64, Cranky mentions in the game's manual that K. Rool gave up on disguises this time around, though for his boss fight he adopts the ring name King Crusher K. Rool. The Captain disguise is also referenced in this game, as pictures of Captain K. Rool appear in some of the sunken ships in the Gloomy Galleon level, as well as in a few cabins in Crystal Caves and the museum found in Creepy Castle. This disguise was also a source of some notable misinformation. In Smash Bros. Brawl, K. Rool's trophy description states Captain K. Rool isn't an alter ego of the king, but rather a different character altogether, said to be K. Rool's brother, with the Japanese version specifying the captain as the older of the two. Rumors claimed this was because K. Rool's disguises are treated as separate characters in Japan, but that isn't the case. In the Game Boy Advance version of Donkey Kong Country 2, the game's intro cutscene confirms the two are one and the same. False family connections to K. Rool have been made before this incident. In the Japanese version of DK64, the character K. Lumsy is said to be K. Rool's younger brother, yet they have no relation in any other version of the game. At the end of Country 3, K. Rool claims to be married. He says that his Chaos robot had been assembled from his wife's best pots and pans, and after being destroyed says, "My wife's going to kill me." Some fans questioned whether the line should be considered canon, though in December 1999, Loveday confirmed this line was only a joke. He said it was just a one-off reference to the British comedy duo Vic and Bob, more specifically from their show The Smell of Reeves and Mortimer, where the line was one of the characters' catchphrases. Funnily enough, Donkey Konga's depiction of K. Rool shows him with a ring on his middle finger, possibly in reference to this line. After his appearance in Mario Super Sluggers for Wii in 2008, K. Rool took a long leave of absence from the gaming landscape. When Donkey Kong Country Returns was first shown off in 2010, one of the questions on people's minds was if the Kremlings and their leader would return as well. When gaming outlet IGN spoke to developer Retro Studios about Returns, they simply said there would be no crocodiles in the game. In an interview with Game Trailers during that year's E3, producer Kensuke Tanabe explained the reason behind their exclusion. Tanabe said, "This is something we actually talked about fairly early on with Miyamoto-san, and we were getting together and we're like, what are we gonna do about King K. Rool? Is he coming back? And we thought about it and said, well, does he really need to? Why don't we just come up with something completely new, and this time make sure there are no crocodiles in there?" With the game's sequel, Tropical Freeze, in 2014, another new set of enemies were introduced in the Snowmads, led by Lord Frederick. Fans were quick to compare this character with K. Rool, as his boss fight is essentially an homage to both the character and several fights across the original Country trilogy. Frederick's charge and jump attacks are similar to K. Rool's from Country 1, and his attack where he fires ice dragons from his horn parallels Captain K. Rool's blunderbuss from Country 2, alongside K. Rool's cannonball attack. And the segments where the player attacks him from the background is similar to the rematch against Baron K. Roolenstein in Country 3. It was clear that K. Rool was still on the minds of certain circles within Nintendo, though the character would remain unused for the next next few years outside of minor cameos and references. In Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS, he appears as a trophy and as a costume for the Mii Brawler. And in Mario Odyssey's New Donk City, many locales are named after various Donkey Kong characters, with one of the streets being named K. Rool Avenue. The King made his grand return as a playable fighter in 2018 Smash Bros. Ultimate, marking his first physical appearance in a decade. K. Rool is the third character in the Smash roster to have been created outside Japan, following in line with Rare's own Diddy Kong and Retro Studios' Dark Samus. Smash director Masahiro Sakurai said his inclusion was due to his immense popularity in the Super Smash Bros. Fighter ballot. During this window of voting, fans used the hashtags BringBackKRool and CrocTheVote to have their passion for the character heard far and wide. After the announcement of K. Rool's return, the Twitter handle Kremling Campaigner begun another fan-driven project. A letter signed by thousands of fans was sent to Nintendo in the hopes it would reach Sakurai, thanking him for his devotion to the character. The letter was sent at the end of August 2018, and later that November, Nintendo themselves replied. The letter said it meant the world to see the love for K. Rool, and though Sakurai was too busy to directly respond, Nintendo assured fans he shared the same love for the character that they had shown. Ultimate is also the first game where K. Rool's name is spoken verbally, being pronounced as K. Rool in English and in Japanese as King Cruel. The only other notable time the name was spoken in official media was in the Donkey Kong Country animated series. In the first episode, the name is pronounced both K. Rool and Ka Rool, before K. Rool was dropped entirely for the rest of the series. A Twitter user had asked Greg Males his thoughts on K. Rool's interpretation in the cartoon, to which Greg replied, "Let's just say, I'm not a fan."
Did you know Super Smash Bros. Didn't start out as a fighting game? According to series director Masahiro Sakurai, Smash was originally based on the traditional Japanese children's game Ohajiki, where points are scored by flicking marbles between other marbles. But over the course of the game's development, the original concept faded away as more and more fighting elements were introduced, like when Sakurai added the ability to knock opponents off screen, an idea he envisioned for Kirby's Dream Land but never implemented. The first working prototype of Smash Bros. Was called Ryuo Fighting Game, named after the city of Ryuo where the developers were based. Some fans claim Smash Bros.' original title was Dragon King the Fighting Game, but that's actually not quite correct. Dragon King is just a direct translation of the city's name, Ryuo. Calling it Dragon King the Fighting Game is like claiming a game called Los Angeles the Fighting Game is actually titled The Angels the Fighting Game, as Los Angeles means the angels in Spanish. Interestingly, Sakurai used his own personal camera to snap photos of the city for stage backgrounds in the prototype. These were mostly skylines, but he also snapped a close-up of a woman's crossed legs, which, just like the cityscapes, was used in the prototype. After 2 years in development, Smash 64 launched to critical acclaim and sold more than 1 million copies in Japan, so Nintendo laid out plans to export it overseas, eventually localizing the game into English, French, German, and Chinese. But during the localization process, some of the voice acting was cut from the original Japanese version, like Fox saying "mission complete" after obtaining a victory. One of the biggest differences were the Pokémon, whose cries got switched out with audio from local anime dubs. The Chinese localization was the strangest, with a mix of Japanese and English used for half the summonable Pokémon, while the other half got brand new cries, like Coughing, who yells Waza, and Venusaur yelling Zhongzi, which means seed. Most of the other Pokémon just made unintelligible sounds, because the Chinese anime didn't get proper cries until several years later. Come on! This is the same reason Jigglypuff never says her Chinese name. Instead, she switches back and forth between English and Japanese, making Chinese Jigglypuff the only bilingual Pokémon in the whole series. Except for the Chinese version, every region's localization of Smash 64 was comprised of totally unique character specifications. There's a secret technique known as momentum sliding that only exists in the original Japanese version. The maneuver is technically a glitch, which allows some fighters to slide backwards long distances, giving them a tactical advantage just like Melee and Ultimate's Wave Dash. When Smash Bros. Was updated from the Japanese to the American version, over 100 alterations were made to the character's stats for balancing purposes. For example, in America, America, Mario and Luigi are bigger, Kirby's smaller, and Link's sword is shorter. Captain Falcon runs faster, Samus's up smash is stronger, and Fox's blaster deals more damage. About 20 more technical tweaks were made in Australia, like Pikachu's thunder becoming more powerful, and Jigglypuff's rest getting nerfed with a much smaller hitbox. Fewer tweaks were deemed necessary by the time Europe's localization was finally complete, so it was nearly identical to the Australian version except for a few changes made to Link, like making him heavier and upgrading his forward smash with more damage potential. Melee received some technical tweaks internationally as well, but only a few dozen, and later Smash games didn't contain any tweaking around the world as they would have made online play virtually impossible. After the success of Smash 64, Sakurai asked Japanese fans who they'd most like to see added to the roster in a hypothetical Smash Bros. 2. When he tallied up the results, Bowser, Ganondorf, Falco, and Mewtwo were the most requested characters from their respective franchises, so they all found their way into Super Smash Bros. Melee. Interestingly, Slippy and Chocobos beat out Wolf and Sonic in their categories. Despite their victories, they were never added to the roster even to this day, even after Wolf and Sonic made their way into Brawl. Out of all 64 characters in Sakurai's poll, only 6 have yet to appear in the Smash series, either as fighters or smaller roles like spirits or assist trophies. Those 6 characters are Doraemon, Crash Bandicoot, Fire Emblem's Ogma, James Bond and Alec Trevelyan from 007, and the Blast Corps. In case you don't remember the Blast Corps, they were the heroes of an N64 game by the same name, who were forced to destroy everything in the path of a runaway nuclear missile carrier, or else it would explode. Blast Corps was developed by Rare, and was fairly popular back in the 90s, but never got a sequel, leaving it to slowly fade from gamers' collective memory over the decades. However, internal data suggests the Blast Corps were actually planned to make their Smash series debut in Ultimate as spirits, but for unknown reasons, they ended up getting cut before the game was finished. This may have been due to their IP belonging to Rare, and by extension Microsoft rather than Nintendo. Doraemon was probably rejected for not being a video game character, but if history's any guide, Crash and Smash will probably happen sooner or later, especially now that almost a dozen Crash games have spun their way onto various Nintendo consoles. Ogma is probably one of the more surprising exclusions, since he hails from Fire Emblem, a series many fans say is overrepresented in Smash. Despite placing on Sakurai's Smash 2 poll, Ogma's never made an appearance in any Smash game. As for James Bond and Alec Trevelyan, Sakurai has indicated 007 characters will probably never join the roster due to licensing concerns. However, GoldenEye's Proximity Mine did make it into Smash 64, although its name was changed to the Motion Sensor Bomb in most localizations outside Japan. And another item from GoldenEye almost made it into Melee. Unused images and sound effects for timed mines can be found in Melee's internal data, and presumably would have functioned just like they did in GoldenEye, latching onto a surface then exploding a few seconds later. But that's not the only secret hidden in Melee's internal data. There's also unused menu text indicating several scrapped game modes, which were uncovered by Did You Know Gaming's own Push Dustin. One mode would have granted access to the Smash Bros. Dojo, providing players with tips and tricks on how to improve their skills and learn new techniques. Another mode was Trophy Battles, with text telling players they can exchange trophies with a friend. Unfortunately, the game's unused text doesn't explain how exactly Trophy Battles would have worked, but hopefully someday a new discovery, leak, or developer interview will paint the full picture. While Melee was in development, Sakurai planned for every Nintendo franchise represented in the roster to receive 2 stages each, what he described as one front stage and one back stage. The front stages were more straightforward and geared towards competitive play, while the back stages were more fun and gimmicky. For example, Peach's Castle was the Mario series' front stage, while Rainbow Cruise was the series' backstage. All the stages in the upper row are the front stages, while the stages beneath them are the back stages. But Sakurai's original vision didn't turn out quite like he'd planned. Melee only ended up with one Ice Climber stage as the second got scrapped late in development. Sakurai never provided a description of the lost level, and neither has game data or leaks for that matter, but presumably it was the front stage that got cut, since Icicle Mountain is somewhat gimmicky. Melee also didn't feature any Fire Emblem stages, because the only stage that had any work put into it ended up getting cut too. The Smash series stage count has exploded from just 29 in Melee to over 100 stages in Ultimate, but there's still one character who's never gotten a stage of his own, Rob the Robot. Every Smash game has featured content from other IPs long before said IP's content appeared in their own games. Just to name a few examples, the Falcon Punch was invented for Smash 64, but wasn't part of F-Zero canon until the F-Zero anime. In the final episode, Captain Falcon unleashes a massive Falcon Punch on series villain Black Shadow. Roy appeared in Smash Bros. Melee before he was ever seen in a Fire Emblem game. Armored mechs known as Geckos made their worldwide debut on Shadow Moses Island in Smash Bros. Brawl, almost half a year before they made their first appearance in a Metal Gear game. Smash for 3DS featured English music from Fire Emblem Fates before its release in 2015, and Smash for Wii U featured the Woolly World stage a full 7 months before the release of Yoshi's Woolly World. And in Smash Ultimate, fans got to use the Poltergust G100, the Slam, and Suction Shot from Luigi's Mansion 3, even though Luigi's Mansion 3 didn't release until the following year. In fact, all this content was first seen in Simon's reveal trailer, over a month before Nintendo announced Luigi's Mansion 3 was even in development. Goku's been at the top of fans' wish lists ever since non-Nintendo characters like Sonic and Snake were added to the roster in Brawl, but in 2019, Sakurai shut down the possibility once and for all, telling fans he's heard them begging for Goku, but Smash only has room for video game characters. Even if they've appeared in their own games, anime characters like Goku and Doraemon are never gonna make the cut as long as he's in charge. So Dragon Ball fans might have to wait for Sakurai's retirement to see Goku rain down Kamehamehas on Kirby and Pikachu, but for now they can at least take some comfort in hearing his voice. Goku's voice actor Sean Schemmel's been playing Lucario in Smash ever since Smash 4, but this isn't the only crossover. In total, there's more than 50 actors whose voices connect Smash Bros. To Dragon Ball. The full list is too long to cover, but in addition to Goku, some highlights include Gohan, who voices Ryu in Ultimate. Piccolo also plays Roy. Vegeta plays Captain Falcon, and Cell plays both Knuckles and Guile. Some of Smash Ultimate's alternate costumes represent Pokémon forms that are now completely unobtainable in the latest generations. One of Pichu's alts is Spiky-Eared Pichu, a time-traveling event Pokémon who can only be caught in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and can't be traded or transferred, meaning Spiky-Eared Pichu is stuck forever in Generation 4, except for in Smash Ultimate. But electric mice aren't the only lost Pokémon who've taken refuge in the Smash series. About 20 Pokémon had unique shiny colors that were retired after Gen 2, like Charizard, who was originally purple and green, but was changed to black and red in all future generations. Charizard's modern shiny can't be found in Smash Ultimate, but its retired shiny was included as an alternate costume. The same can be said for Mewtwo. You can't play as its modern shiny, but you can play with its original shiny colors from Gen 2. In fact, Smash Ultimate is the only game released in the past 20 years where these retired shiny Pokémon still exist.
Did you know? Splatoon was once going to be a Mario game, but Nintendo wanted a new franchise from Shigeru Miyamoto's junior team. The Splatoon team was formed from 10 developers of the core Animal Crossing team, and they were later joined by the director of StarFox 64 3D. Many members of the team had worked together on various projects for the Wii U's launch, including the system's user interface and Nintendo Land. The central gameplay function of spraying ink to claim territory was chosen from a pool of over 70 ideas. When the game's core idea was first decided on, Nintendo was so far from creating characters and branding that the player was represented as a white or black box with a smaller box attached to it. The developers referred to these blocks as tofu with noses that shot ink. Part of the reason Nintendo chose this concept was because of a 4v4 prototype that was pitched with the game. In this prototype, the TV was used for a top-down map view, while the gamepad screen showed the actual character in 3D. Because of the way information was shown on the map, if the tofu character overlapped matching ink, they'd be nearly invisible on the map screen. This eventually became the squid transformation mechanic. The bird's-eye perspective of the map screen may have also contributed to why walls in the final game aren't worth points when covered in ink. Obviously, tofu blocks couldn't be the final character designs for the game, so the team brainstormed different ideas. It was at this point that they considered using Mario, who would likely be accompanied by other Mushroom Kingdom characters. However, this was simply one potential choice out of several. It also had nothing to do with Super Mario Sunshine, where Mario cleans ink with a similar shooting mechanic. In fact, according to producer Hisashi Nogami, they had completely forgotten about Sunshine. We only remembered it later on, like, oh yeah, there was a water gun in Super Mario Sunshine. As Nintendo employees, that's pretty embarrassing. When discussing why the team eventually went with making a new IP versus using Mario, Shigeru Miyamoto said, "When we talked about the possibility of it being Mario, of course we could think of the advantages. Anybody would be willing to touch it as soon as we announced that we had a new Mario game. But at the same time, we had some worries. If it were Mario, we wouldn't be able to create a new IP." Before they arrived at the Inkling design featured in the final game, a humanoid rabbit form was briefly considered. As rabbits are often variations of white, the ink would be easily visible, and their ears would move when viewed from the bird's eye view map, which would help the player keep track of which direction their character is facing. When the design was pitched to the whole team and other Nintendo employees, people were confused as to why rabbits would be shooting ink, so they once again redesigned the characters. The last stop before their final design was an anthropomorphic squid creature that walked upright and presumably didn't change form. However, the team felt this iteration wouldn't come across as likable and eventually settled on using transforming Inklings. One clever detail in the humanoid Inklings design is that they retain their 10 squid appendages. They have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 large tentacles which form their major hair features, and then 4 smaller tendrils above the back of their neck. A large part of the aesthetic choices behind Splatoon were inspired by youth culture, or more specifically, skateboarding culture. According to director Tsubasa Sakaguchi, the Inklings are approximately 14 years old and still like to be on skateboards. He also felt the entire concept of Turf Wars was cool and rebellious, like skateboarding. This idea inspired the rock-centric soundtrack for the multiplayer gameplay. Additionally, one of the levels is just flat out a skate park, and many of the other levels feature structures such as vert ramps and bowls. The urban environment featured in most of the levels is slightly inspired by the ink itself, which reminded the developers of graffiti, a theme realized in the Miiverse graffiti across the levels. This spun off into the fashion featured in the game, which was allegedly chosen because a staff member likes that kind of clothing. In an interview with Nintendo Life, Sakaguchi explained that the 2 dancing Inklings, which sometimes show up in Inkopolis, are inspired by a piece of Japanese urban culture. In Japan, after closing hours, a lot of young people dance outside shopping malls. 4 of our staff members actually took motion capture of us dancing, and some of these routines made it into the game. Sakaguchi's own dances were apparently not good enough to be in the game. The world of Splatoon has some self-referential secrets. The amiibo box found in Inkopolis is actually a full render of the one in real life. However, the text on the box is replaced with Splatoon's Inkling language. The team also had some fun hiding secrets in the game's promotional material. The music used in the game's trailer includes a number of mostly female Nintendo staff shouting Splatoon. To promote the game in the United States, Nintendo held the Splatoon Mess Fest at Santa Monica Pier in California. The fest hosted an obstacle course inspired by a level in the game and saw celebrities and fans getting inked. In Canada, Nintendo teamed up with Yogurt's Froyo to serve Squidsicle Sorbet and Inkberry Froyo in various locations. Meanwhile, in the UK, Nintendo partnered with Adrenaline Alley Skate Park. They covered the park with Splatoon-themed graffiti and props and installed Wii U demo stations for the public to play on. There are several regional differences between the European, American, and Japanese versions of Splatoon. The dialogue during the final boss fight is completely different between the European and American versions. In the American version, DJ Octavio makes constant puns, whereas he makes none in the European version. Between the Japanese and English versions of the game, many of the weapons are named something totally different. The ink brush in Japanese is simply called Pablo, named after the famous artist Pablo Picasso. The Aerospray MG, the Splashomatic, and the Splooshomatic are the Pro Modeler MG, Sharp Marker, and Bold Marker in Japan. These changes are most likely references to model kit building, a hobby that is far more popular in Japan than it is in America. Lastly, the Octobrush is called Hakusai in Japan. This is a reference to the Edo period artist Katsushika Hakusai, painter of a piece called The Dream of the Fisherman's Wife. The painting shows a woman in an explicitly sexual situation with a pair of octopuses.
Did you know? In Super Smash Bros. For the N64, there is a hidden technique that can speed up recovery time. When performing a mid-air attack, pressing Z right before the landing will cause the player's character to recover faster. This tip was never mentioned in the game's instruction manual or in the How to Play cinematic. It was only described once on the original Super Smash Bros. Website, listed as smooth landing under advanced moves. Some aerial attacks have a relatively long landing lag, such as Link's down A attack. This means that after the attack finishes, there is a gap where the player's character is vulnerable to attack without the ability to defend or counterattack. But this is where smooth landing comes into play. If the player presses Z 11 frames or fewer before landing during an attack, the game will trigger the landing animation of a normal jump as opposed to the animation for an aerial attack recovery. It can only be done if the landing happens during the attack animation, and it does not work for specials, only the A button attacks. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, smooth landing functions slightly different. If shield is pressed 1 to 7 11 frames before landing during an aerial attack. The aerial attack recovery animation speed is doubled. All Super Smash Bros. Games run at 60 frames per second, which means that these frame requirements, like the 11 frames in Smash 64 and 7 frames in Melee, are much less than a single second long. While these techniques only give the player less than a second of additional attack possibilities, that extra time can be an absolute necessity in high-level tournament play. Competitive Melee fans have come to know smooth landing as L canceling. Some say the name L canceling comes from the fact that the L button can be used to execute the maneuver. However, the R button and Z button also work. Other fans say that L canceling stands for lag canceling, as in canceling landing lag. In Super Smash Bros. Brawl, smooth landing was removed and there are no practical ways to speed up landing animation. The same goes for Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS. However, there is a callback to this technique in the custom character menu. It's a badge called Smooth Lander, which will automatically speed up landing animation for custom characters. There are many more helpful tips for racking up additional split seconds that can be utilized across all Super Smash Bros. Installments. One of these tips is to simply use the crouch ability more often at the beginning of fights and other times when damage percentage is low. Many players are not aware that when a character is hit while crouching, damage percentage and knockback are reduced. At low percentages, knockback out of a crouch can be so short that the recovery from the hit can complete faster than the animation from the attack. This works especially well if the player's character has a quick attack that can be performed out of a crouch, like Fox or Peach. This is sometimes called crouch canceling by the competitive community, because when used effectively, it can cancel an attack from the opponent. Another competitive term for a game mechanic is directional influence. It refers to the fact that it involves players consciously affecting their character's directional movement after they have been hit. After a strong attack, it is recommended players hold a direction perpendicular to the direction their character is flying. For example, if the player's character has been shot horizontally across the stage, the best response is to hold up. The logic is that up transfers some of the momentum of the blast vertically, increasing the size of the arc and reducing the overall horizontal momentum. The same is true for vertical strikes, in which the best response is to add horizontal momentum to reduce vertical momentum. Another gameplay tip is to be aware of stage blast lines when choosing a map. A blast line is the off-screen border that determines when a hit is a knockout. It's important to note that not all stages have equally proportioned blast lines. In these images, produced using Melee's master debug menu, the blast lines are marked with a yellow line, and the blue line indicates the distance the camera will travel before sending the character off screen. Some characters have strong attacks that will shoot their opponents vertically, like Fox's up A. So a stage that is close to the upper blast line, such as Fountain of Dreams, will cause a knockout at lower percentages than other stages, giving Fox an advantage over characters without strong vertical kill moves. Bigger stages like Dreamland are generally better for characters that are more floaty or have great recoveries, like Peach and Mewtwo, while fast fallers like Captain Falcon would be knocked out sooner in the same situation. Because of these dynamics, choosing a stage in competitive play is a much more important factor in determining the outcome of a match, and this is partly why some stages are banned in tournaments. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, if the player presses shield while their character is in the air, the character will do an air dodge. Most players are aware of how this ability works, but there's an extra detail about air dodging that has been utilized in interesting ways. Some fans discovered that by performing an air dodge into the ground, characters will slide in on their landing and be free to attack. This developed into a technique for turning an extremely low-angled air dodge into a full-on slide over the ground. It was named wave dashing by fans. Repeating this button sequence quickly over and over can yield some mind-bending results. While the character is sliding, they can use abilities they normally use while they are standing still, including the shield. This means that a wave dash can be used to add momentum from an air dodge to ground tactics. Some characters' wave dashes are longer than others. The longest wave dash possible is Luigi, followed by the Ice Climbers, Mewtwo, and Marth. The shortest wave dash is shared by Peach and Zelda. Some players have complained that wave dashing breaks the balance of the game by giving certain characters more options than others. It was thought for a long time that this was a simple programming oversight, and that the developers never intended for players to take advantage of the game's physics in this way. This was evidenced further with the release of Super Smash Bros. Brawl, in which wave dashing was deliberately removed. However, in an interview from issue 228 of Nintendo Power, Masahiro Sakurai explained that during the development of Melee, his team was well aware that the maneuver fans dubbed wave dashing was possible. Of course, we noticed you could do that during the development period. With Super Smash Bros. Brawl, it wasn't a matter of, okay, do we leave it in or take it out? We really wanted this game, again, to appeal to and be played by gamers of all different levels. We felt there was a growing gap between beginners and advanced players, and taking that out helped to level the playing field. Some players praised the decision to remove these high-level techniques and exploits, while other players bitterly resented Brawl because of the fact. But it's probably true that most players didn't even notice, and they continued to play Super Smash Bros. As the party game Sakurai originally intended it to be.
StarFox Grand Prix was probably the biggest rumor of the entire Switch generation. It's almost hard to believe that was 5 years ago, but we finally cracked the code. We talked to Retro Studios staff, gaming journalists like Jason Schreier who chased the original story, and a few social media influencers who broke the news, so to speak. This game had a whole media frenzy around it, and millions of Nintendo fans were convinced the rumors were true, but what if we told you the whole thing was entirely, utterly fake? But how is that even possible? And who started the hoax? Well, buckle up, because we're about to take you on a wild ride. Now, let's go back to the beginning, in case you need a reminder about all the hype around StarFox Grand Prix. This was YouTube back in 2018.
But if it does turn out to be accurate, it'll be super intriguing to see if Retro can do to StarFox what it's done to Metroid and Donkey Kong. That is, revive the franchise.
StarFox Grand Prix that's supposedly being made by Retro Studios, because lots of people seem to think it's true.
We're going to see a StarFox Grand Prix announcement tomorrow.
StarFox Grand Prix.
StarFox Grand Prix.
StarFox Grand Prix.
StarFox Grand Prix.
StarFox Grand Prix?
StarFox Grand Prix could get the has-beens or the second-rate characters.
Right. Cameos. Not to mention all the news articles, tweets, and podcasts. And we're not dogging on these guys, by the way. They were just reporting on a viral rumor, and in a few cases, quite skeptically. But you get the point. StarFox Grand Prix was on the tip of every tongue that summer, but an official announcement never came. 5 years pass and some fans are still wondering what happened exactly. Since then, most people subscribe to one of two theories. The first one is that it was Nintendo themselves who started a fake rumor, as a way to sniff out leakers in their midst. There's been a lot of secrets leaking out of Nintendo over the years, and some folks think this was all a ruse to plug it up. The other theory is that some gaming journalists got a sneak peek at StarFox in Starlink Battle for Atlas and just got confused and thought it was a StarFox racing game. We spent almost 2 years digging into this story and exploring these theories, so we'll walk you through our investigation. So, what about the popular theory that Nintendo started the rumor themselves? After all, that's what Google says happened. Initially, you might think making up fake games could negatively impact sales. For example, if everyone thought a StarFox racing game was coming soon, maybe they'd save their money instead of buying something else. In that case, Nintendo would actually lose money, so we spoke to former Retro Studios senior producer Brian Walker. He's also worked for Activision, Embracer Group, and several other publishers. We asked Brian, do companies actually spread fake leaks about their own games?
I have seen it happen in other publishers where they'll let something quote leak unquote, or they'll tag a bit of information as having been delivered to a very short list of people, waiting for that to surface, and then just doing some forensics to narrow down where that came from. I have at other publishers seen that firsthand. Not in Nintendo though.
So fake corporate leaks do happen, but not necessarily at Nintendo. That's definitely not what happened this time though, because we found out who created the title StarFox Grand Prix. It was the same guy who created this infamous logo. It wasn't anyone at Nintendo, it was the YouTube and Twitch streamer Roger's Base. But this reveal is just the tip of the iceberg. Some of the journalists who covered the Grand Prix rumors told us they suspected the whole thing was a hoax by Roger and one other social media influencer we'll get to in a minute. After all, Roger pulled a similar stunt back in 2009 when he made a Professor Layton Twitter account many believe was officially run by Nintendo. That was a long time ago, so we checked in with Roger to see if he was up to his old tricks, and he admitted that yeah, he made the Grand Prix logo. It was just a simple edit of the official StarFox Guard logo, photoshopped in about 5 minutes. As for the title, the 1966 film Grand Prix is one of his dad's favorite movies, so it just kinda popped into his head. Grand Prix! Roger may have cooked up the name and the logo, but he said he wasn't responsible for the hoax. Innocently, he made a logo mock-up to use in a YouTube thumbnail, nothing out of the ordinary for his channel. Roger never ended up finishing that video, but it was gonna be a rumor that circulated back in 2012, when people were saying Retro was making a StarFox/Metroid crossover game. History doesn't often repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes. We'll come back to Roger's hijinks in a minute, but first, let's get Retro on the record about both projects. Again, here's Brian Walker, senior producer at Retro, when that rumor was going around. He called the StarFox/Metroid crossover clickbait, pure and simple. As for StarFox Grand Prix,
I wish sometimes that we were working on as many cool things as the fans think we were. To this day, I have people come up and say, yeah, we heard about this, and it's a shame it was canceled. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds cool, though. Let's do it. Kid Icarus, StarFox Racing. I mean, there's not I don't think a Nintendo stable or IP that at some point hadn't been associated with something that Retro was supposedly working on.
Brian left Retro many years ago, so we got into contact with a dev who's still at Retro today. They wanted to remain anonymous, but told us there have been pitches related to that IP, but I have never heard of any racing project like that at Retro. We found one of those pitches, StarFox Armada, which we covered extensively in a recent video. But as far as Grand Prix or a Metroid crossover, multiple people from Retro say they never existed. Maybe, though, you don't want to take Retro's word for it. Maybe you think they're lying or under NDA. So let's keep digging down to the roots of the rumor. Pretty much all those news articles about StarFox Grand Prix dropped on the same day, May 14th, 2018. They all cited two sources, a 4chan thread revealing the game's logo, which we've already established was made by Roger's Base, and the other was Reddit leaker Das Vergeben, who claimed Retro was making a StarFox racing game, which was like Diddy Kong Racing mixed with F-Zero, featuring an adventure mode, boss fights, and a hub world. Journalists thought that Vergeben's prediction was worthy of being their cited source because he'd correctly predicted Smash Ultimate Fighters in the past. His record wasn't spotless though. He said Halo's Master Chief was going to get added, but Kazuya got announced instead. We offered Vergeben opportunities to give his side of the Grand Prix story since early 2022, but he dodged our questions, and soon after, he completely disappeared from the internet. But whether or not he ever had legit insider information about anything's not particularly important. Like most self-proclaimed leakers, sometimes he just piggybacks on other people's rumors, which is exactly what happened with StarFox Grand Prix. We're talking about Vergeben because he was the cited source for those news articles, but in reality, a lot of those journalists heard the rumor weeks before. You see, when Roger made that fake logo, he showed it to 3 of his friends. One of those friends was a Twitter rumor monger with a bunch of followers. We've been asked to keep his identity a secret so he doesn't get hate brigaded, and some information we were only able to obtain because we promised to keep him anonymous. There's plenty of clout seekers who don't use their real names and share fake leaks on Twitter, and it doesn't really matter which one it was this time. We gotta call him something though, so let's call him Waddle Dee Knows. We talked to Waddle Dee and he admitted that after he got the fake logo from Roger, he sent it to IGN. Then IGN published the logo and the rumor. They also shared it on their podcast.
I think we have the logo here. It was actually passed along to us to StarFox Grand Prix. There you can see it.
Waddle Dee sent it to some other folks too, and to make his claims more credible, he showed them an Instagram photo of Roger outside Retro HQ, and said Roger got a sneak peek at the game because he's a YouTube star. In reality, Roger had been at a separate event literally down the street in Austin, Texas, and just swung by Retro for a photo op. He didn't get a sneak peek at anything, heck, he didn't even walk inside the building. That was March 2018, not long before Roger made the logo and the rumor went public. Waddle Dee confessed to sending the logo to IGN, but denied the rest of those details. They were, however, confirmed to us by people he sent stuff to. From there, the rumor was big enough that even if it couldn't be verified, the rumor itself was news. When one outlet covers a rumor, it basically serves as a smokescreen and encourages other outlets to cover it too. Journalists were sending the logo to each other in group chats, rewording each other's articles, and practically every news site under the sun ended up covering it. So why would Waddle Dee Knows do this? When we talked to him, he said it was just a mistake, and he thought Retro really did give Roger a sneak peek at StarFox Grand Prix. So he told people about it. His side of the story is basically that he was gullible and made some foolish decisions. The whole thing was just an accident caused by poor judgment. He wasn't entirely forthcoming though, and some of the things he said were probably untrue. Some of the folks he contacted believe it was all intentional and he did it for clout, wanting to establish himself as a known entity and a source, so he'd be the kind of guy IGN seeks out for information. Others told us he wanted to tweet about StarFox Grand Prix, then have it show up in the news a few days later so he'd look like a legit leaker. He could then say he broke the story before the big news sites. It's impossible to say for certain what was going on in his head, especially since a lot of tweets got deleted. In fact, he was actively deleting tweets while we were talking to him. And without a full confession, we can't 100% confirm his motivations. Based on prior statements and actions though, the motive appears to be the pursuit of internet clout. Twitter followers, likes, retweets, and that warm, fuzzy feeling of being somebody important. All that said, this was 5 years ago, and he isn't a Twitter leaker anymore, so please don't go hate tweeting people you suspect might have been the real Waddle Dee. The purpose of this video is to find the truth behind the Switch generation's biggest rumor, not to punish one guy for just lying on the internet. As for Roger, he made the logo and the title, but we couldn't find any evidence he did anything dishonest. He said he never claimed to get a sneak peek at Grand Prix, and no one we talked to ever heard him make that claim, not even Waddle Dee. Roger was very forthcoming throughout our investigation and said there's no way he'd jeopardize his Nintendo ambassadorship to leak an upcoming game. It's worth noting though, Waddle Dee might not have been the only person deliberately hoaxing. The logo, posted on 4chan and published by several outlets, was slightly altered from what Roger made. The R-wing was cropped off, a TM was added, and the bottom font was different. Another change was the file name text underneath, and the fact that it was photographed. It's kind of a cliche at this point that leaks appear more believable when they're snapped with a phone camera, as if the leaker just barely had time when no one else was looking. Waddle Dee might have made those edits himself, or it might have been someone who got the logo downstream from him. Waddle Dee denied editing the logo, so maybe it was another rumor monger with similar motivations, or it was just 4chan trolls who did it for the lols. Who exactly is responsible for the 4chan logo is a detail we couldn't quite nail down. It's not especially important, but we wanted to address it to leave no stone unturned. Regardless, it was definitely derived from the logo Waddle Dee got from Roger. The similarities, timing, and of course the title, StarFox Grand Prix, are too much to be just a coincidence. However, as convenient as it'd be to lay all the blame on one man, some blame might need to be shared. We said there were two prevailing theories earlier. Nintendo staged the leak to sniff out leakers, which we already covered, and the others that confused journalists saw Star Fox in Starlink Battle for Atlas and thought it was Star Fox Grand Prix. The second theory arose because the timing made sense. The rumor went around in May 2018, and Star Fox in Starlink was publicly announced 1 month later in June. So maybe some journalists got an early sneak peek and got their wires crossed. We didn't initially believe it though, because how could someone get invited by Ubisoft for a sneak peek at Starlink and come out thinking Retro Studios showed them Grand Prix? It's not like they're scrounging for scoops, spying through windows, so we initially figured a mix-up was unlikely. Especially since Starlink's Racing Mode DLC wasn't released till a year later. But apparently, that actually did happen. A senior journalist at one of the biggest outlets got a closed-doors preview of Starlink, but told other journalists that Retro showed him a Star Fox racing game, or at least that's what those other journos told us. When we questioned the senior writer about it, he said yeah, he saw Starlink, but never claimed he saw Grand Prix. We weren't sure if we could believe him though. Frankly, a lot of people we spoke to have lied to us. That's partly why this video took almost 2 years to make. One person would say a colleague did or said X, then when we went to corroborate, that colleague then denied it. Only one of them could be telling the truth. Some of the folks caught up in this story have every incentive to cover their tracks or downplay their involvement. We don't want to paint with too broad a brush though. Some journalists were very helpful and provided us with leads off the record. This video wouldn't have been possible without their insight, so we're definitely not saying all journos are bad or anything like that. As for media coverage, the situation was best described to us by investigative journalist Jason Schreier. He was one of the guys who covered the rumor the same day as every other outlet on May 14th. To his credit, he later provided a public update saying his one insider source later backpedaled on the game being real, and that a lot of Nintendo rumor mongers talk to each other, so sometimes what appears to journalists as multiple sources might actually be coming from a ring of people sharing information with each other. Based on our investigation, that seems to be exactly what happened here. Speaking to us more recently, Schreier said he suspects his one source heard the rumor from that same ring of gossipers who had all received the same photoshopped fake logo. Star Fox Grand Prix never existed. It was a rumor sparked by one guy on Twitter, proliferated by gaming journalists, YouTubers, and other piggybacking leakers, then gulped down by fans who wanted it to be true. If there's a lesson to be learned, it's that when you see a dozen gaming sites all covering the same story on the same day, they probably didn't have time to independently verify if any of it was actually true. Especially when their sources are Reddit leakers, 4chan threads, and other journalists. Some rumors do turn out to be true, but Star Fox Grand Prix was a hoax. Thankfully, we can finally lay the rumor to rest. As for what Retro was actually working on, that remains a mystery. We've talked to more than a dozen current and former Retro devs. We got design documents and alpha footage for projects that never saw the light of day, like Heroes of Hyrule, Metroid Tactics, Star Fox Armada, and some we haven't even talked about yet. But whatever that cancelled game really was around 2018, well, that remains elusive even to us. Let us know in the comments if you've got a hunch, or if you're a retro dev, hit us up on our Twitter.
Did you know Kirby's design was originally a placeholder for another character and wasn't intended to be used at all? Kirby's creator, Masahiro Sakurai, became fond of Kirby's simple design and decided to make him the star of the game. At the time, the game was titled Twinkle Popo, and Kirby's name was Popopo. This was actually referenced in Kirby Mass Attack, which is set in the Popopo Islands. In a Game Informer interview with Shigeru Miyamoto, Miyamoto stated that the Kirby name was partly chosen because of John Kirby, who defended Nintendo in a lawsuit against Universal over similarities between the movie King Kong and the arcade game Donkey Kong. The name Kirby was on a list of potential names for the characters, and the developers thought it would be funny if John Kirby had a connection with their cute character. Another thing that influenced choosing the name Kirby was that Kirby's a soft, cute character. Cute Japanese characters often have soft-sounding names to match their appearance. Miyamoto thought that the juxtaposition of a cute character with a harsh-sounding name like Kirby was also funny. For a while, Kirby's color scheme was undecided. Sakurai wanted Kirby to be pink, but Miyamoto wanted him to be yellow. Ultimately, Nintendo decided Kirby should be pink. Miyamoto's yellow Kirby was used as the default color for Player 2 whenever there's multiple player-controlled Kirbys on screen. Before Kirby's final color scheme was chosen, Nintendo of America localized Kirby's Dream Land. They were confused as to whether Kirby was pink or yellow and didn't know how to represent him on the box art. They decided to play it safe and make Kirby white like he appears in the game. And speaking of box art, several Kirby games had their covers changed in the West. The Japanese versions all show Kirby smiling or neutral, but the North American box arts all show Kirby angry. It's thought these changes were made to compensate for cultural differences between Japan and North America. Kirby's Epic Yarn wasn't originally a Kirby game at all. It started off as a game called Fluff of Yarn and starred Prince Fluff. The game was reworked over several months to fit more in line with the Kirby universe. Kirby took the lead role, and Prince Fluff was pushed to the side, becoming Kirby's partner. Kirby's Return to Dreamland also had an unusual development period. Development began shortly after Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards was completed, meaning Return to Dreamland had a development cycle of 11 years. The style of the game started off very similar to Crystal Shards, with 2D movement on a 3D environment. It also supported 4 characters. This is the version of the game we saw at E3 2005 and was set to be released that same year. The game was scrapped due to problems with the 4-player mechanics. The second attempt at making a new Kirby game was a sort of open-world 3D platforming game. The developers didn't feel the game achieved the level of quality they were hoping for, and it never reached completion. The third attempt returned to the side-scrolling roots of Kirby, but had the graphical style of a pop-up book. The developers ultimately realized that the previous attempts failed because of the focus on multiplayer, so they decided to refocus their efforts on creating a fun single-player game. This final attempt used some elements from the failed experiments and became Kirby's Return to Dreamland. In Kirby's Return to Dreamland, if you take the first letter from the title of every level in the game besides the final level, Another Dimension, they will spell out the word crowned. The game's final boss wears a crown, and a theme called Crowned plays during the final boss battle in the game's extra mode. The French version of the game also has a hidden word, where the first letter of each of the levels spells parfait, which means perfect in French. Kirby's Dream Collection also has a hidden word. In the game's challenge mode, the levels are named Happiness Hall, Apricot Atrium, and Last Land. Taking the first letter from each level spells out HAL, a self-referential nod from the game's developers, HAL Laboratory. In Kirby Canvas Curse, the first letter from the title of each level, besides the game's final level, spells out Rainbow. Something similar occurs in Kirby's Adventure, where the levels spell out Vib G Yor. When read backwards, it says Roy G Biv, which is an acronym for remembering the colors of the rainbow. Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards' fifth world holds a rather bleak secret. You might notice that it bears a striking resemblance to Earth, but is entirely frozen over. The world has factories full of robots, but with no biological operators in sight. Nintendo has said that the inhabitants of the planet all had to move, presumably because of the climate. This has led fans to speculate that Shiverstar is actually a post-apocalyptic Earth. It's not sure what Nintendo's intention was when making Shiverstar, but it could be some sort of statement on climate change, or possibly even a suggestion that Kirby takes place in our own universe. In the Spring Breeze fight with King Dedede and Kirby Superstar, you can see Toad, Mario, Luigi, and Birdo making a cameo appearance in the stands. What makes this cameo even more interesting is that these aren't the only characters that were meant to be shown. Scrolling outside of the viewable area of the screen will show Princess Peach, Poppy Bros Jr., and Bowser. Princess Peach was partially viewable, and this is probably why she was moved to be fully viewable in the stands of Kirby Superstar Ultra for the DS. Some other secrets and Easter eggs include Kirby dancing on the pause screen of Kirby's Dream Land if you wait for 20 seconds, and a crude drawing of a naked woman in the background of the level Red Canyon. There's also an unused Waddle Doo enemy in Kirby's Block Ball, where the Waddle Doo's death animation shows his eye bursting out of his head. Kirby's creator, Masahiro Sakurai, also provided the voice of King Dedede in Kirby 64 and Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
Today, we'll be looking at a selection of fun Nintendo Easter eggs, so let's jump straight in. First up, we're looking at a bizarre ghostly Easter egg found in Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. The team behind the Mario series seem to enjoy putting unexplainable creepy extras into their games, just for those who like to wait around. In Episode 1, Level 16, Dodgy Doors at Boo Mansion, an Easter egg can be found with some patience. In order to reveal this secret, the player must wait a surprisingly long time considering the short and simple nature of the level. Towards the back of the house, the player will come across 3 movable boxes with doors. Waiting by these doors for a full 5 minutes will reveal a ghostly set of handprints against the wall. What's interesting about these handprints is that they aren't positioned in the same place each time they spawn in, and are randomly placed within this area. Other Mario games have secrets even harder to find than this. Interplay's Mario Teaches Typing, released for DOS in 1991, has its own hidden secret. This time, though, the Easter egg is tucked away within the code of the game. By exploring the hex code of the game's executable file, mario.exe, some hidden ASCII art of Mario's head can be found. Secrets can be found buried in the code of other Nintendo games as well. In Donkey Kong Land for the original Game Boy, a string in the code of both the Japanese and English releases reads P. Floyd. The string is used to verify save game data on the cartridge. The P. Floyd string has to be present in 3 different areas of the game's code for the files to function, and if the string is missing, the game will simply erase the data. This string is a reference to the English rock band Pink Floyd. As the game was created by Rare, a British studio, it's unsurprising to see them pay tribute to such an influential English band. Nintendo aren't afraid to reference their own games either. The Japanese version of Paper Mario has an interesting reference to another Nintendo title. A toad can be found in the Toad Town Garden with an infatuation for flowers. In the North American version of the game, this character is called Min T, but their name was originally Lip in the Japanese game. This is in reference to a Nintendo character of the same name from Panel de Pon on the Super Famicom, which was released as Tetris Attack internationally. Panel de Pon's Lip is a flower fairy, and both characters have a love for flowers while also sharing the same color palette of pink, yellow, and green. Nintendo games seem to have fun with character names, such as with the name of Porky's father in the English translation of Earthbound, known as Aloysius. Marcus Lindblom, the director of the game's English localization, needed to decide on a name for the character. He settled with the name Aloysius, taken from episode 75, Beanstalk Bunny, of the Daffy Duck cartoon. Daffy takes the name to avoid being mistaken for Jack in the story of Jack and the Beanstalk.
He is Jack. It's a lie! It's a lie! My name is, Aloysius!
Lindblom chose this name as he thought it was both dumb and funny. The name Aloysius was also used by Warner Brothers for the full name of Daffy's alter ego, Duck Edgar Dumas Aloysius Eohan Dodges. Though it's not confirmed to actually be the character, the Japanese exclusive Famicom Wars makes reference to another of Nintendo's own series, Metroid. Donut Island's Red Star Commander is named Samasun, and her portrait is shown to be the helmet of Samus Aran. However, when looking at the full character sprite, the helmet seems to be the only similarity. This is actually one of the earliest recognized appearances or reference to Samus in anything other than the first release of Metroid itself on the NES. From a single cameo appearance to a game all about other games appearing together in one place. During the village's final smash attack in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Tom Nook will appear and throw a vast array of furniture from the Animal Crossing series into the fighter's new building. There's also a chance that he'll even throw a Triforce from the Zelda series into the house.
Another beloved sci-fi series is Nintendo's Metroid franchise. Although the series has many on-the-nose references to things like the Alien movies, there's a few obscure nods to other products. The planet SR-388 was the home of the Metroid race and was the setting for Metroid 2 Return of Samus. Its name may seem like a bunch of random characters, but these letters and numbers do have meaning to them. According to Samus's character designer Hiroji Kiyotake, SR-388 gets its name from the popular Yamaha SR400 series motorcycle engine. Although the engines were branded SR400cc, they actually have a slightly smaller capacity of 388cc, and so the team incorporated its true specs into the name. Controversy and Nintendo often go hand in hand, as can be seen with the 2009 case of Nintendo vs James Burt. James, a 24-year-old Australian, had uploaded a copy of New Super Mario Bros. Wii to a file-sharing network prior to the game's official release in Australia. After Nintendo caught wind of the situation, they pushed to receive compensation for the gamer's direct copyright infringement. In a news article on the official Nintendo Australia website, the company claimed to employ the use of sophisticated technological forensics to identify the individual responsible. The result of the lawsuit was compensation of 1.5 million Australian dollars to be paid to Nintendo by Mr. Burt. In a statement, Burt advised others not to repeat his actions, and that he'll be paying this debt for the rest of his life. The story doesn't end there, however, as 3 years after the case, Burt received a surprise phone call from his local EB Games store informing him that he had been selected by Nintendo to pick up a package from the store. Inside, he found a statue of Ganondorf, which was given away to pre-orders of the UK release of The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker HD. Nintendo gave no official reason to sending Burt the statue. James commented on Reddit saying, "I think it's ironic that out of everyone in Australia they could have chosen, I get given the Ganon statue for being a good customer of Nintendo. I was told I was chosen from Nintendo and received it today. I'm very grateful they chose me, don't get me wrong, and I do love Nintendo even after being sued. And EB Games had no info on it, just that I won. No papers came with it, just the figure in a Nintendo brown box."
Sticking with cookies, let's talk about the origins of Yoshi's Cookie. This Super Nintendo puzzle game wasn't always a part of the Mario series. While details are hazy, we can determine that the game's name was originally Hermetica. The game was first shown in 1992 at the Consumer Electronics Show. Nintendo bought the license for both the NES and Game Boy versions of Hermetica, and created Yoshi's Cookie by simply injecting Mario characters. Bulletproof Software still held the rights to their original SNES game, however, so Nintendo provided the devs with a license to use Mario characters and the Yoshi's Cookie branding. Wanting to create a fresh puzzle game, the team employed the skills of Tetris creator Alexei Pashitnov to design their levels. Evidence of this origin can be found hidden within Yoshi's Cookie on the Game Boy. A debug mode can be accessed in the game with a Game Genie. The title for this screen reads Hermetica Debug Mode, in reference to the game's early development.
Mario Kart has always been a fun game for children and adults alike. Mario and his friends have some heated battles and races, and taunting each other is all part of the fun. However, one character seems to have taken taunting a little too far. In Update 1.1 of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Switch, a gesture for the Inkling Girl was altered. The original animation involved the girl bending her arm at the elbow, gripping her bicep with the other hand, and emphatically raising her fist. This could have been interpreted as a gesture known as bras d'honneur, or Iberian slap. While the gesture isn't offensive in Japan, across some of Europe and Latin America it's akin to flipping someone off. In the update, the gesture was changed so that the Inkling Girl just raised her fists to her opponent in a movement that looks more like a cheer. From one Nintendo kart racer to another, let's talk about Diddy Kong Racing. Within the game's data are 2 unused characters, but the only way of accessing these in-game is by using a cheat device. The first of these unused characters is the pterodactyl seen in the Hot Top Volcano stage. Using action replay codes, players can set up a race where every character is the pterodactyl. Regardless of whether the player or AI wins these races, the "you lose" jingle will play. The game may believe that a pterodactyl crossing the finish line means that the player has lost. This suggests that the player is supposed to race against it as a main character, but because the game only detects the pterodactyl crossing the finish line, it's assuming the player has lost. The pterodactyl also has an unused getting hit sound effect, which adds to the idea of there being a planned pterodactyl boss. The second character is a snowball, which follows a similar set of rules in its AI to the boos featured in Mario games. If racing as this snowball, the player is unable to move. However, computer players can proceed through the stage as long as the player is facing away from them. This means that their movement is never seen, as they remain completely static when in view.
The Virtual Boy has a reputation for being, generally speaking, not good. It sold poorly and had very few games. Nintendo released barely any titles from their major franchises on the system, and those that were released felt subpar. One series that had no love on the console was Metroid. However, Samus has a pretty cool appearance in the game Galactic Pinball. The Cosmic stage features a hidden bonus level. To access this stage, the player must hit their ball into the top right of the board, start the bumper clash sequence, and then break all of the bumpers. An S symbol from Super Metroid will then replace the bumpers, and the ball will transform into Samus's ship. An audio cue will say,
"Roger, Samus."
and the Super Metroid theme will begin to play. The player must then shoot all of the on-screen enemies, including Metroids. Keeping with the theme of comic book-related games, let's take a look at some unused content from the action RPG Marvel Ultimate Alliance. The game was developed by Raven Software, but ported to the PSP and Wii by Vicarious Visions, who are a subsidiary of Activision. To promote the Wii version of the game, someone at Activision or Vicarious Visions thought it'd be a good idea to try and include Nintendo characters in the game. Both Link and Samus were put into the game, and they were demoed to Nintendo to get the company's approval and input. However, Nintendo did not approve Activision's request, and there are several ideas as to why. Firstly, the characters seem to have been demoed to Nintendo in the PlayStation 2 version of the game by a genius. This could have understandably rubbed Nintendo the wrong way, as presenting their characters on a competitor's hardware could be seen as insensitive. Some also believe it was because Activision demoed the characters to Nintendo before they had gotten approval, and it came across as presumptuous. Or it could simply be that Nintendo didn't think the game or demonstration was of a high standard and refused. According to artist Jason Harlow, Link's model was entirely finished in just a week, so this demo may have been hastily made and lacked polish. In this episode, we're going to be talking about figurines, toys, and video games. Nintendo launched their lineup of Amiibo toys back in November of 2014, where they were met with a mixed but generally favorable response. Nintendo moving into the toys-to-life figurine market resulted in a huge volume of profit for the video game giant, with new Amiibo continuously selling out. However, it seems that Rare had a similar idea to Amiibo back in the days of the Nintendo 64. According to Chris Seaver, creator of Conker's Bad Fur Day, Rare founders Chris and Tim Stamper wanted to do Amiibo-style things with toys during the Nintendo 64 era. Rare even made Amiibo-like figures of two characters from a cancelled Xbox 360 fantasy game called Urchin. These renders were made about 9 years before Amiibo were released, but since the game was cancelled in 2006, they'll remain concept art unless Rare ever revives the project. Another popular toys-to-life game is Skylanders, a series that has divided many fans of the Spyro series. But with Skylanders Superchargers, Activision was given permission to use the likeness of both Bowser and Donkey Kong. Other Nintendo characters were also considered for cameo appearances, but ultimately they were disagreed upon. Plans for a warrior Princess Peach were put forward, but Nintendo refused the idea as it seemed out of character for Peach. This led to all other Mario characters being off-limits as well. Activision even wanted to include Kirby, who would have been able to suck up enemies and bounce around the stage. But because the rights to the character are partially owned by HAL, the team were unable to gain a license to use him. The last Nintendo character considered was Fox McCloud, who was requested for the game as the Skylanders Superchargers world has a particularly heavy focus on vehicles. However, Nintendo felt that having Fox in the game might pull interest away from their own game, StarFox Zero, which was to launch around the same time. Speaking of StarFox Zero, Nintendo wanted to make an R-Wing amiibo for the game that could transform. According to series developer Shigeru Miyamoto, the amiibo would have been capable of transforming between its R-Wing state and its Walker state, just like in the game. Miyamoto told Game Informer, "We were working on a couple of ideas for the game for well over a year. We had an R-Wing amiibo that would transform into the Walker, but it was really tough to execute that in the normal amiibo size, and in a way that met with product safety standards. We had to give up on it." There's also been some speculation that we didn't get an R-Wing amiibo at all due to these safety standards, as the R-Wing would have been too pointy for children to play with in a safe manner. In the 1980s, Nintendo released a series of multiplayer versus arcade machines, with special versions of popular titles within their library of games. These included Versus Excitebike, Versus Pinball, and Versus Tennis. Perhaps the rarest of these machines, however, was an obscure spin-off of their Versus Stroke and Match golf arcade game titled Versus Ladies Golf. It seems the only difference in Ladies Golf is that Nintendo swapped out the male golfer's sprite with that of a female one. Despite Nintendo's efforts, there seemed to be very little interest in the game. Versus Ladies Golf was reported very unsuccessful at the time, which contributed to its extreme rarity. This wouldn't be Nintendo's only rare arcade machine, with cabinets of Punch-Out and Super Punch-Out also proving to be quite elusive. The reason for this is due to the way the game functioned in arcades, featuring a double-screen setup. These cabinets follow the same specifications for Nintendo PlayChoice 10 machines, which would feature instructions on one screen and gameplay on the other. Nintendo sold a conversion kit to help arcade operators convert these old Punch-Out series machines into PlayChoice 10 cabinets. Since these modified cabinets could store up to 10 games, they would likely draw more players. This led to many Punch-Out cabinets being converted to increase profits, and also resulted in Punch-Out and Super Punch-Out machines being significantly harder to find. Nintendo was quite open to the idea of special editions back in the 80s and early 90s. In 1986, they even helped release a special edition of Super Mario Bros., which was exclusively given out to contest winners of the Japanese radio show All Night Nippon. Instead of being published by Nintendo, it seems to have been published by Fuji Television, who owned the station that broadcast the show. The game was essentially a remixed version of the original Super Mario Bros., but it also included some elements from the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, which is known as the Lost Levels in the West. Some of the game's visuals were modified to resemble celebrities from the All Night Nippon show and the Nippon Broadcasting System radio station.
And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're talking about Mario Paint, because I feel like we all need a break after that. During the Mario Paint title screen, the player can mess around with the letters in the Mario Paint logo to see a variety of different gags. Clicking the letter R will play the sound of what can be assumed to be a baby laughing. However, if this sound is reversed and slowed down by around 50%, we can hear a close approximation of the original Nintendo recording. Instead of a baby laughing, we can hear a voice simply saying Nintendo. Today we'll be talking about video game developer office cultures. To most of us, school is something you just have to get through. You study, you make friends, well hopefully anyway, you're taught life skills to use in some sort of profession, and then it's time to move on. Goodbye regimented school life, or perhaps not. Back in 1996, a video game developer by the name of Giles Goddard became one of the first foreign, or gaijin, workers at Nintendo. During his time at the company, Goddard helped work on projects such as Super Mario 64 and 1080 snowboarding, before leaving to form his own company, Vitae, in 2002. When asked about what it was like working for Nintendo, Goddard told Source Gaming, "Nintendo's a bit like a big school. You have a bell at 8:45 and a bell at 12 o'clock, and another bell at 1 o'clock, and then another bell at 4 or 5. You have bells throughout the day to tell you exactly what you should be doing. It's very Japanese." Furthermore, in a similar interview about the making of Super Mario 64 with Pixelatron, he says there was no talking. Occasionally, you'd get little groups of programmers or artists getting together for a chat, and somebody higher up would walk over and give them the eye, and then they'd sit down and shut up. Coincidentally, Nintendo did set up a school of sorts. During the development of New Super Mario Bros. 2, a course was put together with the intention of teaching employees from other backgrounds in the company how to make Mario games professionally. It was unofficially titled the Mario Cram School and was created by longtime video game producer Takashi Tezuka. The hope was to combat the fact that, allegedly, out of the entire development team, only the director and art director had long-term experience producing 2D Mario games. The idea paid off and actually led to several new features for New Super Mario Bros. 2, such as the nighttime levels, Dash Mario levels, and 2-player co-op.
Today we're going to be looking at hidden Easter eggs and references in Nintendo games. Gaming companies tend to have different approaches when it comes to Easter eggs in their games. Some absolutely litter their games with secrets, such as Bethesda and Rockstar, while others barely include any. Although they certainly have references to their own legacy and other games, Nintendo seem to be one of the companies with few Easter eggs to show. That said, Easter eggs do occasionally appear in Nintendo games, as can be seen with one of their newest titles. Within Super Mario Odyssey, the player can find Hint Toad in levels after a boss has been defeated. The character offers to give Mario information on undiscovered moons for a price of 50 coins, and originally appeared in Super Mario Galaxy. But what's interesting about Hint Toad is the actual map that they're holding, as it's not a map for a level found in Mario Odyssey. The map Hint Toad consults throughout the game is actually a map of Super Mario 64's Bob-omb Battlefield. This map can even be seen in a brochure inside the Odyssey itself. What's also potentially exciting about this Easter egg is that it may be a hint at future DLC for the game, though of course we cannot guarantee that. Moving on to another Nintendo franchise, let's take a look at the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D. The title has several bonus games within it, one of which can be played at the Town Shooting Gallery in East Clocktown. Inside the gallery, there are several items on the counter next to the gallery's owner. One of these items is actually a puzzle toy made by Nintendo in 1980, called the 10 Billion Barrel. The object of the puzzle was to rotate the barrel's cylinders and slide the balls between them, in the hope of organizing all of the balls into lines of a single color. The Zelda series gets a lot of love, but a Nintendo series with perhaps an even more dedicated fan base is the Metroid franchise. The fourth game in the series, Metroid Fusion, has a few Easter eggs. This includes a hidden GameCube early on in the game that can be found among some rubble. However, a more elusive secret can be found later on in the title. One area of Sector 4 is particularly difficult to reach, and can only be accessed by using the Shine Spark. Once there, dialogue between a Federation official and Adam will unfold, praising the player for finding the location. The conversation concludes with the Federation official saying, "I wonder how many players will see this message." One of Nintendo's best-known series is one which crosses over their entire backlog of games, the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. This next secret actually appears throughout multiple Smash titles, starting with Melee, and most recently appearing in Smash for Wii U. In each game, the texture for Ness's yo-yo has some tiny text on it that states the year of the game's release. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, the text says 2001. For Super Smash Bros. Brawl, it says 2008. And for Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS and Wii U, it says 2014.
Today we'll be looking at the games industry and the use of patents. In many ways, patents can be seen as a double-edged sword. Whilst their existence is to help prevent others from stealing designs and technology from creators, they can also restrict creativity and progress within various industries. Nintendo, for example, filed a patent in November of 2001, which incorporates both a phone handset and game controller into a single unit. This means that whilst the concept phone can be used like any normal handset, particularly in a time before touchscreens, it also allowed users easier control of gameplay with physical gameplay buttons, just like the N-Gage. You know how good that was. It took almost 5 years for this US patent to be granted to the console giant. Several diagrams were submitted alongside their claim and patent description demonstrating their concept. Whilst the idea is fairly obvious in design, mobile gaming was still in its infancy when the patent was filed, and certainly not the multi-billion-dollar industry it is today. The iPhone, often considered to be the catalyst for the mobile gaming market, wouldn't be announced for a whole 6 years after the Nintendo phone patent was filed. Today we'll be exploring trivia from a plethora of titles released on Nintendo's first true home console, the NES and Famicom. Despite a few technical hitches just after the Famicom's 1983 launch in Japan, its sales quickly picked up speed, becoming the best-selling console in the country by the end of the following year. Spurred on by the console's success, it wasn't long before the Western world was introduced to the Nintendo Entertainment System. The NES had a memorable lineup of launch games, including Ice Climber, Duck Hunt, and of course, Super Mario Bros. Some games released in both regions were changed during localization, such as the case of The Adventures of Bayou Billy, known as Mad City in Japan. At the end of the game, after defeating the title's final boss, Billy's kidnapped girlfriend, Annabelle, is set free. In the game's Japanese release, it's possible to actually avoid Annabelle by simply walking around the screen without her touching you. By doing this for long enough, she will eventually ask whether Billy has come to despise her for having been kidnapped and putting him through so much trouble to save her. She will then tell Billy that they'll never see each other again before giving a final goodbye. This ending was cut when the game was localized for international releases, along with 2 other endings. Completing the game on training mode will tell the player that they need to complete the game on normal difficulty to see the ending, and by holding up and select before the end dialogue appears, Annabelle will shy away from kissing Billy, as she fears people might be watching. Another Japanese game with a curious ending is Erika to Satoru no Yume Balkan. After the game's normal ending has played through, the player is able to leave the game running in order to trigger a number of secrets. First, the photograph shown on screen will change to sepia. If the player then waits an additional 55 minutes, the game's music will stop. At this point, the player can press A-B start select and left on controller 1 and A-B right on controller 2, and a new piece of music will start to play. Then pressing B select and right on controller 1 and B right down on controller 2 will display a hidden message by programmer Hidemushi. The message goes into detail on Hidemushi's troubles during his time working on the title, besmirching those whom he had grievances with. It reads, "First off, Kaoru Ogura, who ran off as some guy in the middle of the project, yes you bastard, don't show up at the office without showering after having sex 6 times the previous night. Next, Tetsuya Ohashi, yes you bastard, don't give me your flippant coming in late the day we ship the ROM like nothing's amiss. You can give me all the porn you want, I'm not forgetting that one, all that weight you put on. No wonder you paid out 18,000 yen and still got nothing but a kiss out of it. Kenji Takano, Namco debugger, you are a part-timer, don't dick around with the project planner. And finally, Kiyoharu Goto, the biggest thorn in my side in this project. Yes, you bastard. Once I get a time machine, I'm sending you back to the Edo period. Go do your riddles over there. Ah, that's a load off. Wait, no it's not. Kiyoharu Goto. Yes, you bastard. Ah, just disappear already. Hidemushi then goes on to thank his wife as well as several other people who assisted in development, even apologizing for his own behavior. After this message is complete, a second secret message can also be revealed by pressing A, B, and up on controller 1. The second message is an apology to the programmer's wife saying, "Kazumushi, I'm sorry I didn't come home much. I love you and always have. Hidemushi." One of the biggest franchises to start on the NES is Nintendo's Zelda series. The first game was a learning experience for Nintendo, and many small details about the game's development have been revealed over the years. Series creator Shigeru Miyamoto revealed in a 2016 interview that The Legend of Zelda was partly inspired by adventure movies such as Indiana Jones. Miyamoto said, "The Indiana Jones movies were out around that time. I wanted to bring that sense of adventure to a video game." Another game series created by Miyamoto, Super Mario Bros., has some interesting inspirations as well. For example, the Koopa Kids, first seen in Super Mario Bros. 3, were all based on members of the game's design staff. Throughout Miyamoto's illustrious career, he has only had one game to not receive an American release, Devil World. The maze-based video game was released in 1984 in Japan, but due to Nintendo of America's stance on religious iconography in games, it never made it stateside. The game, however, was localized for Europe 3 years later and received a European Wii Virtual Console release in 2010. The protagonist of the game, a green dragon named Tamagon, appears as a trophy in the Japanese version of Super Smash Bros. Melee. However, this was removed in the US release. Despite not appearing in the final game, the trophy can still be found with action replay, including an English description. Another smash hit for the NES was Punch-Out! Pun intended. It was almost a decade before fans would see a sequel on the Super Nintendo. However, there were plans for a sequel on the NES. This game would have been called Mike Tyson's Intergalactic Power Punch, but the plans for the game were changed after Tyson became embroiled in controversy surrounding sexual assault charges. The lead character of the game was renamed to Mark Tough Guy Tyler, though the appearance of the character was only slightly altered. The entire game was renamed to Power Punch 2, despite the fact there was never a Power Punch 1. In this episode of We Found Out right after we did the actual recording, in 2009, collector of rare prototype games Jason Dream TR Wilson told Nintendo Age users that not only did he have a prototype cart of Mike Tyson's Intergalactic Power Punch, but that he would also be willing to release the ROM for the low price of $2,000. He eventually settled on $1,500 raised by more than 50 members of the community and released the ROM. Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest featured a reference to Hokuto no Ken, aka Fist of the North Star. Speaking to one of the people in Ondol, they will utter the line, "If the Death Omen star is sighted, it's over." In the Fist of the North Star, if the Star of Death can be seen while two warriors battle, one of them is sure to die. This reference was clearly lost in the initial lackluster translation of the game, with the line being localized as, "Don't look into the Death Star, or you will die." This is most likely due to the fact that Fist of the North Star wasn't popular in America at the time. Funnily enough, many Americans mistook the line for a reference to Star Wars and its Death Star. A game that never got its release anywhere outside of Japan was Metal Slader Glory. The adventure game spent 4 years in development, an entire year of which was spent planning director Yoshimiro Hoshi's ambitious vision. By the time the script was 80% complete, the team realized there was no chance of the entire game fitting on a Famicom cartridge. This in turn led them to cutting more than half of it. Despite this, Metal Slader Glory is still one of the largest Famicom games ever produced at a whopping 8 megabits. The long development of the title meant that it was released only a short time before the Super Famicom went on sale, which is also likely why only 10,000 copies of the game were manufactured. This, in tandem with the game being one of the costliest to produce for the Famicom, and HAL Labs' gross overspending on advertising for the title, meant that it would be their final release as an independent company before filing for bankruptcy and being purchased by Nintendo. Yoshimiru did finally have his vision realized years later with Metal Slader Glory Director's Cut. This final version of the game contains all the cut content planned for the original, as well as all new art and music. The Director's Cut was distributed through Nintendo Power Flash cartridges for the Super Famicom in November of the year 2000, making it the last ever officially released game for the system.
Gamers have a bottomless appetite for news from Japan. They want to find out what the next big games are going to look like, hear some behind-the-scenes stories about their old favorites, and maybe even get a glimpse of their favorite developers' personal lives. There's just one little hang-up. Most of them can't speak a word of Japanese. Google Translate and other computer programs are notoriously horrendous when it comes to translating Japanese. And even if they weren't horrendous, most fans wouldn't even know where to look for the information they want to read about. Japanese magazines, books, websites, newspapers, it's simply not practical. So fans are left with no choice but to put their trust in games journalists, Reddit users, and various other internet strangers to find and translate all the Japanese gaming news that's fit to print. But sometimes these translations are actually mistranslations that spread misinformation and create controversy. So, in today's video, we're going to look at 4 mistranslation controversies heard around the world and find out what the developers actually said. First on our list is Junichi Masuda, the Pokemon series director who's ruffled quite a few feathers throughout his career. From the Azure Flute controversy to the egg-hatching debacle and the Bayleaf backlash, the man's received his fair share of criticism over the years. In fact, we could probably fill an entire video with nothing but Masuda controversies, but we'll save that for another day. In the quote we're highlighting in this video, he didn't actually say what news sites reported. In July 2018, Masuda sat down for an interview with Japanese magazine Famitsu to discuss a wide range of topics about the upcoming release of Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Soon after, a popular fan site called Centro Pokemon published an article translating parts of the interview into Spanish, which said Masuda was removing wild battles from the game because, quote, some players find it difficult to catch Pokemon with the traditional mechanics of the main series, so he switched to the Pokemon Go style to make catching more accessible. A few hours later, a fan translated and summarized the Spanish article into English and posted it on the Resetera forums, where fans were horrified that Masuda had such a low estimation of his own fans' intelligence. Word quickly spread to Twitter, and that's when people really started to get upset. Outlets like My Nintendo News immediately picked up on the story, and before the day was over, an angry mob of Pokemon fans were outraged that Masuda was cutting wild battles in order to appease small children who were incapable of grasping the series' most basic mechanics. However, that's not what Masuda actually said in the interview. The next day, Nintendo Everything posted an accurate translation of the quote. Masuda says he thought of the previous system as similar to fishing, while the new system was more like catching bugs with a net. Wild battles were getting cut, but it wasn't because he thought his fans were idiots. It was really more about trying something new and trying to build a bridge between longtime fans and all the new fans drawn in by Pokemon Go. Some people still didn't like his decision, but at least they didn't feel insulted about why the decision was made in the first place. A few websites that amplified the mistranslation later updated their articles with the corrected language, but a lot of fans never heard about those updates. As the old saying goes, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes. In this case, no one lied intentionally. It was really just a case of poor fact-checking, but regardless, much of the damage was already done. Next up, we've got Masahiro Sakurai, the esteemed creator of the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. For context, it's also important to note that Sakurai also created the Kirby series in his late teenage years. In November 2018, more than 14 million fans tuned in to watch the trailer for Smash Ultimate's new World of Light campaign. They watched on as Gallium vaporized fan favorites like Samus, Link, Bowser, not even Pikachu was spared. At the end of the trailer, only one character managed to survive, and of course, it was Kirby. Out of all 74 characters, it just so happened to be a tiny pink puffball who was going to turn the tides and save the world from Gallium's wrath. Fans accused Sakurai of being biased in favor of his own creation, and those accusations came to a crescendo a few weeks later when Sakurai addressed the situation in his bi-weekly Famitsu column. Just a few months earlier, Nintendo Everything rode in to save the day on that Masuda quote, but the situation played out a little differently this time. They published a summarized translation of Sakurai's column that read in part, quote, "Regarding Kirby, Sakurai admitted that he's a bit biased as he created the IP, and fans suspicious on that front are correct." The story was essentially copy-pasted by Newsweek later that day, and the quote seeped into YouTube videos, Reddit posts, and Twitter threads all across the internet, with some fans expressing annoyance and in some cases outrage over Sakurai's blatant bias. But that's actually the opposite of what Sakurai said. The next day, Smash Bros. Fan site Source Gaming published a full word-for-word translation that showed Sakurai wasn't admitting bias. He was predicting that's what some fans were going to assume, while also denying bias was the reason Kirby survived the massacre. Here's the full text with the keywords being, "So why did I choose Kirby? It must be because you created the Kirby series. I thought you might say that. But from a game design perspective and based on process of elimination, Kirby was the obvious choice. Only a vehicle that could defy the laws of physics would actually work." He goes on to later explain that Bayonetta or Palutena could have also conceivably escaped, but World of Light only needs to start with one character. Kirby has a simpler moveset that's easier for beginners, so for the sake of game design, Kirby as the sole survivor objectively made the most sense. Now, while some outlets eventually covered the full translation, a lot of the earlier articles based on the mistranslation were never corrected. Kirby undoubtedly has a special place in Sakurai's heart, but he made a pretty good case for his starring role in the World of Light. So it's probably not entirely fair to say his decision was motivated by personal bias. You guys remember that time Sega said Nintendo's just for little kids? In our final story, we're going to talk about Toshihiro Nagoshi, the chief creative officer of Sega as well as the producer of the Yakuza series. To celebrate the company's 60th anniversary in 2020, Sega Europe conducted an interview with Nagoshi and posted it on their YouTube channel with English subtitles. About 12 minutes into the half-hour video, Nagoshi appears to throw some shade at Sega's old rival Nintendo, saying, quote, "I think even now the Nintendo platform is still a game console that is played by a wide range of age groups. But basically, I think it's hardware for kids and teens." Now, only a few thousand people watched the video, but the quote went viral after a Yakuza fan site called Tojo Dojo went on Twitter and shortened the quote to, "Nintendo hardware is for kids and teens." Sega fans and Nintendo haters memed on it pretty hard, and more than a few Nintendo fans got salty and returned fire with some shade of their own. Nintendo news sites called wind of the drama and ran the shortened quote as headlines, plugging their articles back onto Twitter and adding more fuel to the flames. And yeah, by now you probably already know what happened next. YouTubers reacted, Redditors talked trash, and survivors of the great Sega vs. Nintendo console war picked up their rusty old weapons and jumped back into battle. This time, it wasn't a fan-run news site, it was Sega themselves guilty of poor translation. The next day, Gaijin Hunter had to go on Twitter and try to cool things down again, pointing out that the full quote wasn't as hostile as the shortened version, and that a more accurate translation should have read, "Nintendo's platform has and continues to be played by a wide range of age groups, but I think in general their hardware is strong when it comes to kids and teens." So yeah, some folks on Twitter still considered it an insult, but Gaijin assured them there was nothing in the original Japanese that suggested Nagoshi was being hostile or condescending whatsoever. And besides, the full clip shows that Nagoshi was actually talking about Super Monkey Ball, the first Sega game ever released on Nintendo console, which Nagoshi himself created 2 decades earlier. The fact that he's a Yakuza guy and those games weren't ported to the Switch had absolutely nothing to do with it. So yeah, Sega's non-ideal translation and the way it was taken out of context for clickbait made it sound like he was dismissing Nintendo consoles as just for kids, when all he really said was people of all ages love Nintendo and they've been especially successful with the younger generation. A few news sites reported the correct translation, but a lot of console war combatants never heard the real story. And rumor has it that some of them are still out there fighting even to this day. Now, before we wrap things up, we just want to say that most of the news sites we talked about in this video act in good faith and report the news responsibly every single day. Nobody's perfect. We've made mistakes. Mainstream news makes mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. But you know how it goes. Sometimes mistakes slip through the cracks and take on a life of their own. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, here's some advice for journalists and viewers alike. Next time you see the internet catch fire over an interview translation, take a moment to consider the source before deciding whether to join in or not.
Did you know? Wario first appeared in the 1992 Game Boy title Super Mario Land 2: 6 Golden Coins. The game was developed by Nintendo's R&D 1 team, who made Metroid and Kid Icarus. R&D 1 avoided working on franchises they didn't have a hand in creating, and found it much easier to invest in characters they had made themselves. This led to them creating Wario to act as Super Mario Land 2's antagonist. Wario was an exaggerated opposite of Mario, and the team believed he helped symbolize their situation. The character proved to be very popular and even took over the Mario Land series of games, which became Wario Land. In Wario Land 2, Wario can undergo special transformations when hit by enemy attacks. One such enemy is a penguin that throws balls. Getting hit by these balls will cause Wario to turn red and stagger around uncontrollably until doused with water, which seemed to make little sense. However, in the original Japanese version of the game, the penguins threw mugs of beer rather than balls. Wario was intoxicated by the beer when hit, but this was censored in the West. The Wario Land series went on hiatus for around 7 years, but saw a revival on the Wii with the release of Wario Land Shake It. The game's producers Takahiro Harada and Etsunobu Ibisa wanted to make the ultimate 2D game with Shake It. Everything in the title was hand-drawn, with no repeated backgrounds. The amount of animation necessary for this was gargantuan. A single action for a character required about 30 frames, leading to 2,000 individual frames for Wario's movements alone, and a further 6,000 for the game's enemies. According to program director Koichi Yagi, the scenery by itself would have filled up the Nintendo GameCube. The Wario games have an odd history of being released either very early or very late in a system's lifecycle. Wario's Woods is both the last officially licensed game for the NES in North America and the only NES game to receive an ESRB rating due to the ratings board being established in 1994. Wario Land 2 is the last first-party Nintendo game to be released for the Game Boy. Conversely, the WarioWare games Touched, Snapped, and Smooth Moves were launch titles for the Nintendo DS, DSi, and Wii respectively. The inspiration for WarioWare came when series director Goro Abe and his team were working on a Nintendo 64 disk drive game called Mario Artist Polygon Studio, an art program where the player could create and animate their own polygonal 3D models. The program included a mode where the player would have to complete several quick minigames in rapid succession. This mode inspired several team members of R&D 1 who wanted to base an entire game around the concept. They began work on the idea without telling their supervisor, arbitrarily choosing Wario as its star because Wario was always doing stupid things and was really idiotic. When the team members eventually came clean, the project was approved, and WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games was released for the Game Boy Advance. In explaining the game's concept, Abe stated, "With the first WarioWare game, it wasn't so much the specific character of the game that marked it out, but rather that Nintendo was quite a different company back then. Both inside and outside of the company, there was a distinct image that we only produced Nintendo-style games. WarioWare was born out of a desire to depart from the norm, with that particular kind of fun that you only get when you make something different." When Nintendo decided to release WarioWare Touched as a launch title for the DS, the team was already deep in development on WarioWare Twisted for the Game Boy Advance. In order to get Touched off the ground, a new team was assembled. However, almost every member of the team was a newcomer to the series, and they struggled to capture the humor of a WarioWare game. This prompted series producer and Metroid co-creator Yoshio Sakamoto to step in. When work on Twisted was complete, the regular WarioWare team also helped to ensure Touched humor was in line with the rest of the series, and that the game was finished in time for the DS's launch. The game's release, however, generated some controversy. One of the unlockable in-game extras was a record that played Ashley's song, and the player could spin this record on the touchscreen to control the song's speed. According to some, if the record was spun fast enough, it would produce a voice saying, "I have granted kids to hell." Nintendo refuted these claims, explaining the supposed lyrics were derived from the verse "Eye of Newt, I cast a hex on you, Grandma's wig, this will make you big, kitten spit, soon your pants won't fit." By speeding the song up, only certain syllables were played, resulting in the misheard lyrics, "Eye of Grand, this kitsu pan." In the Japanese version of Ashley's song, she casts a spell. When read backwards, the spell says, "Umedo in Wario is Junanuba 1," or roughly, "Made in Wario is number 1," Made in Wario being the Japanese name for the WarioWare series. WarioWare Snapped, another game in the series, released as a downloadable game. Difficulties with reliably incorporating the camera into the gameplay almost forced Nintendo to release the game on a cartridge with unusual peripherals. According to Intelligent Systems employee Taku Sugioka, if there were a ravine and characters couldn't cross, you could use a silhouette of your finger as a bridge to allow them to cross. But when we started testing it out, we learned the camera was having difficulty detecting the hand, so we laid a black mat underneath so shadows wouldn't form and distort the detection. But then, someone with a dark suntan wouldn't be detected, so we made a finger sleeve for the player's index finger. Anyone, regardless of variations in skin tone, would be able to play. We were seriously considering selling the game together with the finger sleeve and black mat. The main draw in WarioWare Smooth Moves was its different forms, or ways for the player to hold the Wii Remote during gameplay. While working on the in-game descriptions for the forms, Abe and Sakamoto discussed how to make them sound more over the top. At that moment, a Canadian member of the team walked by their window, and Sakamoto spontaneously asked him to record some lines of Japanese dialogue. The voice of a non-native speaker ended up being exactly the feel they were looking for, and his voiceover was used in the final release. Unlike the Wii U didn't feature a WarioWare launch title. Instead, a team of developers, including Abe, was tasked with creating a number of small games to come pre-installed on the Wii U to show off the gamepad's unique functionality. The team came up with so many ideas that they decided to produce a standalone title instead. However, the ideas were so different from each other that they had difficulty tying them together thematically. About a year into development, the team decided to use WarioWare characters to provide a unifying narrative for the collection, and the project became Game & Wario. The creative freedoms that developers had with Wario allowed them to give him more personality. One example can be found in Wario World for the GameCube. The game is known for its grating pause screen music, where Wario endlessly sings a mocking tune. However, if the player withstands Wario's song for a full 50 minutes, he will actually apologize to them.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In this episode we'll be looking at some controversies relating to Nintendo. We're sure you guys know we love Nintendo as much as the next YouTube trivia channel, but that doesn't mean they don't miss the mark from time to time. And when we say controversy, we're not just talking about game releases that weren't up to the standards of Nintendo players, we're talking about the moments where oversights and a lack of quality assurance left the company looking a bit silly, or worse. This first story comes from back in 2008, but relates to a game from 2005. Kotaku editor-in-chief, Stephen Totilo, was sent a copy of Animal Crossing Wild World during his tenure with MTV. The game wasn't sealed, but had been sent to Stephen by Nintendo, alongside a letter encouraging him to use this copy of Wild World so that he could import all of the save files, unlocked items and characters for the newly released Animal Crossing City Folk on the Wii. Now it's important that we acknowledge first and foremost that the player is able to teach villagers in Animal Crossing games new words and phrases. For example, giving them new greetings for the player. It seems that, with regards to this copy of the game, whoever had spent their time running through the game collecting items for the press to make use of, taught their villagers some rather controversial phrases. The example supplied by Stephen was when he was approached by the brown sheep villager Barbara, who said to him, "Heart you long time, how are you, N-word?" Whilst censored in Stephen's photo at the time, it's clear that the first line is a reference to Full Metal Jacket, while the noun used to refer to the player has been written with accented characters to circumvent the censoring of explicit words coded into the game. How these two phrases wound up in a copy of the game that not only came out of Nintendo's press offices, but was even sent to a member of the mainstream gaming press is a bit perplexing. Additionally, Stephen confirmed with then Kotaku editor Brian Crescente that he too had received a copy with similar player-added dialogue. Nintendo commented on the mix-up, explaining that the user-generated catchphrases were added to the game without their knowledge via wireless communication. They also said, "We sincerely apologize for the incident and are working with media who received the game cards to return them to Nintendo immediately." This isn't the only time that Nintendo found themselves in hot water with this sort of language. In April of 2015, Nintendo of America wrote a tweet accompanied by a photo of a Waluigi plush toy riding a Wiggler with a body of text reading, "Reply
for hashtag Waluigi Wednesday, reply flower emoji for hashtag Wigger Wednesday. Of course, this is not what they had in mind, having accidentally missed the L from the Wiggler's name. The response from followers of the Nintendo account were mostly that of confusion. Ultimately, the tweet was deleted and Nintendo issued an apology. This didn't stop the hashtag from becoming a minor trend across Twitter, however. And if you didn't already know, Wigger is a derogatory term for a white person who tries to emulate the culture of black people, specifically African American culture. It seems Nintendo often finds themselves in trouble for their choice of words. In 2014, Tomodachi Life was making its way into people's households, allowing players to live a second life on their Nintendo 3DS. A fan-created petition made the rounds after Nintendo refrained from including the choice of sexuality. In particular, this petition requested the inclusion of gay marriage. Nintendo actually chose to respond to this petition. However, it was not particularly well received. Nintendo stated, Nintendo never intended to make any form of social commentary with the launch of Tomodachi Life. The relationship options in the game represent a playful alternate world rather than a real-life simulation. We hope that all of our fans will see that Tomodachi Life was intended to be a whimsical and quirky game, and that we were absolutely not trying to provide social commentary. The ability for same-sex relationships to occur in the game was not part of the original game that launched in Japan, and that game was made up of the same code that was used to localize it for other regions outside of Japan. We have heard and thoughtfully considered all the responses. We will continue to listen and think about the feedback. We are using this as an opportunity to better understand our consumers and their expectations of us at all levels of the organization. We have been looking to broaden our approach to development whenever possible, as we put all of our energy into continuing to develop fun games that will surprise and delight players. With continued backlash from fans, the company furthered their statement soon after. They claimed that it wouldn't be possible to include same-sex marriage through a post-launch patch, but that they would strive to create a more inclusive title within the Tomodachi franchise in the future. They said, "We pledge that if we create a next installment in the Tomodachi series, we will strive to design a gameplay experience from the ground up that is more inclusive and better represents all players." The issue is seen as divisive across Japan and the Western world, with localization being the most prominent issue. In parts of America and Europe, gay marriage is legal, but even now, this opportunity is not available to Japanese citizens, though the recognition of gay partnerships is gaining public support as time goes on. How a company communicates with their audience can draw a lot of reactions, particularly when the choice to speak on something is optional. But one of Nintendo's products was entirely about communicating bluntly with its users: Wii Fit. The game was created to help players control their body weight and health, providing exercise routines and charts to track progress towards getting that sick bod we all want. It isn't so easy for some of us though. Experts on the topic of obesity went after Nintendo in 2008 because of how it communicates information to its users through Wii Fit, particularly when its users are young. The game was scrutinized for being potentially harmful to a young mind's body image. A father from southeast England recalled the embarrassment his daughter felt after she, a 4'9" 10-year-old who partakes in regular physical activity, was called fat by the company's game. He told UK's Daily Mail, "She is solidly built but not fat. She was devastated to be called fat and we had to work hard to convince her she isn't. I know it's just a game, but we already have to worry about young girls starving themselves to look like magazine models, and now we have a game that tells them they're fat. This to me is very worrying." Many claim the game is simply not suitable for children, with measurements being conducted through Body Mass Index or BMI, a numerical indicator that measures body fat based on height and weight, though it's only really used to measure these factors for adults and not children. Even for adults, BMI shouldn't be taken as gospel, being only a rough calculation, as it has no real way of measuring an individual's muscle mass. Nintendo's response to the incident was that they wouldn't apply warnings to the game's materials as many had requested. A spokesman for the company said, "Nintendo would like to apologize to any customers offended by the in-game terminology used to classify a player's current BMI status as part of the BMI measurement system integrated into Wii Fit. Wii Fit is still capable of measuring the BMI for people aged between 2 and 20, but the resulting figures may not be entirely accurate for younger age groups due to varying levels of development." Our most recent case of controversy for Nintendo comes from the Switch, and it's one that, to many players, has likely been a cause for concern. The console's Joy-Con controllers are part of a class action lawsuit in the US after thousands of users reported issues of drift, with the controller's analog stick registering false inputs. Nintendo president Shuntaro Furukawa acknowledged the situation and provided a response during a Q&A session, though didn't exactly admit the company was at any fault for their faulty hardware. In June of 2020, he stated, "We apologize for any inconvenience caused to our customers regarding Joy-Con. We will do our best to ensure that our customers can use our services and products with peace of mind." This came across to many, myself included, as a non-apology. Furukawa claims that due to the lawsuit, the company cannot directly comment on the issue at hand. The lawsuit alleges that the controllers have design faults that stem from extensive wear on the pad's surface resulting from steel brushes inside the controller. The suit explains that to repair this issue, owners of a Joy-Con would need to pay for the repairs despite the issue being a manufacturing fault, and in some cases, the fixes are not adequate. The latest on this particular case is that it has been referred to arbitration, meaning an unbiased third-party arbitrator will be assigned to settle the case outside of court. However, Nintendo's Joy-Con woes don't stop there. In September of 2020, it was revealed that French consumer organisation UFC Coup Choisir are launching a fresh complaint over the drift in the controllers, claiming planned obsolescence and anti-consumer practices. A spokesperson for the non-profit organisation said, "The nature of the failure, how frequently it occurs for players, the limited lifespan of the product, and the manufacturer's inertia despite being informed of the defect. These are all characteristics of planned obsolescence practices at Nintendo." The lawsuit, filed in the French commune of Nanterre, hopes to change the way the controllers are manufactured to ensure better customer satisfaction.
In today's episode, we will be looking at a collection of Nintendo Easter eggs. The 90s hip-hop rivalry between the east and west coasts of North America is one which continues to resonate with artists to this day. Tupac Shakur and Notorious B.I.G. were at the heart of this feud. While the pair may have passed on, their influence in music and pop culture is still evident, and it also seems this influence extends to gaming. After the release of Splatoon 2's DLC, the Octo expansion, fans noticed a nod to both rappers. The outfits worn by both Pearl and Marina are based on the distinct looks often represented by Biggie and Tupac respectively, fitting for a world that has an aesthetic heavily influenced by the hip-hop genre, not just musically, but also visually. In an interview with Game Informer, Hisashi Nogami was asked directly about this reference. He said, "We're definitely aware of that history of music videos in America, and music video culture is something we kept in mind while making this expansion. We have members on our development team who are fans of hip-hop music and hip-hop culture, and it's people like that who feel that, just like our real world we're living in, we can bring a variety of elements into the world of Splatoon and show people that it's not just a one-note type of world." While on the topic of Splatoon, the first game in the series includes a small nod within its sound effects. In the Museum di Alfonsino, 2 statues can be found. One detail about these statues is that they actually emit a small laugh throughout a nighttime match, which is very difficult to come by. A member of the Game FAQs forum, Michael Ike9, noticed that these laughs match up closely with the death cry of a boss featured in the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, Koloktos. After being defeated, Koloktos lets out the sound of several small children laughing. There's no confirmation as to whether this was an intentional nod to Skyward Sword, or whether it's just a member of the team reusing a sound clip from Nintendo's extensive audio asset library. From fishy to funky, next we're looking at a fresh little reference hidden away in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. When the player controls Funky Kong, upon leaving his fly and buy store, there's a chance that Torx will spur the player on by exclaiming, "Give him the old banana slammer, dude!" This line is in reference to Donkey Kong's catchphrase from the short-lived, horrendously animated Donkey Kong Country animated TV series. While you might think an extensive knowledge of poorly received 90s animated TV shows is specialist, this next reference requires somebody with some real-world skills to notice. A few hidden messages can be heard in Wii Sports Resort. In the game's island flyover mode, several noises can be heard coming from the island's lighthouse, also known as the Candle. These sounds are actually Morse code. A total of 3 messages can be interpreted, translating to, Morse code takes forever. It sure does. Does anyone out there know Morse code? Sorry, use your radio. Why does anyone use Morse code anymore? Good question. Even cheat codes can have messages attached to them. For Pokemon Puzzle League, a few passwords are actually related to the series. To temporarily unlock Mewtwo's stage for the game's 2-player mode, the player has to hold Z while entering B up L B A start A up then R. Taking the first letter of each input of the password spells out the word Bulbasaur. Setting Marathon to its fastest speed is simply BALL, spelling out ball. And to unlock the cheat mode, the player simply enters ABRA twice, which, of course, refers to the Pokemon Abra. And now for this episode's random piece of trivia. We'll be looking at the 3DS's Street Pass Mii Plaza. Changes to games because of local law is relatively common, but sometimes that law can invoke the smallest of changes. In the Japanese and American Street Pass Mii Plaza, attempting to purchase DLC from a rabbit and then declining to buy it will cause the rabbit to depressively say, "Oh, I see." However, the European version removed the rabbit's morose response and replaced it with a more neutral, "Fair enough," instead. This change was to abide with European laws put in place to prevent manipulating children into purchases, as the upset response to the player not spending money could be considered emotionally manipulative. The law states, games should not include practices that are aggressive or which otherwise have the potential to exploit a child's inherent inexperience, vulnerability, or credulity, or to place undue influence or pressure on a child to make a purchase.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we'll be talking about weird Nintendo games that were officially licensed but not developed by Nintendo. Nintendo as a company are known for having a somewhat tight grip over their intellectual properties, but on occasion they've licensed their series to other developers. In recent years this can be seen with titles such as Hyrule Warriors, but Nintendo had made a number of deals which in hindsight they likely regret. Almost everyone knows the original Donkey Kong for what it is, a hit game that spawned a decades-long franchise and resuscitated the video games industry. However, you may not know that Nintendo actually licensed a near-carbon copy of the game. Nintendo was struggling to meet demand of Donkey Kong cabinets, and allowed the company Falcon to develop a modified version of the game to help boost their supply. Crazy Kong was designed to run on modified Crazy Climber arcade boards, and even included a number of sound effects from the game when Jumpman runs and jumps. The game also lacked any mention of Nintendo. One condition of Nintendo supplying the license to Falcon was that these cabinets must be made and distributed exclusively in Japan. However, due to the worldwide popularity of Donkey Kong and delays in production, many of these Crazy Kong cabinets started to surface not only in Japan, but in the US and Europe as well. It wasn't long before this flagrant breach of contract came to the attention of Nintendo, who promptly filed a lawsuit against Elcon Industries Incorporated, an arcade hardware manufacturer based in Michigan that sold Crazy Kong boards. This case was swiftly resolved in Nintendo's favor. Falcon also produced a sequel called Crazy Jr., a clone of Donkey Kong Jr. This was done without permission from Nintendo, however, and was met with legal action in the form of a criminal complaint. This led to the arrest of Falcon's president and was the first recorded arrest related to video game copyright in Japan. Surprisingly, even Super Mario Bros. Had a port resembling a bootleg. Super Mario Bros. Special was developed by Hudson Soft and released for the NEC PC8801 and Sharp X1 series of computers in Japan, and later for the Samsung SPC 1500 in South Korea. Though the game strongly resembles its predecessor, the inferior hardware of the PC88 and Sharp X1 meant the game's graphics and audio are both noticeably lacking when compared to the original Super Mario Bros. Game. These versions also did not feature Luigi or a multiplayer mode. The most obvious difference in gameplay is the lack of fluid screen scrolling. In the Sharp X1 version, the developers adopted a Zelda-style screen scrolling, having the screen slide over and lock into place when the player reaches the edge. Whereas on the PC88, the screen simply cuts to black while the next section is loaded.
Super Mario Bros. Special features all new and unique levels, making it the first officially licensed follow-up to the original Super Mario Bros. Title, releasing in Japan shortly before Super Mario Bros. 2, known as the Lost Levels in the West. The game features several enemies from the arcade Mario Bros. Game, such as the Sidesteppers and Fighter Flies, though under different names. There are also a number of additional power-ups and items in the game, most notably the hammer power-up from Donkey Kong and Hachisuki, also known as Hooby, the Hudson Soft logo, which awards the player with 8,000 points. Though you may be surprised that Mario had officially appeared in PC games of questionable quality, you may be even more surprised that Pokémon is in the same boat. The Pokémon trading card game swept the world, becoming popular with players and collectors alike. There was even a PC release based on the card game, developed by Fluid Entertainment, published by Wizards of the Coast, and officially licensed by Nintendo. Pokémon Play It became notorious in circles for its terrifying CG host Julie that greets the player at the start of the game. However, its purpose was to teach the mechanics of the trading card game. The title allows the player to compete against Julie with a choice of 4 half decks comprised of 30 cards each: the fighting deck, the fire deck, the water deck, and the extra deck. The game is limited in that Julie will always use the fighting deck unless the player selects it, in which case she will select the water deck instead. The game was successful enough to get an updated release which swapped out the initial decks for 7 new ones and let players place cards on the bench before their first turn started.
Did you know? Similar to how Cranky Kong was an aged-up take on the original Donkey Kong, Diddy began as a redesign of Donkey Kong Jr. In 2015, Rare designer Greg Mail shared pictures from a book titled Donkey Kong and the Golden Bananas over Twitter, showing some early concepts for Donkey Kong Country. One page shows Diddy while he was still proposed as an update to Jr., but Nintendo felt this redesign was too different to what came before. They asked Rare to either keep Jr.'s old look or to make this new design an entirely new character. Rare felt the design fit their update to Donkey Kong's world and made him a new Kong. After a few naming attempts, they settled on the name Diddy, a slang term for small in some parts of the UK. Diddy's final design was done by Rare artist Kevin Bayliss, who we reached out to for further details. Bayliss wanted a friendlier looking design in contrast to Donkey Kong's more ill-tempered look. He also gave Diddy a tail so he could grab onto objects or even use it as a spring. Diddy's shirt and hat were added to make him stand out from the greens and browns of the backgrounds and were colored red to match up with DK's tie. The clothing idea also came from a series of UK commercials for T-brand PG Tips, where chimpanzees were dressed in various clothes. The chimps were provided by Twycross Zoo, located very close to Rare, and is also where the team gained inspiration for other DK characters. Diddy was made to serve as a second hit for the player, one that wouldn't get in the way. For Country, the team wanted the game's screen to be as clutter-free as possible. Taking inspiration from Mario's changing in size, Mail said Diddy represented a visual health bar, as well as making the player not feel alone on their journey. As the series progressed, Player 2 became more integral to the gameplay than just soaking up a hit. During development of Donkey Kong Country 2, many names were brainstormed for its potential title. Possible names ranged from Diddy Kong Country and Kremling's The New Batch, to Diddy Kong in Space, even though he's not, and Diddy's Quest for a decent name for his game. The final title became Diddy's Conquest, a pun on the term conquest that also referenced Diddy stepping into the limelight. Many fans mistakenly refer to it as Diddy Kong's Quest, though early footage of the game shows it did take on that title for a short time. Diddy's character design was still receiving some tweaks even at this point. Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto and some of his staff sent sketches of logo ideas for Diddy and Dixie's hats, though Rare used none of them. Instead, they inscribed the Nintendo logo on Diddy's hat and gave a Rare pin to Dixie. Though Dixie's pin disappeared after Rare was sold to Microsoft, the Nintendo branding has stuck with Diddy to this day. This game also marked the debut of the yellow star pattern on Diddy's shirt, though these changes wouldn't be seen in-game until the Nintendo 64 era. Speaking of the N64, Diddy Kong Racing wasn't a Diddy-centered game until very late in development. In the months leading to its release, the game was known as Pro-Am 64, an indirect update to the RC Pro-Am series that featured Timber the Tiger in the lead role. Banjo-Kazooie was planned to be Rare's big holiday title for 1997, but was delayed to the following summer to reach its full potential. This left Rare in a bit of a bind. Suddenly Pro-Am was their Christmas game, and they weren't sure if the brand was strong enough to grab people's attention. The team decided decided to rebrand the game using Diddy Kong, though Nintendo gave them the choice to pick either Diddy or Donkey Kong for the lead role. In an interview with Nintendo Life, artist Lee Musgrave said, "Nintendo enjoyed the fact that we chose Diddy Kong over Donkey Kong. I think that it was us trying to build on the fact that Diddy was ours and DK was theirs. The team then changed a few things around to attach it to the new IP better, with Musgrave admitting it was a bit of a rush job. Having little competition in its release window, Diddy Kong Racing was the center of attention for Nintendo's marketing. It sold nearly 5 million copies and stands as one of the top 10 best-selling games for the N64. There were several attempts to create a follow-up to Diddy Kong Racing, with each one failing to release as intended, if at all. Following Rare's sale to Microsoft, Diddy Kong Pilot was retooled to Banjo Pilot, and Donkey Kong Racing was cancelled outright. Later, around April 2004, Studio Climax created a GameCube pitch called Diddy Kong Racing Adventure, a project that wasn't publicly known until November 2016, when gaming archivist Andrew Borman obtained the prototype and published a video on it. Like the original, it would have featured an adventure mode complete with boss battles and multiple vehicle choices. A roster of 14 was planned, and Climax hoped to use the existing cast plus characters from Banjo-Kazooie and Conker. In the event a character was unavailable, a Kong family member would take their place. Each character would have also had their own special moves, such as Timber unleashing a Sonic Wave roar attack and Tip-Top using a ring of turtle shells. Other proposed features included weather plus day and night settings, several multiplayer modes, and the ability to change vehicles mid-race, an idea similar to Donkey Kong Racing's animal mechanic. The prototype was shown to Nintendo, but they passed on it. One likely reason is that the rights to Diddy Kong Racing are split between Nintendo and Rare, and it may have been seen as too much of a legal hassle. Diddy made his debut in the Mario series with Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. He only started appearing in non-Rare Nintendo games after the two companies parted ways, further showing that despite Nintendo's ownership, Diddy was treated as a Rare property. Before then, Donkey Kong Jr. would appear in spin-off games, and it may have stayed that way had Rare not left. Early icons from Mario Kart Double Dash reveal that Jr. was planned for the game before Diddy took his place. Diddy also didn't have his own trophy in Super Smash Bros. Melee, whereas Jr. did, as well as Dixie Kong and King K. Rool. Diddy would later become part of the Smash series, starting with Brawl, making him the first and only Western character to be playable as of Smash Wii U and 3DS. During Rare's time with Donkey Kong, programmer Chris Sutherland provided the voice for Diddy. His samples were reused in several later games, with the most recent being Mario Golf World Tour for 3DS, where they were used alongside Diddy's current voice, Katsumi Suzuki. Diddy Kong is also playable in more Donkey Kong Country games than Donkey Kong himself has been.
Did you know? In Mario Kart 8 and Deluxe, if the player goes to the water park track and waits near the Aqua Cups, a quiet tune can be just barely heard. This melody is actually from Super Mario 64 and plays in Big Boo's haunt in the underground merry-go-round. This track was clearly made with a lot of diligence, which can be seen throughout the entirety of Mario Kart 8's development. The game almost had racetracks where the player could drill their way underground. According to the game's producer, Hideki Kono, in Mario Kart 7 we had the glider and submersion in water, and so when we were thinking about new ideas for 8, we thought, well, since we did all that, why not put a drill on the karts and have them go through the earth somehow for subterranean racing? He goes on to say they ended up scrapping the idea in favor of making a new anti-gravity gimmick instead. But interestingly, a mining cart called the Drill Master made its way into Mario Kart Arcade GP-DX, which landed in Japanese arcades a few months before Kono's team wrapped up development on Mario Kart 8. Unfortunately though, none of the arcade game's courses were designed around a digging mechanic, and the drill was only for show. But in that same interview, Kono teased that throughout the series, ideas scrapped in development sometimes got brought back for future titles, implying there's still a chance underground drilling could debut in Mario Kart 9. After drilling was cut to make way for the anti-gravity mechanic, the Mario Kart 8 team implemented a sub-mechanic based on Japanese history and culture. For hundreds of years, Japanese kids played with spinning tops called beigoma. They'd use a string to send them spinning onto a canvas arena, and the beigoma that spun the longest and knocked the other out of the arena was deemed the winner. They were incredibly popular for centuries, but kids mostly lost interest in them after World War II, when newer, fancier toys came about. Here you can see the way Begoma spin and bounce off each other when they connect. This is exactly what happens in Mario Kart 8 when two racers bump into each other during anti-gravity, with both racers doing a quick spin and gaining a speed boost. Or as Mario Kart 8's director Kosuke Yabuki explained it, the spin boost idea comes from Japanese spinning tops. We thought that the sight of spinning tops bumping into each other as they whirl around was perfect for the behavior of karts in the anti-gravity areas. Players will need to come up with different strategies than those used for racing over normal track sections, so I'm sure this will create situations never seen before. Mario Kart 8's soundtrack was the first in the series with live music. Whether it was jazz, funk, or classic Nintendo tunes, the entire score was recorded live. Many of the musicians Nintendo hired were Mario Kart fans themselves, and knew far more about their instruments than the developers, so they improvised to make the soundtrack even better than Nintendo imagined. In a Famitsu interview we had translated, Hideki Kono recalled, "The musicians looked at the sheet music and played it on the spot. Many of them played Mario Kart, so it was easy to express what we were going for. For example, for Bowser's Castle, the sound chief said, 'Since this music's gonna be for Bowser's Castle, please make it sound evil.' And the musicians replied, 'In that case, let's really make the guitars twang.' And if there were any parts they didn't like or didn't go well, they redid it countless times. In the end, more than 3 hours of their performances made it into the game. Another rumored experiment was using 4-player split screen on the TV and a 5th player on the gamepad, a feature that Sonic Racing implemented 2 years earlier, and similar to the 5-player mode in New Super Mario Bros. U, but none of those features made it into the game, with Yabuki explaining, "I thought that for Mario Kart, playing with someone else on the same big TV screen gives the game a more competitive feel. Because of this, we decided to limit the local multiplayer to TV split screen, and have the development team focus their efforts on the graphics and 60 FPS frame rate. In the end, the only gamepad features they implemented were tilt controls, a minimap, off-screen play, and the most important feature of all, honking your horn." Hiding in the game's internal data, there are a few more clues about unused ideas and cut content. The data contains 4 images labeled Cup Icon DLC: the Egg Cup, Shine Sprite Cup, Boo Cup, and the Blue Shell Cup. 6 months after the game released on Wii U, the Zelda DLC added 4 brand new tracks packaged as the Egg Cup, but the other 3 DLC cups never got used. Well, at least not as of this video's publication. We should note that in an interview with Japanese outlet Famitsu, director Yabuki didn't rule out future DLC coming out for the Switch version. The internal data also has an unused icon for a Magikoopa, perhaps Kamek, who could also be found in early builds of Mario Kart 64, but got cut from the roster during production. Kamek's had some cameo appearances all throughout the series, then finally became a full playable character in the 2019 mobile game Mario Kart Tour, so at this point, it seems likely he'll make his way into Mario Kart 9, or possibly Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC if any more happens. Diddy Kong seems likely as well. When Mario Kart 8 released on Wii U, director Yabuki apologized to fans, saying, "There are some characters that appeared in previous Mario Kart titles, but unfortunately didn't make it into this game, such as Bowser Jr., Dry Bones, King Boo, and Diddy Kong. I really apologize to players who liked these characters in particular." Yabuki eventually brought all those characters back for the deluxe edition on Switch, except Diddy Kong, but Diddy later returned for the mobile game, and he's in some of the Mario Kart arcade games as well, so we expect to see his mainline series return sooner or later. Except for the arcade titles, which include characters like Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man, Mario Kart's pretty much only featured characters from the Mario universe. According to Hideki Kono, that's because Shigeru Miyamoto had a secret rule limiting the roster. If they added more Nintendo characters, Miyamoto thought it wouldn't be Mario Kart anymore, it would be, quote, Smash Kart. But it was the addition of Miis that blew the gates wide open. In a 2013 interview with MTV, Kono said, "When we put the Miis in, Mr. Miyamoto was even kind of like, you know, aren't you crossing the line here? This doesn't exactly feel like Mario Kart." But you know, with the Mii being a basic part of the console, we were able to put it in, and have him actually play it to get his sign-off. It's still an unlock, you can't select a Mii from the get-go, so for some reason it doesn't exactly cross Miyamoto's secret line, but it kind of came close. But once the seal was broken, DLC and the eventual deluxe edition on Switch added characters from Animal Crossing, Zelda, and Splatoon, with seemingly no end in sight for the series' future. Kono's team also created 2 brand new characters, Baby Rosalina and Pink Gold Peach, the latter of which was created because Mario Kart didn't have enough heavy women. Of the game's 12 heavyweights, all of them were men except for Rosalina, who Hideki Kono had specifically asked the Galaxy team to make super tall so he could use her as a heavyweight in Mario Kart Wii. But Kono's team wanted one more for Mario Kart 8, and a lot of the game's developers were women, so they gathered them all together and said as a counterpart to Metal Mario, they wanted a Peach clone. The ladies in the office were asked what color she should be. The men were initially considering Gold Peach or Platinum Peach, but the women wanted Pink Gold Peach, and that was that. The day after Mario Kart 8 launched in 2014, a girl called Rizupikor posted a 27-second clip to YouTube and labeled it Waluigi vs. Luigi 1. When we talked to her, she said she uploaded it just to show one of her friends and never thought anyone else would ever see it. But someone else re-uploaded the clip one day later with the much more clickable title Luigi Ridin' Dirty, Death Stare in Mario Kart 8, and the Ridin' Dirty song laid on top of it. The video quickly went viral, racking up millions of views and spawning an entire subreddit dedicated to Luigi death stares. Seemingly everyone was sharing them, and they even made their way onto Fox News. The truth was that every character in Mario Kart 8 uses that same animation when they pass another racer, but Nintendo fans found it hilarious coming from Luigi, who's usually known for his timid and cowardly nature. When E3 rolled around a couple weeks later, Nintendo added Luigi's death stare to their show. Nintendo of America marketing staff told GamesBeat it was a collaborative effort with Robot Chicken. They came up with ideas and so did we, but they let us know, from a comedy standpoint, what they thought would work. There are different examples of when it's the right time for us to take something that happens organically and make it part of corporate messaging. It was a late addition and we thought we could pay homage to the fans. Another Luigi death stare was used in a Japanese commercial soon after, but now, after almost a decade later, the subreddit's been abandoned and the meme left to rest. But for a few short weeks in 2014, a Mario Kart clip only meant to be seen by one person took the internet by storm and became an official part of Nintendo history. Remember that attention to detail we mentioned at the start of the video? Well, there's one place where Nintendo's usual diligence took a rain check. The original Wii U version of Mario Kart 8 had a mode called Mario Kart TV, which allowed players to rewatch and share videos of their races. This mode not only has its own music, but also has Mii background chatter that can't be heard anywhere else in-game. In late 2016, YouTube user Harm believed this background chatter sounded a little too human and decided to investigate. After extracting the appropriate audio file, Harm discovered that the chatter was actually in English and had simply been sped up and reversed. The file seemed to be a stock recording of a public space like a cafe, with a handful of people chatting away for about 40 minutes. Harm listened to the chatter in its entirety and found that at one point in the recording, a woman can clearly be heard saying the following swear. You might be wondering how this slipped by staff, but since Nintendo is made up mostly of Japanese devs, it's understandable how a sound designer could have overlooked an English swear while adding assets to the game. And once the audio was flipped and sped up, the chances of anyone else catching it would have become almost zero.
Did you know? Waluigi was created out of necessity. During the development of Mario Tennis on the Nintendo 64, most of the game's roster was made up of animals and non-humans. Adding to this, every character had a partner for doubles, like Mario and Luigi or Yoshi and Birdo. This wasn't the case for Wario, however, who didn't have a similar character to pair with. Camelot designer Fumihide Aoki then came up with the idea to make a rival for Luigi, and Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto was brought on for additional consultation. Several names were brainstormed for the new character, with names like Wa-Igi, Jiroji, and Jinanji. Eventually, the team decided on the name Waluigi, though the name may sound somewhat lazy to Western fans, seeming like the Wa prefix was just attached to Luigi's name. It's actually rooted in Japanese etymology. The name is a combination of the Luigi name and the word Wauri, meaning bad, literally translating out to bad Luigi. It may also take inspiration from the word Ruigi, meaning similar. The name is also an anagram of the Japanese word Ijiwaru, which can translate to several terms for rude behavior, including cruel, ill-tempered, and malicious. Wauri can also translate out to words like hateful, poor, and inferior, all of which are traits of Waluigi's character. An upside-down L symbol is used in Greek as the uppercase letter gamma, but also appears in Cyrillic writing. Interestingly, Waluigi was the fourth brother added to the Mario Quartet, and the upside-down L symbol is the fourth letter of the Cyrillic alphabet. Much like how Wario has exaggerated traits of Mario, like his round, portly physique, Waluigi would be comparable with Luigi's design. This was pushed pushed to the extreme with his taller and slimmer features, as well as him being the same age as Luigi. Mario Tennis also reintroduced Daisy to the Mario series, as Camelot wanted Luigi to have a partner similar to the pairing of Mario and Peach. During Waluigi's creation, there were talks of female pairings for him and Wario, one of which was a Wario-style Peach character named Waru Peachy. However, Miyamoto quickly rejected those ideas, saying he didn't even want to see what their girlfriends might look like. Waluigi's design was then refined by Yoichi Kotabe, a Nintendo artist who primarily worked on the Mario series, finalizing many of the Mario characters' current designs. The design is also believed to have roots in the character Foreman Spike from the 1985 game Wrecking Crew. Though Spike's original look bears very little resemblance to Waluigi now, he received a redesign in Wrecking Crew 98, sporting a look similar to Wario and by extension Waluigi. In Mario Kart DS, Waluigi's Gold Mantis cart resembles Spike's excavator from the Japan-only title Mobile Golf, and in DDR Mario Mix, Waluigi's Destruction Dance theme is a remix of the bonus theme from the original Wrecking Crew, where Mario competes with Foreman Spike. Mario Tennis Power Tour on the Game Boy Advance marks the only time where Wario isn't playable, but Waluigi is. Waluigi has always been tied to Wario, but their actual relationship is unclear. During the release of the original Mario Tennis, Nintendo's website claimed the two were siblings, with Wario being the older brother. This would make sense, as it would perfectly parallel the Mario brothers, as Luigi is the younger and taller of the two. The claim was further backed up in the game's Prima Guide and through a few sources at Nintendo of Europe. This includes Europe's site for Mario Kart DS, and in a series of articles on the main Nintendo Europe site titled Wario's Warehouse, which commonly shed light on the two's lives. When Wario writes in the first person, he refers to Waluigi as his brother on two separate occasions. And in Smash Bros. Melee and Brawl, Waluigi's trophies state their relationship is a mystery. Nintendo's current stance on the matter is that the two don't appear to be brothers, according to Waluigi's bio on the Japanese website. In an interview with the voice of Wario and Waluigi, Charles Martinet, he said he doesn't believe they're related, instead thinking that they were just two nice evil guys who simply found each other. Martinet has also said that where Wario's defining trait is jealousy, Waluigi's self-pity is the cornerstone of his character. In Mario Tennis 64, his main reason for disliking Luigi is because of how well liked Luigi is and wishing to beat him and take his place. It's also been suggested that Waluigi has a crush on Princess Daisy. While evidence is limited, it was first hinted at in Mario Party 4's official guidebook, and it's been shown Daisy does not return his emotions. When paired up in Mario Party 5 and 6, one of their team names is Awkward Date, and in the Mario Baseball games, the two share bad chemistry together. In Fortune Street, when Daisy lands on one of Waluigi's average price shops, she feels disgusted she had to stop on a spot owned by Waluigi, and on lower priced shops, she'll say it looks disappointing, but given Waluigi owns it, she's not surprised in the slightest. It's been shown that no one in the Mushroom Kingdom thinks very highly of Waluigi. Though he's appeared in over 50 games, he's the only member of the regular Mario cast to never starred in a game of his own or have any kind of role in the mainline Mario series. Nintendo themselves have acknowledged Waluigi's lack of significance multiple times. In Super Mario Odyssey, the description for the Waluigi suit states, "This outfit makes you want to lurk in the shadows, waiting for a turn in the spotlight," and his hat description states, "Hardly anyone ever wears it." Waluigi was an unlockable character in Mario Tennis for the Game Boy Color, which was only accessible via the Transfer Pack add-on. Because of this, it's impossible to play as Waluigi in the Virtual Console release of the game, along with Wario, Bowser, and Yoshi. Waluigi strangely does not appear in Mario Kart 7, even though his stage, Waluigi Pinball, does. This is his only absence in the series since his debut in Double Dash. As the most recent Super Smash Bros. Game, Smash Ultimate, Waluigi is the only member of the Mario Quartet not to be playable, again appearing as an assist trophy. During development of the fourth Smash, Waluigi was shown to be an assist trophy through the Smash director Masahiro Sakurai's pick of the day. Sakurai made a note of this with the accompanying quote, "Just because you try hard doesn't mean you'll make it into the battle." Waluigi also has a spot in the Nintendo Monopoly board game where characters represent Monopoly properties. Being in the place of Monopoly's Mediterranean Avenue and Old Kent Road, Waluigi is the least profitable space in the entire game, costing only $60. Despite Nintendo's jabbing of Waluigi, they've at least honored him in some form at the Nintendo America headquarters in Redmond, Washington. Many of the headquarters rooms are named after core Nintendo characters such as Mario and Link, with room 2011 being named after Waluigi himself.
In today's episode, we'll be looking at changes in re-releases of Nintendo games. Games are often changed and updated over time, and these changes range anywhere from small bug fixes to a total overhaul of a game's mechanics. This can be done with downloadable patches and DLC, or in the case of the Pokemon franchise, with re-releases of games. The Safari Zone in Pokemon Red and Blue requires a $500 entrance fee to be paid up front, providing the player with access to the park, 30 Safari Balls, and a 500-step limit. If the player is exceptionally careless with their money and runs out of funds to be able to afford this entrance fee, they will unfortunately get stuck. This situation could arise if the player runs out of trainers to fight and has no items to sell. Without funds to enter the park, the player would be halted from progress in the game, as the park contains HM03, Surf, which allows players to travel to Cinnabar Island. With Pokemon Yellow, it seems the developers felt this was a big enough issue to be addressed. As a result, with this release of Yellow, if the player speaks with the Safari Zone worker without the money to enter, he will take pity and allow the player to enter with only a single Safari Ball. This change was made so that players wouldn't find themselves in a position where they'd have to restart the game from the very beginning if they found themselves in the unlikely scenario of having no funds. While this friendly fix was added in Pokemon Yellow, the original text of the attendant telling the player that they can't enter without paying the fee can still be found in the game's data. This wouldn't be the last time a Pokemon game would be updated to fix an oversight. The game Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team were released together and would connect in an unusual way. One title would go into the Game Boy Advance slot, and the other would go into the Nintendo DS cartridge slot, allowing them to interact. This inventive use of the DS had some unforeseen consequences, however. Due to a programming error in the original Japanese release of Blue Rescue Team, the game would cause any and all save data to be erased from the Game Boy Advance game in the bottom slot if it wasn't Red Rescue Team. In other words, players could lose their save files by attempting to play other Game Boy Advance games between sessions of Blue Rescue Team, if they didn't take out their Game Boy Advance cartridge before booting up Blue Rescue Team. This was clearly a big issue for people making use of the DS's backwards compatibility, and the bug was fixed in all subsequent releases of Blue Rescue Team. Another example of changes made to a re-release of a game can be found in the 3DS Virtual Console version of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX, released more than a decade after the original. Throughout the game, the player has the chance to encounter the Old Broom Lady. When initiating conversation, Link was always met with a hearty Yahoo from the woman. However, in the 2013 Virtual Console re-release, this dialogue was changed to a few different variations like hello and yippee. Legend of Localization author Clyde Mandolin, aka Tomato, speculated that this was changed following the growth of the search engine and internet giant Yahoo, particularly because the phrase in-game is not only the same word, but also appears in the same format as the company's logo, with the lettering in block capitals followed by an exclamation mark. Digital re-releases often face minor changes, with some being more noticeable than others. When publishing some games for Virtual Console, old licensing rights have to be considered and adjusted. Wave Race 64 was one of these games, which held a license with Kawasaki, an engineering company who specialize in motorsports. This included the use of the Kawasaki brand for banner advertisements seen around the barrier of the track. When releasing the game on the Wii Virtual Console, these banners were changed from Kawasaki to Nintendo DS advertisements. This was because the license to show Kawasaki's brand had expired between the game's first release and the digital re-release. However, unlike most altered re-releases, when the game was re-released for a second time on the Wii U Virtual Console, these banners were changed back to Kawasaki-branded advertising. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're looking at the classic Nintendo 64 arcade racing game, Cruisin' USA. If the player achieves a high score in the game, they'll be asked to enter their initials for the high scoreboard. After entering the initials, holding left for about a minute while controlling the conveyor belt will lead to a decapitated head sliding past and saying,
"I love this job."
Did you know? There's a Japan-only Metroid game full of exclusive lore and had several of its story elements reused in Metroid Fusion, Zero Mission, Super Metroid, and even Metroid Prime 2? Well, kind of. Released a few months after the original Famicom Disk System game, Metroid Zebus Invasion Order was an interactive literary adaptation licensed by Nintendo and published by Furushaba in December 1986. It's sort of like a choose-your-own-adventure novel on steroids, where the reader, or more accurately the player, is constantly making choices and rolling dice, then flipping to specific pages to explore branching paths, a bit like Dungeons & Dragons. As such, this gamebook borrows many elements from tabletop RPGs, like having to use pencil and paper to keep track of Samus's health, missile count, and current location in Zebus's labyrinthian underworld. The first 3 quarters of the story follows the original Metroid pretty faithfully, but the final act strikes out and forges its own path, and interestingly, seems to foreshadow events that didn't happen in the mainline series until decades later. These days, buying the book and getting it translated into English would set you back about $2,000, but we're gonna save you the trouble, and at the end of this video, we'll even show you how to play it without spending a penny. Just like the original game, Space Pirates have obtained a capsule of Metroid embryos and taken it to Zebus for experimentation, with the goal of creating a dangerous bioweapon. Samus is tasked with infiltrating Zebus, defeating the Space Pirates, and retrieving the capsule so the Federation can study it. The gameplay has Samus exploring room by room, fighting enemies, collecting new weapons and abilities, and backtracking to previous rooms so she can use those new abilities to access secret rooms and more upgrades. Zebus is made up of 3 areas connected by elevators: Brinstar, Norfair, and Torian, totaling 97 rooms, each represented by 1 page, and almost every room containing 1 enemy. To kill enemies, the player rolls a 6-sided die to determine if they kill an enemy or if it damages Samus. If it doesn't die on the first roll, the player keeps rolling until either it or Samus are dead. Using missiles, or more powerful beam upgrades acquired throughout your adventure, gives you better dice rolling odds in combat, and eventually, the Various suit will double Samus's defenses, cutting damage in half. Later in your playthrough, you'll want to backtrack to the beginning to hunt for upgrades, and with a slew of new abilities, Samus makes quick work of enemy types that might have killed her just a few hours earlier, and she can use newly acquired upgrades like bombs to gain access to new areas. Zebus Invasion Order is incredibly difficult, but when Samus dies, she's at least sent back to the beginning of the area she died in with all of her upgrades still intact. The gamebook is surprisingly faithful to the video game, so much so that some Metroid speedrunning strats can be used with the book. Instead of backtracking room by room all the way across the map, sometimes it's easier just to die on purpose and get sent back to the start of an area, which is known as a death warp in speedrunning. Keeping track of Samus's health, missiles, and the map can grow tiresome, but the Metroid formula's conversion into a gamebook is really quite genius. Some decisions stand out as particularly creative adaptations of the video game's core mechanics. For example, sometimes you'll come across a room with a secret entrance to a hidden room. To access it, you'll need to flip to the page in the book that represents the hidden room, but the page itself is also hidden. You're told the page number, but with 1 digit missing, so you'll have to hunt through the book to find it. And you're usually well compensated when you do, with the secret rooms having some of the best items like missile expansions, energy tanks, and the screw attack. Up to this point, Zebus Invasion Order mirrors the Famicom Disk System title, but with a few notable differences. In the game, Zebus is a planet, but the gamebook refers to Zebus as an asteroid. A little extra lore was added as well, like how Mother Brain's been experimenting on Zebus's indigenous creatures and grafting cybernetic enhancements onto them. The book also expands on Ridley's abilities, giving him psychic abilities that accentuate the pain caused by his fire attacks. Creed and Ridley are also holding keystones that are required to unlock the path to Torian, which explains why Samus can't head straight to Mother Brain right from the start. After killing Mother Brain and retrieving the Metroid capsule, Samus climbs out an escape shaft and flies away in her spaceship. At this point, the game changes completely. You're no longer required to keep track of Samus's stats or location, and gameplay shifts into a more traditional choose-your-own-adventure format. The gamebook's story goes down its own path for the final act, adding some extra twists and turns, some of which made their way into future mainline installments. As Samus flees in her ship, she realizes one of the capsule's embryos broke out and developed into a gigantic, mutated Metroid. This new story element was presumably inspired by the end of the 1979 film Alien, where Ripley finds the xenomorph stowed away on her escape pod. Perhaps more interestingly, this was the first time Metroid fans ever got to see a mutated Metroid, and the same could be said for Samus' spaceship. Neither were in the original game, and both made their video game debut 5 years later in Metroid 2: Return of Samus. With the mutant Metroid bearing down on her, the player has 2 choices: send out a distress signal from the cockpit, or flee in an escape pod. Either way, she's eventually forced to dock in a giant ship belonging to the Space Pirates, in a situation very similar to the extra chapter added to Metroid Zero Mission. However, one major difference is that the gamebook's author depicted the Space Pirates as humans, since they weren't revealed as aliens until 8 years later in Super Metroid. The Space Pirates capture Samus and their boss pulls off her helmet, revealing that, gasp, Samus is a woman! The pirates are all shocked it was actually a woman who destroyed their base on Zebus, and the pirate boss is even, quote, horrified by the revelation. What happens next branches off into 8 different endings. 6 of those endings result in Samus getting killed by either the Metroid or at the hands of the Space Pirates. Of the 2 endings where Samus survives, the bad ending occurs if you try to escape without risking your life to retrieve the capsule and complete your mission. If you make that mistake, you're treated to a conclusion very similar to the end of Metroid Fusion. Samus Samus flees to the docking bay but gets intercepted by the mutant Metroid at the last second, and after she kills it in the equivalent of a final boss battle, she escapes in a small craft and fires a missile that destroys the pirate ship. But as Samus flies into the distance, the mutant Metroid can be seen latched onto her ship, implying she might die off screen soon after. In the good ending, Samus faces off against the pirate boss in a sword fight, culminating in the boss getting killed by Samus or defeated and left to get killed by the mutant. Either way, Samus takes the capsule and escapes on the small craft, fires a missile destroying the pirate ship, and flies off with the Metroid capsule. Mission complete. After it's all said and done, the players treat it to an epilogue where a meteorite lands on Earth, and although nothing's found at the impact crater, several human corpses are found nearby with the life drained from their bodies. It's implied that unbeknownst to the locals, the crashed object was actually the mutant Metroid, who developed a hateful obsession for Samus and came to Earth to hunt her down. A dark and foreboding cliffhanger for a sequel that never got made. Although, it's worth noting, the idea of a heavily mutated Metroid viewing Samus as its arch-nemesis and coming after her again and again later found its way into Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Zebus Invasion Order features quite a few original plot lines that have influenced future games, but it's unclear if the developers took direct inspiration from the game book, or if all these similarities are just a coincidence. Zebus Invasion Order borrows story beats from the Alien movies, and the same can be said for the video games, so perhaps the parallels are simply the result of a shared inspiration. Regardless, it's interesting to see similar events play out in the book years or even decades before they happen in the games. Copies of Zebus Invasion Order have become increasingly rare and expensive over the past 35 years, to the point where it's hard to find a listing for one at any price. But one fan who was able to get his hands on a copy was Devin Monins, aided in no small part by the Game Preservation Society in Japan. Over the course of several years, Devin translated Zebus Invasion Order and converted it into a playable text adventure. It's now freely available on Metroid Database, so if you want to give it a try, we'll leave a link in this video's description. Devin even streamlined it so the game keeps track of Samus's health, missiles, and the map all on its own, so you don't have to resort to pencil and paper unless you're feeling like a purist. This is actually how we played the game, though the quality of life features were disabled to best replicate the authentic experience of playing the game book.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In this episode, we're looking away from commercial games and instead taking a gander at some of the more impressive and lesser-known tech demos by Nintendo. Most console manufacturers make tech demos during the development of a system to test and demonstrate the variety of new features their consoles boast, be it in polygon count on screen, lighting effects, audio effects, I mean, the list is endless. First up, we'll be taking a look at one very memorable and impressive tech demo that came with the GameCube software development kit, shipped out to developers prior to the console's release. While its title screen greets the player with a cheery "Welcome to GameCube World," the demo is known more colloquially as Peach's Castle. Previously featured in Super Mario 64, the castle is rebuilt as a graphical playground, where the player can visit various rooms that each showcase a different effect. There are two demo modes available, Normal and Auto, with the latter offering a more hands-off experience via an on-rails camera floating through the castle. In the Normal mode, however, the player's space in the world isn't represented by Mario, but a floating red arrow that twists and turns. At one point, the arrow even momentarily transforms into a dolphin before entering the castle, a passing reference to the GameCube's development codename. The loading time before entering any of the castle's 8 rooms is also cleverly masked by an animation of the arrow knocking before entering. Each room of the castle demonstrates how impressive the GameCube's hardware really was. For example, local lighting is demonstrated by a walkway in a dark cave, lit by rotating spotlights of a variety of colors. At the end of the path is a statue of a Goomba with a spinning light above it, straight out of an interrogation room. The console's projection texture capabilities are represented by a theater, which appears to be playing a looping advertisement for the GameCube itself. Another room features a twisting staircase which the red arrow bounces down like a coiled spring, all in an aid to show off the console's bump, specular, and shadow mapping. It's no wonder that fans of the Mario franchise who are less interested in the nitty-gritty of game programming have still sought it out to take it for a spin. A similar GameCube tech demo exists in the wild, though paired with an in-game environment completely unattached to any existing Nintendo IP. Known only as Dodger, the tech demo came with concept art of a protagonist bearing a passing resemblance to Capcom's Mega Man. Anyway, like Peach's Castle, the tech demo serves its purpose well, showing off the GameCube's physics simulation, texture decompression, and other updated systems, though it has to be said, without the same degree of complexity. Set in a coliseum with lit braziers at sunset, an optimum environment to show off how well the GameCube deals with shadows and particle effects, Dodger is subjected to a barrage of glowing cubes and spheres launched by the many stone statues guarding the coliseum's perimeter. The player doesn't control Dodger, but can press a button that prompts the statues to begin their assault. Notably, the harder the button press, the quicker the projectiles. Stepping back a few years, the N64 also had some very interesting tech demos. Instead of making one larger demo to show off what the system could do, Nintendo made lots of smaller demos for the N64. This ranged from basic image manipulation like resizing and flipping to image and polygon morphing. Some demos even showed real-time shadows, showed off the console's high-resolution mode, or just had a bunch of N64 controllers fly at the screen. Some tech demos were a bit more substantial, however. One demo was a multiplayer experience loosely based on the game's Snake. Players would eat parts to make their bodies longer, and the player with the longest body at the end of the round would be the winner. Another demo named Mirror House Cornflakes is a simple but fully 3D maze game where the player can collect cornflakes. One of Nintendo's more recent tech demos was with the Wii U, though this actually resulted in a full game being created as well. Unlike earlier tech demos, Nintendo sought to create a demo for the Wii U to show off their new Nintendo Web Framework, a development environment that was based on Apple's Net Framework WebKit. This framework made use of standard web-compatible codebases like HTML or JavaScript, rather than proprietary code, making development easier for those who have a more traditional background in coding. Mario vs. Donkey Kong Wii U was shown during GDC of 2014, giving the audience a sample of the potential behind Nintendo's new framework. The demonstration involved the same mechanics that the Mario vs. Donkey Kong franchise is known for, having the player guide mini Marios to a level's exit by creating pathways out of various platforms, though it's also possible to interact with the level's setting through the gamepad's touchscreen. The first stage of the demo gives an example of some of the more basic features to the codebase, though later stages give a better demonstration of more complex lighting techniques, animation, and larger arenas. The levels shown in the tech demo appear in the final release version of the game called Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars, albeit with minor alterations. Even far more limited devices like the Game Boy Color had some interesting tech demos. Evidence suggests the system's promotional demo cartridge, which was shown within brick-and-mortar stores within console kiosks, may have actually been put together by modifying the existing Game Boy title Wario Land 2. In the game's data is Wario Land 2's entire soundtrack and its collection of sound effects. The demo would cycle through a variety of animated scenes to show what the upgraded console could do, particularly with color. Some of these are original creations which wouldn't be found in future releases. By checking the demo's debug menu, which would typically be inaccessible in a store environment, it's possible to find a list of the demos included with the cartridge. The demonstrations are mostly made up of colorized versions of existing Game Boy titles, such as Zelda or Tetris, though some unused demonstrations show the system's capabilities of manipulating imagery, allowing for a fake 3D polygon effect. Why this portion of the demo went unused is not really clear, though it may have been considered misleading, as the console was certainly not capable of practically implementing these sorts of 3D effects, at least at the speed in the demo. The follow-up handheld, Nintendo's much beloved Game Boy Advance, also had its own sampler. This example started with a rotating visual of Yoshi's Island, demonstrating the system's 3D capabilities. Proceeding will let the player run through a simple one-stage adaptation of Yoshi's story, minus some polish, using various manipulation techniques with sprites such as rotation and stretching. As a strange cutaway, after the player loses all of their health, a dark castle is shown with semi-transparent cloud layers moving independently, likely included as a way of showing the high color count of the Game Boy Advance's screen. Initially, this sample was given out without any sound being played, despite audio files being included in the cartridge. Though by the third iteration of the Game Boy Advance's development kit, sound had been re-implemented. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today, we'll be taking a look at Jackass the Game. Released in 2007 for a variety of platforms, Jackass the Game was based on the popular MTV series of the same name. What makes this game of particular interest isn't in its unique gameplay or stunning effects, but rather in the subject matter. Being a game based on the activities of a real group of people, it would be expected that everyone involved from the original cast would have stories about its development. However, Steve-O, one of the leads of the show, has almost no recollection of the game's production, as during the game's vocal recordings and motion capture, he was high on drugs and struggling with a lack of sleep. In fact, it was only after being interviewed for a video with YouTube channel 3 Cool Guys that Steve-O saw the game and provided his opinion. He thinks it's awful and a cheap cash grab from the developers. The crew made little in the way of revenue from its creation. Looking over the footage showing the game's development and knowing of who Steve-O is, this all seems extremely plausible. He is claimed to, unsurprisingly, not be a particular fan of the title, though he does have more involvement with games. Steve-O appears in a Nintendo DS commercial during his time on the Wild Boys show. Sitting in a tree playing the DS, Steve-O has a lion jump up the tree and nibble his hat. In Steve-O's autobiography, where he discussed the filming of this commercial, he revealed that this was never supposed to happen, and the animal was never intended to get close to him. It's unlikely that he was in danger, but the crew who weren't considering this a possibility certainly made him believe his life was coming to an end.
Did you know, for every iconic Nintendo character like Mario, Link or Donkey Kong, there's a Nintendo character that was lost to time, scrapped before they even had a chance to shine? In this video, we'll be talking about a few of the more interesting and eccentric lost Nintendo characters, some that were cut from a game that was actually released, and others that went down with a game that was cancelled entirely. The first character we're talking about is actually unique in that they fall somewhere between those two categories. We have previously talked about a game called Diddy Kong Pilot. This was a Game Boy Advance title that got scrapped when Rare was bought by Microsoft and was later revived and reworked into Banjo Pilot. The game was shown off in 2001, and several screenshots of the game were sent out to video games news outlets like IGN and GameSpot. One of those screenshots showed Diddy, DK, Cranky, Dixie, Crunch the Kremling, K. Rool, and this unnamed Kong member on the character select screen. The character seemed to embrace several cultural stereotypes of white farmers in the American South, which led to fans dubbing them Hillbilly Kong and even Bumpkin Kong. Obviously, Diddy Kong Pilot was scrapped and reworked into Banjo Pilot, which left all the characters in the original game on the cutting room floor. But fans were curious about this Kong. All the other Kongs had been in a released title, and since Microsoft purchased Rare, it was now unlikely they'd ever see him in an actual game. One curious fan was DK Vine's Chad McCanna, who wrote into Scribes, a section of the Rare website where staff would respond to fan letters. Chad asked about the cancelled Kong and what his actual name was. Rare gave an official response saying, "Don't worry about it. He's being killed off now anyway." Although this was a pretty disappointing reply, DK Vine's persistence would eventually pay off. Almost a decade later, the site managed to get in touch with a Rare employee who dropped some details about the elusive Kong. The developer, whose identity was kept a secret, told DK Vine the hillbilly was known as Redneck Kong, and was a very short-lived idea from the designer of the project, sometime during the time that screenshot was obviously captured. Although fans finally had his official name, Redneck Kong was seemingly never playable. Redneck had a fleeting existence and isn't playable in any of the game's builds that have leaked over the years. The character was replaced by Candy Kong in later versions of the game before it was canned. The next character we're talking about is also from the Donkey Kong universe. After the re-release of Donkey Kong Land on the Game Boy, some fans looked back through the game's pre-release media and noticed that a few elements shown off in magazines were absent from the final game. On DK Vine's forums, user MattDog1Million posted an image from Nintendo Power showing what's likely a Kong helper character wearing a hat. MattDog said, "This guy was never given a name, but by the looks of him, I'd assume he'd be a Big Ape City resident, so I call him City Kong, unless you guys have another name for him." Since this post, fans have also named the character Hat Kong and Commuter Kong, and a whole bunch of other names. But there's been no official word on what the character's actual name was, or their function in the game, and unless someone at Rare spills the beans, it seems likely it'll stay that way. The following lost character doesn't have any art to illustrate them, but a simple description of them will likely conjure up vivid imagery in your mind's eye. When the original Mario Tennis was created for the Nintendo 64, the game's developers Camelot introduced a new character to complement Wario and mirror the partnership Mario has with Luigi. We're of course talking about Waluigi. But this isn't the only character that Camelot proposed to Nintendo. They also threw around the idea of expanding the motif of having an evil doppelganger to Peach, giving her a sort of Waru-Peachy counterpart that was akin to Wario and Waluigi. This information comes from Nintendo's own Japanese website, where Camelot staff talked about pitching the idea. One developer said it was absolutely not cute, and looked something like Wario in a dress. I don't know, sounds pretty cute to me. Unfortunately for the team, the pitch was shot down by Nintendo. It seems that in the final game, Princess Daisy was added so that Peach had someone similar to pair up with. Our next character goes all the way back to when the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was still known as Zelda 64. This early version of the title was featured in several gaming magazines, showing off a Navulus Link and a few non-playable characters. One of those NPCs was a woman who never appeared in the final game. And according to one alleged Nintendo insider who spoke to the fansite Zelda Power, her name was Aria. Aria apparently served a similar purpose to Navi in the early game, giving players tips at various locations across Hyrule. It's also likely that her model was reused, and the various Aria models that Link spoke to were in fact completely different characters using the same assets. It's also believed she may have some connection to the Kuko lady in the final game, as both of their models have similarities in their dress. By some stroke of luck, Aria's model and animation data are still within the retail version of Ocarina of Time, where our sweet, beautiful Aria is simply labelled as Object Human. Fans tried to properly restore Aria's model for over a decade. Most attempts tried loading Aria's assets over adult Malon's actor data, since they appeared to be roughly the same shape. However, Aria's model is very archaic, and its associated data is actually closer to Mario 64's NPCs than models from Ocarina of Time. Most attempts to restore her were only partially successful, leading to distortions in the model and strange animations. It wasn't until November 2010 that Zelda hacker Spinout182 discovered how to load Aria's model and animations in the model viewer Z-Sartan. And this was further refined by Nicholas Vitale in 2011, who managed to get a fairly complete version of Aria working properly in-game. So, unless some earlier data from Zelda 64's development is found, this is probably about as close as we'll get to experiencing Aria from those early screenshots. Aria is followed up on our list by a character that went down with the game they starred in. M09 was a cyborg tasked with saving the world, and the protagonist of Project Hammer for the Nintendo Wii. M09 was created in 2050 when the Project Hammer experiment was conducted by an unknown scientist. Later in 2089, M09 was recovered and reactivated by a technician in order to help combat a global threat. The title was set in a future United States during a robot invasion, and players would use the Wiimote and Nunchuck to utilize M09 and his giant hammer. The game had a mission structure where players fight waves of robots building up to a boss battle at the end of each stage, similar to the Dynasty Warriors style games. Project Hammer was being developed by Nintendo Software Technology, or NST for short. Starting development in 2003, the game was finally shown off at E3 2006. Around the time of its reveal, many developers thought the game wasn't up to Nintendo standards. The US developers and Japanese management disagreed on how to improve the game, however, and the game wasn't shown publicly for several years. It was later reported that development resources had been shifted to other upcoming titles, and the game was cancelled in 2009 after Nintendo pulled its funding. For a brief time, the game was also being reworked into a title called Wii Crush, where M09 was seemingly cut from the equation and replaced with Mii characters. M09 at least got to show us what they could do in-game, but the next lost character wasn't so lucky. At Nintendo's 2013 E3 press conference, Shigeru Miyamoto took the stage and finally revealed Pikmin 3 for the Wii U. While the title's gameplay was being demoed, a piece of concept art popped up showing a cast of 4 characters. But the final game only had 3 characters in the landing crew, not 4. In the concept art, each character has a letter under their name. Alf has the letter A under him, Brittany has the letter B, Charlie has a letter C, and this unused character has a D under them. Since each letter corresponds to the first letter of the characters' names, it's thought that D may have had an actual name starting with D during development, but this was never revealed. Some fans have even speculated that D's name may have been Drake, and that when D was cut, some of his attributes were given to the talking ship, the SS Drake. But, as we've said, this is just speculation. It's also believed that D was cut because micromanaging 4 different characters at the same time was just too much for the player to handle, and the game was scaled back to having just 3 on your crew. The following character is another that got scrapped along with their game. Dorin the Dragon was the protagonist of Dragon Hopper, a Virtual Boy title being developed by Intelligent Systems and planned to be published by Nintendo. The game was shown off at Nintendo's Space World 1995 event, and later again at E3 1996, as well as in an issue of Nintendo Power. Dragon Hopper was an adventure title with a top-down perspective. It took place in a series of tower-like structures where Dorin leaps up or down to new platforms, with the Virtual Boy's 3D effect making the floors appear closer and further away. The game had light platforming and puzzle elements, and was reminiscent of A Link to the Past's multi-layered dungeons. The fan site Planet Virtual Boy sums up the game's story as such. Dorin, the Dragon Prince, lived a happy life in the magical kingdom of Celestia, until the king's power-hungry prime minister captured and jailed his family, the king, the queen, and Dorin's love, Diana. Pursued by soldiers, Dorin fled his home. As he ran away, he tripped and fell into a mysterious hole, landing in the land of Faerun. Now he has to get back to the surface and save Celestia. Despite Dragon Hopper apparently being finished, the game was never released due to the poor sales of the Virtual Boy system. Oh, what could have been.
Did you know? Metroid was originally called Space Hunter. This term can still be seen in the game's instruction booklet where it refers to bounty hunters as space hunters. According to a developer interview in the Japanese magazine Nintendo Dream, Nintendo wanted to use the term bounty hunter but couldn't rewrite the text in time for the game's release. They later settled on the name Metroid, which came from combining the words metro, as in a metro subway, and android, which is strange considering the game's protagonist, Samus Aran, isn't an android. That said, Samus's identity wasn't fully realized until partway through the game's development. Her gender was decided after developers said, "Hey, wouldn't it be kind of cool if it turned out that this person inside the suit was a woman?" Samus's physical appearance in Super Metroid was based on the actress Kim Basinger. Her second name, Aran, came from soccer player Pele, whose real name was Edison Arantes do Nascimento. Samus was referred to as a he in the instruction booklet, though this may have been a cover-up to ensure the end reveal was shocking. Samus originally had unique animations for walking left and right, rather than having the same animation mirrored for both directions. These unused sprites are actually still in the game's data. Samus's movement also went through some changes. At first, the developers thought she moved too slow on screen. They increased her speed, but this increase made it hard to maneuver through small areas and on small platforms. Thus, the environments were made larger to compensate, resulting in the expansive labyrinths the series is known for. Samus's iconic design, dressed in the round-shouldered Varia suit, didn't debut until Metroid 2: Return of Samus. In the first Metroid, the different suits that Samus equips, the Varia suit and the Power suit, were the same shape but had different colors. The Game Boy's visuals lacked color, so for Metroid 2, these suits were redesigned so players could tell them apart. Also, the name Varia suit was a mistranslation from Japanese and was meant to be called Barrier suit, as stated in Metroid's instruction booklet.
In Super Metroid, Samus initially appeared naked when she died. However, the developers gave her clothes to avoid controversy outside of Japan. Samus also spoke as she died, but the voice was removed for sounding too sexual. Super Metroid's title screen was also changed during development. The graphics for this can be pulled from the game's ROM to reveal the original title, Metroid. The Super Metroid boss Crocomire was planned to appear in Metroid Zero Mission. Not only are the boss's graphics present, but Crocomire's behavior is partially programmed into the game as well. A Metroid fan called TrueNar68 created a hack for the game that fleshes out Crocomire's movements to resemble the Super Metroid boss fight. There's also a plethora of Crocomire concept art from Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, suggesting Crocomire was meant to appear in that game as well. The boss Kraid was set to make an appearance in Metroid Prime. The graphics for Kraid resembled the Super Metroid design, but included metal prosthetics similar to those found on Meta Ridley. As a result, fans dubbed the boss Meta Kraid. There's also concept art for Kraid without metal prosthetics, showing it had multiple stages of development before being dropped completely. There's also an unused ice boss in Metroid Prime. Its color scheme, spikes, and the position of its tusks resemble the Sheegoth, so it's possible this creature is somehow related to them. It's also possible that the boss Thardus may have replaced this ice monster. You face Thardus in a cold climate, but some early animations show Thardus as a lava-themed boss. Thardus could have been altered and repurposed in order to fill the void by removing the ice boss. Some of the roars made by the bosses in Super Metroid greatly resemble roars from the Godzilla movies. When Crocomire dies, it lets out what seems to be the roar of Titanosaurus. And the same roar seems to be used again when the boss Phantoon is hit. Dragon's cry also resembles the cry of the Godzilla monster, Anguirus. There are many similarities between the Metroid and Alien franchises. These similarities have been acknowledged by Metroid's co-creator, Yoshio Sakamoto. He stated that the first Alien movie influenced the creation of Metroid, and that his team thought the presentation in Alien was a good match for the Metroid world they had already put in place. In addition to basic design influences from the Alien franchise, some events from the first 4 Metroid games resemble events from the first 4 Alien movies. Here are just a few examples. After hatching, the first forms of the alien xenomorphs and the first forms of the Metroids both latch onto the heads of their victims, and both species have multiple stages of metamorphosis. Both Metroid and Alien have female lead protagonists, both of which narrowly escape explosions and are shown half-clothed at the ending. The boss Ridley also shares his name with Alien movie director Ridley Scott. In the sequel to Alien, Aliens, Ripley travels to the source of the alien xenomorphs, the moon LV-426. In Metroid 2, Samus travels to the source of the Metroids, SR-388. Both stories center around the heroines attempting to exterminate the alien threat in their universe. Aliens introduces the Queen Alien, Metroid 2 introduces the Queen Metroid. In the third Metroid game, Super Metroid, the Key Hunters have the ability to spit acid, and in Alien 3, a xenomorph also spits acid. In the fourth Alien movie, Alien Resurrection, Ripley is cloned and the embryo of an alien queen is extracted from her body. The cloning process unites alien DNA with Ripley's, turning her into a human-alien hybrid. In the fourth Metroid game, Metroid Fusion, Samus becomes infected with a virus, but is later cured with a vaccine. The vaccine uses Samus's cellular sample taken from the remains of the baby Metroid that she came into contact with in Super Metroid, and this vaccine ultimately gives her Metroid-like powers. Weyland-Yutani Corporation clones xenomorphs from Ripley's embryo to use as weapons. Similarly, the Galactic Federation uses the baby Metroid's cells to clone a series of Metroids, and both labs end up being destroyed by Ripley and Samus. Xenomorphs don't attack Ripley as she's a human-alien hybrid and they think she's one of them. With the exception of the Omega Metroid, the Metroids don't attack Samus, presumably for the same reasons. It's possible that Metroid 2 is going to receive a DX remake, much like Link's Awakening DX. In the April 1998 issue of the German club Nintendo magazine, a full-color image of Metroid 2 was shown. It's not known if the image was representing a game in development or if it was simply a mock-up. A fan remake of Metroid 2, known as Another Metroid 2 Remake, sparked a comment from Retro Studios artist Benjamin Sprout, saying, "I've always thought it'd be awesome to remake Metroid 2. A group of us at Retro even discussed doing it as a side project at one point. To our knowledge, the idea never progressed." There are lots of unused test rooms in Metroid Other M. Most are fairly basic and lack detail, but one of them stands out. This room is actually from Ninja Gaiden 2, where you fight the boss Resetsu at the top of a building. The background tower is no longer present in the model, but the structure is mostly intact. There's a room shown in the trailer for Metroid Fusion where Samus uses a power bomb against zombie scientists. This part of the game was removed, but the room itself is still in the game's code. The crystals from Wario Land 4 can also be found in the game's code. This is because Metroid Fusion was made using Wario Land 4's game engine. In Metroid Fusion, when you unclog the exhaust fans in Sector 1, there's a secret hidden in the blockage. If you look to the top left corner of the rubble, you can see a partly disguised Nintendo GameCube.
When digging into the behind-the-scenes stories of Nintendo games, you will often find that the company has a habit of completely shifting directions when it suits them. Their notoriously high standards sometimes lead them to changing course in search of a better gaming experience. This video is devoted to those left turns, and the original visions abandoned by Nintendo projects along the way. There have been many examples of this over the years, but I'll be focusing on just a handful of these what-if scenarios, including some that have never previously been revealed. Despite the relatively small scale of the project, Animal Crossing's first mobile game could not avoid some fairly severe development issues. Initially announced in 2016, the company originally planned to bring Animal Crossing to mobile platforms before the end of that year. However, by September 2016 it was pushed back, and players were told to expect it by the end of March 2017. When the end of March rolled around, the game was still nowhere to be seen. No official description of it was given, nor any footage shown. Instead, it was unceremoniously delayed again during an investors briefing. It wasn't until 7 months later that the project finally stepped out of the shadows in October 2017, revealed as Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. This free-to-play slice of Animal Crossing attempted to tap into many of the series' traditional elements, like trading furniture and completing tasks for villagers. Although, had the game been allowed to release on its original schedule, fans would have seen a different take on the franchise. Throughout 2016, Nintendo had been working on a mobile title known internally as Animal Crossing Town Planner. Sources close to the project described it as a game in which players would build and manage their own towns from scratch. This included deciding where buildings and public work projects would go, along with some light elements of economy management. Players could visit the towns of friends, comparing and trading items with them over the internet. After being under development for the best part of a year, the game was seen as falling short of the quality standards set by Nintendo. It was deemed too bare bones and simplistic, sending its developers back to the drawing board. Almost all of the work done on this first iteration was tossed out, and the project would begin anew, eventually evolving into Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. Originating as a recurring character in 3D Mario games, Captain Toad eventually received his own spin-off in the form of Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker. It tasked players with guiding its titular hero, an adventurous Toad in safari garb, to collect the treasure hidden in each world. Weighed down by his backpack, Captain Toad is unable to jump, and instead relies on items, power-ups, and moving platforms. These stages first made an appearance in Super Mario 3D World, dubbed The Adventures of Captain Toad. Back before even that, however, they were originally envisioned as being their own separate game, a game that had nothing to do with either Captain Toad or Mario. Towards the start of the Wii U's life cycle, Shinya Hirataki, a planner at Nintendo, had devised an idea for a new game where players would navigate diorama-like environments. They would move the camera to rotate the diorama world suspended in the air, revealing clues and secret areas by observing it from different angles. Hirataki had been mostly involved with the Mario series at this point in his career, but reasoned that a Mario character might not be a suitable protagonist for this kind of game. This was because he intended for the hero in his game to be unable to jump. Looking to Nintendo's other franchises, Link from The Legend of Zelda was soon thought to be a good fit for the project, given that he traditionally did not jump in his games. Hirataki led a small team of developers at Nintendo to create a tech demo for the project, and soon found himself demoing it to a board of Nintendo executives. According to a Game Informer interview on this subject from 2014, there was a misunderstanding regarding the concept between the developers and Nintendo designer Shigeru Miyamoto. "We must have done too good of a job with our demo," said Hirataki, because during our presentation, Mr. Miyamoto asked us how we were planning on bringing these dioramas into production. He thought we were pitching him an actual physical product design. Despite some apparent enthusiasm on the part of Miyamoto, the idea of using the Legend of Zelda property was shot down, and the project did not move forward. Instead, at a later date, Miyamoto suggested implementing the concept into the next Mario game in development, Super Mario 3D World. As discussions continued, Hirataki recalled an Explorer Toad character from the Mario Galaxy games, and reasoned that the backpack he wore would weigh him down, making him unable to jump. With this realization, the protagonist of these side levels, and ultimately a new game, was found. Project Hammer was the codename of a first-party Nintendo brawler being developed at US game studio Nintendo Software Technology. This infamous case study in game development gone awry was first revealed at E3 2006 as Nintendo laid out their lineup for the launch of the Wii. At this point, Project Hammer was presented as a game making full use of the Wii's motion controls. Official PR images showed players swinging the controller to mimic flailing a giant hammer. This may have led some to believe that the Wii Remote had always been at the heart of the game's premise, but this is not so. In fact, the original concept behind this project had nothing to do with the Wii. The initial proposal for the game that would evolve into Project Hammer dates back to late 2003. Upon completing 1080 Avalanche for the GameCube, a team at Nintendo Software Tech was tasked with planning out their next big game. It didn't take long before a rough direction was settled on. They would be tackling the hack and slash genre. This was decided after the observation had been made by the development team that Nintendo lacked such a game in their first-party portfolio. Third-party support for this genre on Nintendo systems was sparse as well. While games like Dynasty Warriors were making their way to PlayStation and Xbox around this time, Nintendo's struggling GameCube was going without. Looking to Dynasty Warriors in particular, NST hoped to craft an original first-party hack and slash exclusively for the GameCube using a similar style of gameplay. The developers even took it as far as referring to it as a Dynasty Warriors for the West in meetings. Upon gaining Nintendo's approval, full development was underway in 2004. The game was expected to release sometime in the twilight years of the GameCube due to the console's lackluster sales performance and the expectation that Nintendo would move on to its successor before long. Although what exactly this new machine would be was a closely guarded secret at Nintendo's Japanese headquarters. Nintendo Software Technology, despite being a key studio of theirs at the time, had zero insight into what this system would be like. Former developers from this hack and slash project say at the time they expected their new game could come to this new platform. They imagined that if Nintendo planned to move existing GameCube projects to this new console, porting their game would be a fairly straightforward task. They had no idea, however, that this new hardware, codenamed Revolution, would be radically different from its predecessor. It sported a completely different controller interface featuring an infrared pointer and motion sensors. To make matters worse, the developers only learned of this when Nintendo president Satoru Iwata took to the stage at Tokyo Game Show 2005 and revealed it to the press. Audiences around the world reacted with surprise, but few were as shocked as NST developers, who now face the prospect of having to entirely rework their game with no prior warning. Over the following year, it changed, adopting a focus on the Wii's motion controls and becoming Project Hammer. The game's original concept was iterated upon and was never glimpsed by the public. Between interviews and a comprehensive GDC presentation, the history of Splatoon is fairly well documented. Its creators have divulged many of the ideas left on the cutting room floor on their way to making an original shooter IP about transforming squids. Before the project had found this identity, the developers had considered various other possibilities for their main characters, including anthropomorphic rabbits. One of the more notable concepts tried out involved the Mario series. At an early stage in development, Nintendo explored the idea of setting it in the Mario universe and including characters like Yoshi. Both Mario himself and various colors of Yoshi were tested as playable characters, wielding the same style of ink guns later featured in the final game. It employed the same basic turf war style of gameplay, where the team who have covered the most ground with ink wins. The Mario characters concept was ultimately short-lived. The team arrived at the conclusion that creating their own characters from scratch would allow them to have something more fit for purpose. In using the Mario IP, they observed a disconnect between the gameplay and its characters. There was no easily ascertainable reason for why they would be spreading ink or competing in a game of this style. By using squids, as they later supposed, it would make more sense to players why these characters would be spraying ink and swimming through it. Regardless, Nintendo continued to flirt with the idea of using Mario assets in Splatoon after the conception of the Inklings. They created a test level based upon the first level from Super Mario 3D World, Super Bell Hill. The next project on our list underwent not just one but two significant transformations on its long journey to being finished. Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE was an Atlus-developed RPG for the Wii U. The game was a crossover between the Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem franchises that was originally announced under the simple name of Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. This collaboration was the brainchild of Nintendo producer Kaori Ando, who revealed in an interview of Nintendo Dream that it was not in fact the first crossover title she had attempted. Ando, who was working primarily on Pokemon spin-offs around this time, realized the potential of mixing the rules of the Pokemon RPGs with those of the Fire Emblem series. This led her to submitting a proposal for a Nintendo DS crossover game combining the two in mid-2010. These plans were quickly shot down by Nintendo executives because they were already planning a Pokemon tactical RPG named Pokemon Conquest, also for the DS. By coincidence, the pitch for this project had only recently been approved. Ando's proposal was deemed too similar to it. Still intrigued by the prospect of a Fire Emblem spin-off, she soon devised another pitch just days later, now proposing a crossover with the Shin Megami Tensei franchise. Nintendo greenlit the idea, and the company tabled a meeting with Atlus, the company behind Shin Megami Tensei. At an early stage in development, the concept at the heart of Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem was far removed from the game it would eventually grow into. When it was first announced in January 2013, it was being envisioned as a grid-based strategy RPG in the vein of past Fire Emblem titles. However, as full-scale production was set to ramp up, it was decided that Atlus would take up the reins and assume full development duties themselves. Previously, they had been shared jointly between them and Nintendo during pre-production. It was for this reason that much of what had already been mapped out was scrapped. Since Nintendo's Intelligent Systems, the developers behind Fire Emblem, would not be handling the project, the two parties agreed that Atlus should make the game in a style that would play upon their strengths. Therefore, its direction shifted away from a Fire Emblem-esque experience and more towards a traditional RPG. The reworking pushed the project's schedule back on multiple occasions before it was eventually finished at the end of 2015. Aura Aura Climber is a platformer that was developed by Nintendo Software Technology for the DSiWare platform. The game follows a fallen star named Aura Aura trying to make his way back into the sky. Players zip between grapple points to gradually progress upwards, gaining power-ups and items along the way. Produced by Kensuke Tanabe of Metroid Prime fame, Aura Aura was the first new IP that NST had made in years after a number of non-starters. Although, had Nintendo gone with another plan they had considered for the game, it would have been linked to an existing franchise. According to Nintendo's sources, a group of senior staff overseeing the game in Japan were unsure about its viability as an original IP. Their suggestion, made midway into development, was to replace Aura Aura with Yoshi and turn it into a new spin-off game of some kind. Yoshi's tongue would have been used to propel him towards different platforms in a game using essentially the same mechanics. The concept was received unenthusiastically among staff making the game, say former developers, who had previously enjoyed the creative freedom the project had brought. After some back and forth, the idea of transforming it into a Yoshi game was brought to an end by Nintendo president Satoru Iwata himself. Wanting to respect the developers' wishes and have the project finished on time, Aura Aura Climber was allowed to stay true to its original vision. It was released in February 2010 to positive reviews. After years of shooting down hopeful game revivals and allegedly laughing buyout offers out of the room, Nintendo's management has earned itself a reputation for being discerning and difficult to pitch to. In many instances, this approach has served the company well, but every so often, they have been known to unwittingly let a big business opportunity slip through their fingertips. In this video, I'll be going over several case studies of such a phenomenon. These are some of the big games that Nintendo turned down. 2008 was a year of great instability for the game industry. Rocked by the global financial crisis, many companies were forced to close their doors for good. Toys for Bob, meanwhile, was challenging themselves to invent a new IP during a period when the stakes were higher than ever. Their experiments combining RFID chips with homemade action figures resulted in a prototype that caught the attention of Activision's executives. They blended this original property with one Activision had not long since acquired, Spyro, resulting in the first Skylanders game. The majority of Activision's executives were apparently bullish on the proposed new title, but still sought to offset as much risk as possible. They directed Toys for Bob to court Nintendo for a potential co-publishing arrangement to spread the costs and employ their expertise. Believing it had the potential to succeed on their platform, the Wii, Activision wanted to offer Nintendo a chance to get in on the ground floor of their new product. After all, the two publishers already had a strong working relationship, with a co-marketing deal already in place for the Wii generation. Paul Ritchie and other Toys for Bob staff presented their ideas to Nintendo of America in 2008, who were apparently impressed by the demonstration. Despite this enthusiasm, a risk-averse Nintendo declined to invest in this unproven new IP. The deal would have offered Nintendo a percentage in a venture that would go on to become highly profitable for Activision, spawning numerous sequels and topping over $3 billion in revenue. Skylanders helped spawn a Toys to Life craze throughout the 2010s that ultimately fizzled out in 2016. As sales slumped year on year, Activision cancelled its next major installment. Speaking to Polygon in 2014, Ritchie recalled his incredulity at Nintendo's decision. Clearly they have got properties well suited to this world. Why it is that they didn't rush in here will probably haunt them for the rest of their days. As the success of Skylanders exploded, Nintendo eventually did backtrack on their decision, at least to an extent. The two companies partnered for the Wii U version of Skylanders Superchargers, which introduced guest playable characters Hammer Slam Bowser and Turbocharged Donkey Kong. Both had their own Skylanders figures, which could also function as amiibo. For years, Sega's Yakuza series was associated chiefly with Sony platforms, beginning on PS2 and landing exclusively on them for a number of years. But as series creator Toshihiro Nagoshi has explained, this was not for lack of trying. After finally receiving the green light from Sega following multiple failed attempts, the team found themselves presenting their concept to console manufacturers, including Nintendo. The game was proposed to Nintendo, which was led by Satoru Iwata at the time, as a possible title for the GameCube. According to Nagoshi, however, Nintendo staff didn't see the potential in his game, along with every other platform holder. Even Sony turned down the initial proposal for Yakuza, as Nagoshi explained in an interview with CVG. For the market at the time, they thought it was too niche, they were worried it wouldn't sell, and I got quite a disappointing reply from them. But I kept pestering them, and eventually they gave it a closer look. That's because they saw the passion I had for the game, rather than anything to do with whether or not it would sell. Ultimately, the Yakuza series did make its debut on Nintendo hardware years later, albeit in a limited form. The first two games were re-released together in HD on the Wii U, exclusively in Japan. This release, which was labelled by Nagoshi as an experiment to gauge the level of interest among Wii U players in the series, performed poorly. It was believed to have sold fewer than 2,000 copies during its first week on the market, leading the director to brand it as a huge failure in 2018. As the skateboarding game genre dawned in the 1990s, a number of different companies found themselves attempting to figure out how to best translate the burgeoning sport into video game form. For many publishers at the time, however, a skateboarding game remained a hard sell. To help grease the wheels, skating icon Tony Hawk was brought on to lend some credibility to the endeavour. Partnering with a PC developer in the late 90s, this very early concept for a skating game with the names of real-life pro skaters attached was pitched around to a variety of Western publishers. As Tony Hawk himself revealed in the 2020 documentary Pretending I'm a Superman, the Tony Hawk video game story, these initial endeavours were met with universal skepticism. Publishers were hesitant about the prospects of a skateboarding game, believing the sport to be unpopular and therefore unlikely to be the basis of a successful video game. While these unsolicited pitches went nowhere, there was one company that did take a proactive interest in Tony Hawk's early efforts and invited him to present a proposal: Nintendo. The Japanese game giant had caught wind of the project they'd been seeking to produce and met with him to see if it had potential as a Nintendo exclusive. As Hawk recounted, their ideas didn't get far and were unceremoniously shot down by their higher-ups, who ended up being similarly concerned about its sales potential. It was shortly after this venture fizzled out that he was contacted by a different party entirely, Activision. They had contracted the Californian studio Neversoft to create a prototype for a skating game. Upon playing the demo himself, Tony Hawk's impressions were very positive, complimenting its intuitive and approachable gameplay. He soon agreed to come on board as the face of the game. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater released in 1999 to widespread acclaim and commercial success. It would go on to receive a myriad of sequels, raking in over $1.4 billion in revenue as of 2019. E3 2011 saw the reveal of the Nintendo Wii U, a first showing that also announced an infamously ill-fated collaboration. EA's John Riccitiello took to the stage to pledge his company's support for Nintendo's system in no uncertain terms. The CEO bigged up their arrangement as an unprecedented partnership and told players to imagine a variety of EA franchises on the new console at their very best. Ultimately though, it was in the imaginations of Nintendo players that some of these games would remain. In spite of Peter Moore's insistence later that year that his company believed in the Wii U and its apparently extensive online features, EA's support for the system was limited to only 4 games, all of which were ports from other systems. The apparent turnaround from unprecedented partnership to a small series of ports that were commonly criticized for missing features has led many players to speculate that there was a fallout between the two parties after that initial 2011 announcement. While the dramatics of these events may have been overstated, there is some truth to the rumours after all. Sources close to the talks indicate that there were fundamental disagreements about the direction of the Wii U between EA and Nintendo. These concerned its online infrastructure, which EA apparently wanted to have a bigger hand in, and how powerful the system should be. One EA developer had asserted that the company was looking for a bigger piece of the pie when it came to the Wii U's online, and had even pushed for it to implement their EA Origin service in some form. Despite having initiated the discussions themselves, Nintendo was not willing to agree to some of EA's terms. For one, Nintendo hoped to keep manufacturing costs down, and this meant less powerful hardware than was initially discussed, an apparent point of contention for EA. Inside sources describe the outcome as an amicable disagreement that left EA steadily backing off from some of their previous commitments out of concern for how successful the Wii U would be. In the aftermath of discussions breaking down, a number of potential EA games for the Wii U ended up being scrapped. Among those prototyped was a gamepad-centric version of SimCity and Crysis 3. One of the last nails in the coffin for EA support on the console came after attempts to get their Frostbite 2 engine running on it yielded some apparently poor results. Titles using the engine subsequently never appeared on the platform. These hiccups notwithstanding, Nintendo and EA are said to have entered talks again at the end of that generation in 2016 as the Nintendo Switch loomed. This time around, EA sought more reassurance that Nintendo would do more to court their typical audience on the console through its first-party efforts. Sources privy to the negotiations said that EA wanted to have a hand in hardware sales yet again, proposing a FIFA Switch bundle be sold with their title packaged in. Nintendo turned them down once again, limiting their initial commitment to the system. Nintendo and Platinum Games have over the years cultivated a strong working relationship, beginning with their partnership over games like The Wonderful 101. However, there have also been a number of titles that Platinum was unable to receive the green light on when pitching to them. One notable title to slip through the cracks, according to former Platinum developers, was their fantasy action RPG epic, Scalebound. Sources claim that the title was pitched around to a variety of different publishers, and this included Nintendo themselves early on in its lifespan. Already engaged in development on multiple other games with Platinum, Nintendo staff simply weren't interested in the initial concept and politely turned it down. Instead, it would end up being Microsoft who picked up the game, looking to produce more Japanese games for their then upcoming system, the Xbox One. Following several rocky years of development, the ambitious project fell apart in late 2016 amid tensions between the two companies. Platinum would instead continue to partner with Nintendo on successful titles such as 2019's Astral Chain.
Did you know? While the Virtual Boy is often considered the brainchild of legendary Japanese designer Gunpei Yokoi, the technology was first created by an American engineer. In 1985, Alan Becker noticed the poor quality of laptop screens and decided to create a small, portable, high-resolution display. He decided to try using an array of light-emitting diodes, or LEDs. The small band of LEDs would change patterns so quickly that they would be seen as a complete image. However, instead of moving the LEDs themselves, Becker would reflect them off an oscillating mirror. Becker named this device the Scanned Linear Array, which was capable of producing a bright, clear image for a low price. The Virtual Boy's signature red color scheme came from the materials Becker had access to at the time. As he lacked the funds to create his own prototype from scratch, he used a cheap red LED array meant for displays on large printers. Becker went on to found Reflection Technology Incorporated in 1986 and developed a miniaturized version of this technology named the Private Eye. When viewed from 18 inches away, the Private Eye's 1-inch display was capable of simulating a 12-inch display. While many companies were interested in the technology, none of them managed to find an application useful enough to pass the experimentation phase. By the early 90s, the tech industry was dominated by the idea of virtual reality. Even NASA had its own research lab dedicated to it. Reflection Technology courted the game and toy industries, attempting to capitalize on the craze. They pitched the Private Eye to Hasbro, Mattel, and Sega, but each company rejected them. It wasn't until 1991 that Reflection finally found a buyer for that technology, Nintendo, who then dominated the games industry. At the time, Gunpei Yokoi felt out of place in gaming, as he thought the medium was too focused on flashy graphics and catering to a hardcore audience. He intended to retire from Nintendo the following year and establish his own company where he had more direct creative control. But then the Private Eye showed up. During Reflection's demonstration of the tech, then Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi fell asleep. While this seemed dismissive, it was actually a green light. He was sending the message that his employees could proceed without his supervision, and Nintendo acquired exclusive worldwide video game licensing rights to the technology in 1992. Using the tech, the Virtual Boy was developed by Nintendo Research and Development 1 and went under the working title VR32. Gunpei Yokoi was enthusiastic about the head tracking technology, which would make the console's graphics move with the user's head movements. In fact, VR32 was initially meant to be a pair of wearable goggles. However, Nintendo's engineers were concerned about having a chip that produced high-frequency radio emissions so close to a user's head, as the effects of EMF radiation on the human body were not well understood at the time. The chip also produced a lot of noise. To protect the user from these issues, a metal plate was installed around the CPU. Unfortunately, this made the goggles too heavy to move around. The team also had concerns about motion sickness and risk of injury, and so Nintendo scrapped the idea of head tracking. But that wasn't the end of the console's potential health risks. Reflection encouraged Nintendo to hire Dr. Ellie Pelly of the Scapin's Eye Research Institute to determine whether the console was harmful to the eyes. Pelly found that the console was harmless, with one exception. If a child around the ages of 5 and 7 were to play a system with both displays misaligned, they could develop lazy eye. Nintendo used rigid materials to ensure this wouldn't happen. While the problem was solved, new product liability laws forced Nintendo's hand, and they included warnings on the packaging that children under 7 should not play the Virtual Boy. They also installed a software timer reminding users to take a break from the console every 15 minutes. While these warnings were precautionary and included for legal reasons, they gave the impression the Virtual Boy was detrimental to people's health. Sensational headlines swept Japan as the console launched. Further problems came from within Nintendo. Sony's PlayStation and the Sega Saturn were due out in 1994, but the Nintendo 64 wouldn't be ready for launch until 1996. Most of Nintendo's money and attention was devoted to the Nintendo 64. As such, the Virtual Boy was pressured to release as soon as possible to bridge the gap in income. Not only that, but Yamauchi instructed Yokoi to de-emphasize Mario and the Virtual Boy so his 3D debut in Super Mario 64 would be all the more impactful. R&D 1 attempted to make their own games while also relying on their frequent collaborators' Intelligent Systems to create original software for the console. But both teams lacked the time and resources to create games that really took advantage of the system's unique hardware. Ultimately, the console only had 22 games over the course of its lifespan. Faith in the product plummeted, and even Yokoi expressed doubts about the system. Nintendo faced stiff competition, with Sony and Sega both launching their 32-bit consoles that year. Nintendo had spent a considerable amount of time and money on VR32, even buying a manufacturing plant in China for it. Along with these large expenses, public response to the Virtual Boy was tepid. Fans and critics had been expecting a next-generation powerhouse, and the red and black visuals and toy-like appearance of the console turned many away. While the console was more powerful than the Super NES and Mega Drive, it was also at an extreme disadvantage as it had to display two screens at once. This made it difficult for Nintendo to demonstrate its true power. The system's 3D capabilities were also less than impressive. 3D accelerators were a new technology at the time and couldn't be included in a portable console because they used too much space and power. Even with this energy-conscious design, the machine still took 6 AA batteries to run. Despite these problems, Yamauchi remained confident, boldly proclaiming they would sell 3 million units in Japan alone. Ultimately, the console sold less than 800,000 units worldwide. While Nintendo boasted of being sold out in America, this was only because they shipped an extremely limited number of units. Some stores received as few as 2 systems. Prices dropped rapidly, yet low sales persisted, preventing the chance of a European release. There were a number of contributing factors to the public's disinterest: a lack of software, a reputation to cause eye strain, back strain, and headaches, a lack of portability, and the antisocial nature of the hardware itself. The name Virtual Boy drew unfavorable comparisons with the wildly successful Game Boy. Miyamoto would later say that Nintendo gave mixed signals to consumers by developing 2 consoles simultaneously, both marketed on their 3D capabilities. The Nintendo 64 used revolutionary 3D technology, whereas the Virtual Boy was iterative, using established technology but with a 3D display. Some developers did praise the console, however. Steve Wota, who worked on Ocean's Waterworld, considered it a great piece of technology and felt it could have reached its full potential given a couple of years. Miyamoto felt it wasn't that the Virtual Boy was a failure, but that it was marketed in a poor light. In an Iwata Asks interview, he said, "When you think of it as a game console, selling 100,000 units is just a start. But if you think of it as a fun toy, it's a big success if you break just 50,000. Viewed like that, it was, I think, quite an appealing toy. When you think of it as a gaming platform, it becomes a failure." Rumors suggested Yokoi became an outcast within Nintendo following the console's launch and that he resigned as a result, but he intended to leave the company even before the Virtual Boy began development. Yokoi took responsibility for the failure of the console by designing Nintendo's next successful portable venture, the Game Boy Pocket, before leaving in August 1996. His profound impact on the gaming industry was not damaged by the Virtual Boy, and upon his departure, Nintendo lost shares so rapidly the Tokyo Stock Exchange had to cease operations. The late Nintendo president Satoru Iwata said that after the Virtual Boy's failure, it would have been understandable for Nintendo to shy away from 3D technology. However, the company continued to pursue the concept, encouraged by Yamauchi and Miyamoto's enthusiasm for it. A working prototype of the 3DS's technology was functioning as early as the Game Boy Advance SP. Additionally, the GameCube had 3D compatibility built into the system, but it required an expensive LCD that would far exceed the price of the console itself. Iwata felt at the time of the 3DS's release that Nintendo had achieved the fruition of its many attempts of a 3D-capable console. The Virtual Boy has been referenced in a lot of Nintendo games following its release. The console appears in the background of the trophy room in Super Smash Bros. Melee if the player sets the language to Japanese in the NTSC version. It can be spotted in the background of Francis's room in Super Paper Mario, as well as 9Volt's stage in WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. A Virtual Boy can also be obtained in Animal Crossing New Leaf, Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, Pokemon Stadium 2, and Mii Plaza. It can even be found in Tamagotchi Life, and was prominently featured in the game's Nintendo Direct. The console is also referenced outside of Nintendo games. A modified Virtual Boy is used in the manga Ai ga Tomaranai. An ad for the console can be seen in the background of the Simpsons game. Additionally, a VB mode can be unlocked in the Game Boy Advance version of Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. Activating this mode will turn the whole screen red. The Virtual Boy's failure appears to have influenced Nintendo's approach to VR even to this day. In an interview with Bloomberg in 2016, 2017, then president of Nintendo America, Reggie Fils-Aimé, claimed Nintendo wanted to ensure virtual reality represents strong value to the consumer before pursuing it again. He said a mainstream mass-market application of VR technology was perhaps further away than some anticipated. Nintendo was willing to go ahead with VR, but only after players could use the technology for hours on end without problems. However, they appear to still be experimenting. A tentative step towards VR came from Nintendo Labo. Compatible modes were built into Super Mario Odyssey and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and more recently, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
For every iconic Nintendo game like Super Mario 64, Super Metroid, or Pokemon Red and Blue, there's a horde of rumored Nintendo games that never actually existed. And while many of these rumored games can be boiled down to someone telling a lie on a message board, some of them have more interesting backstories. In this video, we'll be talking about a few of the more interesting and eccentric rumored Nintendo games. Some that were completely made up, some that were half-truths, and some that may have actually existed but can't be proven. And since Metroid Dread recently released on the Switch, we thought we'd start this video off right with a few rumored Metroid games. At E3 2017, Nintendo dropped a bit of a bombshell during their presentation. Metroid Prime, a sub-series that many thought had come to a close, was suddenly revived with a tease of Metroid Prime 4 for the Nintendo Switch. And if that wasn't enough, a few hours later Nintendo revealed that Metroid 2 was being remade for the 3DS by Mercury Steam. Fans knew that a Prime 4 release was still years off, and that Samus Returns was coming later that year. This drummed up a lot of speculation about what Nintendo might do to fill the gap between the two games, if at all. It seemed like a no-brainer that Nintendo would port the Metroid Prime trilogy to the Switch, and this was understandably a recurring rumor following the Prime 4 announcement. However, some leakers and rumor mongers went a step further than this, believing Nintendo had another remake in the works. In November 2019, a group of leakers named Leaky Pandy, who has previously been called Vandal Leaks, tweeted, "Nintendo is planning 2 new Metroid titles that will release in the next 2 fiscal years respectively. One is a re-release of Metroid Prime Trilogy HD, the second one is a Super Metroid remake that mimics Samus Returns in style and scope." While many were excited for a potential Super Metroid remake on Switch, others were more skeptical. A remake of Samus Returns on 3DS made a lot of sense. Metroid 2 would probably age the worst out of all the Metroid titles, and would benefit from a remake. Super Metroid, however, is still beloved and played by millions regularly to this day, and clearly wouldn't benefit as much from a remake. Some also pointed at the spotty history of Leaky Pandy's rumors. Although the group had correctly predicted a date for an August 2018 Nintendo Direct, and that gameplay for Travis Strikes Again would feature single Joy-Con co-op gameplay, many of their other predictions didn't come true, like Mario Odyssey getting a new Luigi's Mansion-based kingdom with a new 43 stars, and as the old saying goes, a broken clock is right twice a day. A new 2D Metroid was announced nearly a year and a half later as Metroid Dread, but the likelihood of the rumor and Dread being connected seems low. And this isn't the only rumored Metroid game we're talking about today. In September 2011, Metroid Database posted a scan from a 1998 issue of Germany's Club Nintendo magazine. Club Nintendo seemed to be featuring a screenshot from a Game Boy Color version of Metroid 2, which fans have come to call Metroid 2 DX, in the same vein as Link's Awakening DX. Interestingly, the page never mentions Metroid by name, and it's not clear if the image is real or some kind of mock-up. The user who sent the scan to Metroid Database, Prime Blue, said that Club Nintendo rarely made mock-ups for games, and tended to only use official material, but there are several factors that indicate the image may be a mock-up and not a screenshot of an actual game. One of the reasons is that the alleged Metroid 2 DX image depicted an entirely new area not found in Metroid 2, and used a combination of enemies that can't be found in the game either. Comments from developers don't seem to back up the image either. In a 1998 interview, Nintendo of America localizer Dan Ausen didn't seem to recall the game existing, and just mentioned that the Game Boy Color had a Metroid palette built in. When asked about a Game Boy Color re-release of Metroid 2, Ausen said, "Since R&D1 was involved in the development of Game Boy Color, I think they were able to put a special Metroid palette in the GBC hardware. This makes Metroid 2 look really nice on Game Boy Color." The game was also never listed as in development by Nintendo Power. Series developer Yoshio Sakamoto also stated that no Metroid titles were developed for the Game Boy Color because the system's limitations were closer to the original Nintendo. Any handheld Metroid game would have been technically very inferior to Super Metroid, and therefore would be compared to it unfavorably. Our next rumored Nintendo game is a little more recent, and will leave you thinking about what could have been. In June 2015, gaming historian and Did You Know Gaming collaborator Liam Robertson posted a video on his YouTube channel talking about a potential F-Zero title on the Wii U. Liam had been tipped off that Criterion Games was asked by Nintendo of Europe if the studio had any interest in working on the F-Zero IP. Criterion are responsible for the Burnout series, as well as several well-received entries in the Need for Speed franchise. Given the studio's familiarity with high-octane racers, it's understandable why Nintendo might approach them with an offer to work on F-Zero. Liam set out to see if he could confirm the rumor, and reached out to former Vice President and Creative Director of Criterion Games, Alex Ward. Ward confirmed that the rumor was true, and that in early 2011, someone at Nintendo of Europe asked Criterion about doing an F-Zero game for the Wii U. At the time, Criterion was developing Need for Speed Most Wanted, and wasn't available for any new projects, and Nintendo wanted the game in production ASAP, with another source telling Liam that Nintendo wanted to show F-Zero off at the Wii U's unveiling at E3 2011. By the time Liam posted his video, it'd been over a decade since the last F-Zero title was released. Fans were clamoring for any news on the franchise, which led to several news sites picking up Liam's report, but many of them seem to have gotten the report completely wrong. Several outlets embellished the story, saying that an F-Zero title had been in development for the Wii U, but was cancelled. But the project, if you can even call it that, was never even formally pitched. This led to Ward playing down the rumors on the Game Informer show, where he said that the Nintendo representative who reached out to him about F-Zero was very junior, and implied this rep wouldn't have been able to even arrange a pitch. For our next rumored game, we're going back in time again, to an era where gaming rumors mainly came from magazines. One magazine that was quick to report rumors back in the day was Electronic Gaming Monthly. In their gaming gossip section, EGM's Quarterman would report a handful of rumors from the industry in every issue, and one of these rumors told of a brand new Mario and Donkey Kong game coming to the Super Nintendo. They went on to talk about how the game was a 16-bit remake of the arcade version of Donkey Kong with new scenes and better graphics. Although we've mentioned this rumor in a previous episode, what we didn't mention was EGM's follow-up over a year later. According to the outlet's June 1993 issue, the Mario and Donkey Kong title got further into development, but was, quote, placed on the Philips CDI and Super Famicom CD platforms. EGM also said the title was slated to come out sometime in the following year, which is notably optimistic for a game that was never released. That said, some part of this rumor may be true. Back in 1992 to 93, a company called RSP was developing games for the Super Nintendo and Philips CDI. This was a USA-based independent studio founded by Atari's Mike Rydell, who'd worked on titles like Spy vs. Spy and Commando. Another staffer at RSP was Adrian Jackson Jones, who worked as a Super Nintendo and CDI programmer. Although Adrian only spent a year at RSP, he'd later add a curious game to his resume. According to Adrian, he designed and implemented the game engine for the CDI system game Donkey Kong. The fact that RSP was working on both Super Nintendo and CDI titles, and reportedly developed a DK CDI game around 1993, the same time frame as the rumor, could mean EGM's rumor was legit. And while we're talking about Donkey Kong, we might as well talk about another rumored DK title. One 8-bit Nintendo game, Return of Donkey Kong, is a unique example of a title that may just be a rumor, but could potentially be an unreleased project. In 1987, the official Nintendo Player's Guide listed an upcoming title in their Coming Attractions section as Return of Donkey Kong, the fourth installment of the arcade series where you'd get a hold of that barrel-throwing, mischief-making rascal and take control. Months later, in the March 1988 issue of Nintendo Fun Club, Nintendo's official newsletter from the 80s, a similar preview was made, hinting at the idea of Donkey Kong becoming a playable character. Despite being name-dropped in print on multiple occasions, there's no proof of whether the game existed or not. Several Nintendo employees, such as spokesperson Howard Phillips and executive VP Don James, have no memory of the game when asked about it. In addition to this, no screenshots of the game in action have yet to surface. A 1997 issue of the British N64 magazine claimed that Return of Donkey Kong was completed, but gave no sources to back it up, so take that with a grain of salt.
Did Did you know? Though Donkey Kong Country Returns was in development in 2008, talks for the game actually began much earlier. In April 2004, Retro Studios brought up the idea of working on a Donkey Kong game after finishing Metroid Prime 2, but the idea was shot down. Instead, having them follow up with a third Prime game, producer Kensuke Tanabe said Nintendo relied on Retro Studios to make games that Japanese studios couldn't. Later, in April 2008, Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto was in talks with Tanabe about making a new Donkey Kong Country. He asked about finding a developer suited for the job, and Tanabe recalled Retro's president Michael Kelbaugh. Kelbaugh had previously worked on the DKC series with Rare and said he'd love to work on it again. Tanabe himself had also worked on DKC's Japanese localization. At this time, several core Retro staff had left the company, leaving them open for new projects. Had those personnel not left to pursue other interests, the opportunity to work on Donkey Kong might not have gone to Retro. In an edition of Iwata Asks, former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata referred to this set of circumstances as fate. As a result of this, Returns went under the codename F8 during development, a name coined by Kelbaugh. Retro didn't feel at all skeptical about going from Metroid to Donkey Kong, and the brighter atmosphere of the DK series reflected their outlook on the project. Occasionally, they'd make art that was more Metroid than DK, but their mantra throughout was to keep things fun and whimsical. The team played through the country and land games to get a good grasp on the gameplay, as well as Banjo-Kazooie for good measure. Wario Land on Virtual Boy was also a huge inspiration, as it featured platforming that switched between the foreground and background, much like Returns does. Miyamoto was heavily involved in Returns creation, giving suggestions for gameplay ideas and animation details. Retro affectionately referred to him as Master Yoda, and he had told them that Donkey Kong was his baby and that they better get it right. Miyamoto came up with the hand slap move for the original DKC and made a subtle change to it for Returns. Initially, Retro made a simple animation for the move, and he suggested it have more of a 1-2 rhythm, and they were surprised as to how that subtle suggestion made the move feel so much better to perform. The game's blow mechanic also came from Miyamoto after playing an early demo. For 10 minutes, he ran back and forth with DK, seeing how he moved, and took notice of the final frames of animation where he'd turn and kick up dust. Miyamoto said it looked like DK was exhaling, then suggested he should blow on things. It was a new way to interact with the environment, and the suggestion confused the team at first. During the 2011 Game Developers Conference, director Brian Walker had this to say: "When we got back to Retro and pitched this to the team, the lights didn't instantly come on. The general response was, 'What the hell?' But after we experimented with it, we saw how it turned out to be a fun feature, and it was really consistent with the fun, whimsical tone of the game." Miyamoto wanted Retro to focus on a single-player experience first and foremost, but Tanabe wanted Returns to have good multiplayer, fully realizing what couldn't be done in the original games, 2 players at the same time. However, a second target would increase the game's character animation count and add an extra layer to the game's camera system and level geometry. Multiplayer also acted as a way to separate Returns from the previous DK game, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Interestingly, where the original Jungle Beat distanced itself from the Country games, the Wii version of Jungle Beat featured more elements from Country. This included barrel cannons and even DK's ducking animation from the original DKC. Jungle Beat may have inspired the beatdowns at the end of a boss fight in Returns, and level end jingles from Jungle Beat play at the end of a Returns level. Development on Tropical Freeze started shortly after Returns was released. Retro initially denied any hints of a sequel, but they still had unfinished business with the series. The Wii U hardware would allow them to do things that weren't possible in Returns, such as have a dynamic 3D camera. It would also allow the Kong's detailed fur, which was in fact requested by Iwata. That said, there were just as many ideas that didn't make it into Tropical Freeze, with Tanabe saying he would have liked to experiment with the series' animal buddies. Another idea the team wanted to see was bringing back series composer David Wise. For Returns, Miyamoto didn't want the music to be changed, so the soundtrack was mainly comprised of remixes from the original Country. Wise was contacted by Kelbaugh for Returns' score, but he was unavailable at the time, so the job was handed to Kenji Yamamoto. Shortly after Returns' launch, Kelbaugh privately met with Wise at the Game Developers Conference and asked if he'd be available for a future project with an old friend. Wise immediately agreed and got to work with Yamamoto on Tropical Freeze Freeze's score. For the Grassland Groove track, some of the vocals were supplied by Nintendo staff who were regulars in choirs. Yamamoto recruited them and had them sing the track's choir segments, with Wise saying it gave the song a unique charm. Wise has also said that the Seashore War track was originally made for the Savannah levels, and that it's his personal favorite track he's ever composed, though it's a track different from what's heard in the final game. To coincide with the UK release of Returns, the game was promoted with UK retailers Game and Game Station, where the first 20 customers could get a copy of the title in exchange for a bunch of bananas at select stores. This isn't the only bit of fun that was had with the game. Returns' Foggy Fumes level has several Nintendo Easter eggs. A silhouette of Crocamire's skull from Super Metroid can be seen in the background, and the character Mr. Game & Watch makes a cameo appearance later on. Early in the level is a silhouette of the 25-meter stage from the Donkey Kong arcade game. Similarly, Tropical Freeze has a reference to Donkey Kong 3 in the Fruity Factory level, featuring a replica of the game's first stage in the background. Stanley the Bugman's bug sprayer also appears in the foreground. The level Busted Bayou even features Samus's gunship ensnared in the trees. The secret level themes in both games also incorporate music from Donkey Kong Jr. Donkey Kong's idle animation of him playing a Nintendo handheld has been updated with each of Retro's games, starting with a DS Lite in Returns and upgrading to a 3DS XL in the Wii U version of Tropical Freeze. The Nintendo Switch port fittingly has him play the Switch in handheld mode. The animation may have been inspired by an event at the San Francisco Zoo, where a child dropped their DS in the gorilla pen and the gorillas started to play with the console. The event took place a few months before Return's launch, and Retro Studios took note of the event on their site. The plot to Tropical Freeze is also similar to a German Donkey Kong comic called Banana Day 24, issued in a 1996 Club Nintendo magazine. In it, DK, Diddy, Dixie, and Cranky have to save their home from being frozen over, though the similarities between the comic and game end there. Tropical Freeze on Switch interestingly makes a reference to obscure DK media, where Tux the Parrot will tell Funky Kong to give the Snowmads the old Banana Slammer, referencing Donkey Kong's catchphrase from the Donkey Kong Country animated series.
Delivering one quirky invention after the other, Japanese game giant Nintendo has cemented its reputation in the industry for out-of-the-box thinking. And while success hasn't always resulted from it, this ethos has often carried over to its marketing. For this video, I'll be recalling some of the unconventional lengths the company has gone to in order to expose their products to a wider audience. These are some of the less remembered and more unusual marketing stunts of Nintendo's past. We begin in 2002, the year of the GameCube's launch in PAL regions. While the console was finding success in the US throughout its first months on the market, it was struggling to find its footing elsewhere. Ahead of its UK release, Nintendo revised its sales forecasts for the region downwards in a preemptive reaction to low pre-order numbers. Just 2 weeks ahead of the Cube street date, they even shaved £20 off its original price to sweeten the deal. Ultimately, the launch failed to set the UK on fire, and Nintendo found itself plotting out new and experimental ways to capture more of the market. As the October 2002 release of notable exclusive Super Mario Sunshine neared, a plan was hatched involving a celebrity sponsorship and hair dye. For this endeavour, the marketing team at Nintendo UK enlisted the help of British television presenter Des Lynam. In reference to the GameCube's purple exterior, Lynam dyed his moustache a bright purple to mark the release of Mario's latest adventure. He was pictured posing with two models and a Mario mascot when this deal was announced, and later appeared prominently on billboards throughout London. "I'm pleased that the true worth of my moustache has finally been realised," Lynam said to the press. "It's something I've worn proudly for years despite what fashions have come and gone. I consider Mario a long-serving brother-in-arms, and long may we both wear our fine facial hair with pride." Andy Williams, a spokesperson from Nintendo UK, added, "I can only hope the purple comes out of Dez's moustache, and that he doesn't become addicted to playing Super Mario Sunshine at the expense of the sporting world as a result of this." The stunt, which lasted through the month of Sunshine's release, cost the company at least £100,000, according to The Guardian. The game later attained relative success around the world, but failed to live up to Nintendo's original hopes.
High-quality games like Mario Sunshine and Metroid Prime did not fully meet our expectations.
Another more successful device that the gaming hardware titan was pushing around this time was the Game Boy Advance. In a bid to gain further publicity for the system, Nintendo found itself entering the world of extreme sports. They began sponsoring competitive events in the early 2000s, including the 2001 Wakeboarding World Championships. Their attempt to tap into this market was taken to the next level in 2002. Nintendo started sponsoring a number of extreme sports athletes from the UK. This assembly of daredevils became known as the Game Boy Advance Extreme Team. Among them were championship winners from various different sports, including wakeboarder Dan Knott and snowboarder Melanie Leando. Each donned Game Boy Advance branded gear at events throughout the year and were profiled on their favourite GBA titles. This promotion attracted little attention from the gaming press of the era, but was notable for facilitating some record-breaking stunts. One member of the GBA Extreme team, Kirsty Jones, became the first person to successfully kitesurf across the Irish Sea in September 2002. Nintendo's pattern of unusual GameCube promos also encompassed a series of quote-unquote immersive advertisements for Pikmin. Looking to get the word out about Miyamoto's latest creation, Nintendo's international branches opted for some real-world marketing gimmicks, starting with Nintendo of America. On the 12th of December 2001, NOA announced the sale of a flower dubbed the Pikmin flower, which would later be sold throughout North America in 2002. Made possible through a partnership with Syngenta, the Pikmin flower sported 5 white petals, intended to resemble the buds that bloom on the heads of Pikmin. Nintendo UK, on the other hand, went about organising a series of real-life performance pieces. A troupe of actors was paid to visit public places around England, dressed as different colours of Pikmin. These costumes included face paint and Pikmin onesies. They could be seen following around unsuspecting members of the public in cities such as London and Liverpool, mimicking their behaviour from the video game. They later attended game retail stores on the day of the title's launch, and even brought a potted Pikmin flower to show shoppers. The company took its trend of creative marketing stunts even further with a large competition to promote GameCube exclusive Eternal Darkness: Sanity's Requiem. Nintendo encouraged amateur filmmakers from around the world to get involved and create a short psychological horror film of their own to compete. Fans were instructed to invoke the game's themes of hallucination, insanity, and black magic. The victor would receive a cash prize of $20,000 and have their film featured at a major film festival. A panel of judges was assembled to choose their favourites, which included Donnie Darko director Richard Kelly and Dennis Diak, the then president of Eternal Darkness developer Silicon Knights. The top entries were originally hosted on a Nintendo-owned website named EternalDarknessFilms.com and have since been uploaded to YouTube. These included Rewind, a film about a haunted video rental store, and Dinner with Kip, which followed a paranoid woman being driven insane by her boyfriend. However, it was a movie named Unloved that was crowned the winner. This short story centered around a mad scientist who puppeteers a woman's corpse as his lover. It was made by Patrick Daughters, who went on to become a noted music video director. The competition was held in association with media production company Hypnotic, which later purchased the rights to an Eternal Darkness movie that ultimately fizzled out in pre-production. Later into the lifespan of the console, Nintendo of America arrived at the idea of helping out those in need while promoting one of their landmark titles. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door made its debut in 2004, and their marketing department chose to make a charitable donation inspired by its title. The company partnered with Habitat for Humanity, a non-profit dedicated to tackling homelessness and poverty around the world. Nintendo aided its housing projects in Florida by donating 1,000 doors in honor of the new Paper Mario. A photo op for the event was captured by NGC magazine in November 2004, which saw a Mario mascot helping hold up a door being fitted by workers. George Harrison, Nintendo of America's then Senior Vice President of Marketing, commented on the event, "We trust this contribution will open the door for hundreds of families to enjoy a better life." These endeavours followed in the footsteps of other quirky promotions for the series, such as this print ad from 2001, showing a version of the titular character that could be cut out, jokingly labelled Free Demo. The Thousand Year Door attempted something similar when another print ad was produced with instructions on how to fold it up into a paper airplane, a reference to the plane Mario ability from the game. That same year, another wordplay-filled series of stunts was employed for rhythm beat game Donkey Konga. In statements to the press, Nintendo talked up an advertising campaign which they playfully referred to as guerrilla marketing. This kicked off in July 2004 with a Donkey Kong mascot wandering about London Zoo to announce a UK tour called Donkey Kong's Beach Road Trip. For the following several months, Nintendo UK toured major cities up and down England in a large beach-themed truck filled with GameCube kiosks. Visitors could try out Donkey Konga ahead of its UK release, or a number of other impending titles such as Animal Crossing. The tour vehicle brought with it a pop-up beach bar and a number of Nintendo-themed carnival attractions. These included Pikmin Slingshot, in which players had to catapult plush Pikmin through basketball hoops. Inflatable Pokemon decorated the surrounding area. Attendees could also apply to star in a wacky live-action TV spot for Donkey Konga at these events. The chosen applicants competed in a 4-player versus match shot in a high-energy game show setting. The resulting ad ran alongside UK airings of the Japanese game show Takeshi's Castle throughout 2004. The simian-centric media blitz came to a head on a rainy October afternoon in London. 50 actors in gorilla costumes loudly invaded Trafalgar Square, brandishing Donkey Konga branded bongos and holding up placards which read, "Do the Konga." 2005 saw the release of Nintendo's hit pet simulator, Nintendogs. The game had long legs financially, receiving numerous marketing pushes. This all started with some innovative digital hooks and live events. In September 2005, New York City's Nintendo World Store marked the game's release with a launch day party. Producer Shigeru Miyamoto was on hand to meet the first 200 fans in line and sign their copies of the game. His appearance was advertised online ahead of the event, leading to over 1,500 excited fans lining the street in anticipation, with some camping out several days in advance. While not everyone was able to meet the famed designer, every person buying the new game was able to get in on a celebrity cameo of another kind. Through Bark Mode, a feature in Nintendogs using the system's wireless communications, they could unlock the game's Jack Russell Terrier breed, a digital bonus that was initially exclusive to this event. In addition to this, they could download Bentley, the Nintendog of Napoleon Dynamite star Haley Duff. The pup brought with it a pair of sunglasses and a voice clip from the actor herself.
Hi, I'm Haley Duff. My Nintendo Bentley has a special gift for you. Have fun playing Nintendo.
This downloadable was later made available at GameStop for a limited time. The two companies together also made a charitable donation of $50,000 to the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals in the game's honor. Across the pond, Nintendo UK partnered with retailer HMV for a historic launch party in London. For the first time in the store's history, dogs were not only allowed to enter, but owners were actively encouraged to bring them along. Dog owners received a Nintendogs goodie bag for their participation and could meet a real-life stand-in for HMV's mascot, Nipper the dog. Several days later, the launch was followed up by an event known as the Puppy Party, a Nintendogs-themed celebration hosted by celebrity wildlife enthusiast Bill Oddie. Also in attendance were then famous British canines such as Schmeichel from UK TV soap Coronation Street. Looking to further expand upon its vast marketing efforts for the DS, it was in 2006 that Nintendo set its sights on Hollywood. Through a partnership with the Weinstein Company, the DS and its games became prominently featured in the 2006 spy movie Stormbreaker, an adaptation of the Anthony Horowitz novel of the same name. The modified Hot Rod Red DS is used throughout the movie by its protagonist Alex Rider, a teenage spy. The device is introduced to him by Smithers, portrayed by Stephen Fry, who reveals its various functions. By inserting different DS cartridges, Alex is able to access different espionage tools, including an application for eavesdropping on conversations remotely. Also featured in the scene are several background product placements for DS games like WarioWare Touched, and this Nintendo-themed gag.
This one here turns it into a bug finder, and sonic intensifier means you can hear conversations through solid walls for up to 250 yards. This one turns the whole device into a smoke bomb, has a 5-second delay.
That's pretty cool. And what about Mario Kart?
Mario Kart is a game. We thought you might like it for the flight.
The gadget is used numerous times throughout the film, before being ultimately discarded by the main character, who uses it to stun armed guards with its smokescreen ability. Months into the lifespan of Nintendo's Wii U, the company dropped Game & Wario, a party title spin-off featuring Mario's flatulent foe, Wario. The game failed to shift the needle for Nintendo's struggling console and did itself financially underperform. Despite this, the company did manage to garner praise from various outlets for its unique marketing approach. Mocking the burgeoning trend of video game developers crowdfunding their games via Kickstarter, it was in May 2013 that Nintendo made their own parody site called Crowdfarter. It was launched by a trailer voiced by Charles Martinet himself, in which Wario appeals to fans to support his new game on Crowdfarter.
Just give me your money so I can make my dreams come true. Thank you very much.
As opposed to donating money to the site, people were encouraged to spread the word on social media and tweet #Crowdfarter. In return, they gradually unlocked community rewards for their participation. These included digital bonuses like wallpaper, a ringtone of Wario farting, and eventually a new trailer for Game & Wario. Just over 8,200 tweets were posted in support for the game overall, and the Crowdfarter was marked as fully funded when the game launched in June 2013. Since their entry into the industry, Nintendo has managed to move hundreds of millions of video game consoles. Despite the occasional financial misstep along the way, they have remained a household name from NES to Switch. But for each new machine, there exist versions that come to be owned by only a few. Rare, officially licensed console variants are an inevitability with each generation of Nintendo systems, and it has inspired an underground world of private collectors that track them closely. One of the biggest names in this community is Console Variations, a site that archives the history of rare gaming hardware. For this edition of Game History Secrets, I've joined forces with them to share a look at some of the rarest Nintendo consoles on the planet, and the stories behind them. For our first case study, we're taking a look at an extremely rare piece from Europe. Endzone is an officially licensed Nintendo magazine that has been sold in Germany since 1997 at the height of the Nintendo 64. As gaming magazines often do, it has held many competitions in its time, and in 2005 it held a series of giveaways that piqued the interest of European collectors. For this event, Nintendo produced a series of rare systems with unique colour schemes and decals corresponding to recent first-party titles. They were planned to be given away in celebration of Endzone's 10th anniversary. The most elusive of these custom gadgets was a blue Nintendo DS with Super Mario 64 DS art printed on it. It featured a render of Mario swimming underwater with bubbles surrounding him, spreading from the front of the device into its interior. While the other consoles in the promotion are believed to have found their way to readers of the magazine, the Mario 64 DS inexplicably disappeared off the map for years to come. Enthusiasts were unable to pinpoint its location until Console Variations reached out to former staff from the magazine. According to these sources, the Endzone competition for the Mario handheld never moved forward. It was cancelled due to internal politics at the company. However, the pictures printed in the magazine were no mere mock-ups. Nintendo had produced the consoles and delivered them to the publication. The Mario DS fell into the hands of an employee who held onto it for well over a decade before passing it on to Console Variations in 2019. Still in very good condition today, it is considered extremely rare, with only one of them having ever been made. In 2020, the site placed its value at around $3,000. Japan's largest airline, All Nippon Airways, has a well-established history of partnering with Nintendo and the Pokemon Company dating back to the 1990s. They have, for instance, had a number of ANA jets themed with Pokemon from various generations. The collaboration reached its apex in 1999 when passengers aboard these planes were given the chance to take home some Nintendo goodies. Each seat was entered into a raffle at the start of each journey, and a random seat number would be called out as the winner. A prize often given out during these events was a special charcoal colour Nintendo 64 with the ANA logo printed on it. These were given away alongside copies of Hey You Pikachu and Pokemon Stadium. It's estimated by Console Variations that around just 2,000 of the ANA Nintendo 64s were ever given away, meaning they are considered very rare today. The consoles have been known to crop up on sites like eBay, although it is much harder to come by them complete in their original shipping boxes. The collection, when presented in its original shipping container, is valued by Console Variations at around $4,000. Nintendo has, over the years, made a habit of sending games media outlets unique merchandise to promote their upcoming titles. This practice has led to some hotly sought after items. Their inherent rarity and the allure of them not being available to the public drives fans to drop hundreds of dollars to add them to their collections. One such example is the special edition Advance Wars DS made to advertise Advance Wars Dual Strike in 2005. Only 50 of these press kits were sent out in total, and they were made available exclusively to press in Europe. The assortment of rare merch came in a repurposed army ammunition box. Inside was a custom camouflaged Nintendo DS, a copy of Advance Wars Dual Strike, and a mug emblazoned with the game's logo. Console Variations places the collection somewhere between $750 to $1,000. In 2010, Nintendo made headlines with yet another big collaboration. The company partnered with fast food giant McDonald's to produce a line of McDonald's branded DSi units. These devices were made available exclusively to branches of McDonald's in Japan, whose employees used them for training purposes. The black DSis, donning the McDonald's M, came with unique DS cartridges containing training software. Two varieties of McDonald's training software were offered, one for helping get franchise newcomers to grips with the workings of the restaurant, and another to aid existing workers. The programs were intended to teach everything from workplace sanitation to food preparation, and the two cartridges even came in their own DS game boxes, complete with instruction manuals. This attempt to capitalize upon the massive success of the handheld is said to have cost McDonald's around $2.2 million. Several years later, this program was gradually phased out of stores, and the devices made their way into the hands of collectors. A decade on, the McDonald's DSi is considered very rare and highly valuable. The few that have cropped up online typically bear the wear and tear from everyday usage inside the restaurants, but still manage to fetch a large sum from enthusiasts. In 2020, one was put up for sale on Yahoo Japan auctions with one of the training cartridges and sold for the equivalent of around $3,200. Fans have attempted to reverse engineer the software to fully access its features, but have found only limited success since it requires a form of authentication to use. 2017 saw the re-release of Rockstar's open-world detective game LA Noire. The publisher went all out to promote its return, even commissioning some custom gaming hardware. These devices were painted gold and black, with designs inspired by the game's 1940s aesthetic. There was one made for each platform the re-release landed on: PC, Xbox One, PS4 and Nintendo Switch. They were all given out as part of a sweepstakes 1 month on from launch in December 2017. Fans could enter via Rockstar's social club to win one of the 4 machines. The winners are believed to have received their prizes in early 2018, and the devices fell off the radar for some time after that. It didn't require a detective to track down the Nintendo Switch, however, as it soon began being traded around collector circles. Console Variations acquired it after it emerged on a Facebook trading group in 2019. The item is entirely one of a kind. It features a custom LA Noire Nintendo Switch dock, console, and matching Joy-Con. It also sports the Rockstar logo on the back of it. The site estimated that the set was worth at least $2,000 in 2020. In mid-2005, the Japanese Club Nintendo site launched a region-exclusive giveaway designed to encourage players to spend more on software and hardware during this period. The promotion was called Hot Summer. Players who registered a DS or 2 games during the summer were entered into a prize draw to potentially win one of a number of Club Nintendo exclusives. At the top of the prize list were some highly rare DS consoles, with a number of different custom designs. Printed on the front of them was the Hot Summer namesake and 3D frame art of some of Nintendo's biggest characters, including Mario, Peach, Yoshi, Wario, and Bowser. The Wario DS was later replaced with a Donkey Kong variety. 200 were made per character, making for a total of just 1,000 handhelds. The campaign proved popular in Japan and quietly made its way to Europe, albeit in a much more limited fashion, resulting in a series of devices that were even more rare. As opposed to giving them away via Club Nintendo, Nintendo of Europe had only 5 devices made, one of each variety, and privately distributed them to European celebrities. As opposed to Hot Summer, the text was replaced with Special Limited Edition 2005. In the years since this marketing ploy, only one of the limited edition 2005 units have been discovered by collectors, the Donkey Kong variety. It was originally sent to German musician Xavier Naidoo before being recovered by Console Variations. Due to its extreme rarity and spotless condition, the device is regarded as exceedingly valuable. Puzzle and Dragons is a match 3 puzzle game that gained immense popularity in the 2010s, at one point even becoming the highest grossing mobile app of all time. The series eventually made its Nintendo console debut in 2015 through a special collaboration with the Big N. The result was Puzzle and Dragons Super Mario Edition, a crossover blending the mechanics of the burgeoning puzzle game with the iconic characters of Nintendo's flagship franchise. To mark the launch of this Nintendo 3DS exclusive, P&D developer Gung Ho Online Entertainment hosted an international championship to find the world's best players. Between September 2015 and January 2016, a series of tournaments took place across Japan, South Korea, Germany, and the USA. As prizes for the 4 highest ranking players, Nintendo prepared a unique console never seen before or since, a red new 3DS XL with a gold Super Mario Puzzle and Dragons emblem on the front. The golden text read, Puzzle and Dragons International Championship, with the date of the final round, the 31st of January 2016. Underneath, a congratulations message could be found as well. Only 4 of these consoles were ever produced, making it one of the rarest 3DS variants of all time. For the following few years, the handhelds were retained by their respective winners, but 2 of them eventually resurfaced. After the tournament, one of them was sold to a second-hand store for a small fraction of its true value. The admin of Console Variations discovered the device in their possession and purchased it, again, for the low price of $150. The reason for this is that the store vendor had no understanding of its significance and believed it had been damaged by its previous owner, remarking that the device had a smudge on it. In reality, this smudge was actually the signature of Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. The famous designer had signed 3 of the 4 3DS devices after the tournament, something that only multiplied their value. The 3DS had been well kept in its original packaging, a red and gold box with a map of the international tournament locations on the back. Console Variations estimates that the device with Miyamoto's signature could be worth as much as $10,000, a massive increase over the amount paid for it.
Did you know there was almost a Metroid movie? The franchise was at its peak of popularity and acclaim after the launch of Metroid Prime in early 2003, and Retro Studios was hard at work making a sequel. Nintendo was developing Zero Mission and Metroid Prime Hunters, and they'd even contracted out a pinball game spin-off. The iron was piping hot, so Nintendo decided to go all out, and decided to make a Metroid movie too. They optioned out film rights to producers Warren Zide and Craig Perry, best known for the Final Destination movies and American Pie. The duo released a basic plot outline in January 2003, which read, "The story is set in a once peaceful galaxy, which has its prosperity shattered by a startling discovery. On a routine mapping expedition of a planet, a survey crew discovers a new airborne life form, the Metroid. Able to engulf other living beings, feed on their energy, and multiply in great numbers, they prove a terrifying menace. Female bounty hunter Samus Aran is commissioned by the Galactic Federation to eliminate the pests, but she soon discovers that pirates with a stolen Metroid specimen are plotting to breed and build an unstoppable army." Zide and Perry were actively looking for writers, actors, and a director, but their plans ultimately went nowhere, and their rights expired in 2004. That's when the rights got snapped up by John Woo, a much more accomplished producer, with greater enthusiasm for the project. Woo's penchant for Mexican standoffs, slow motion, and stylized action scenes known as gun fu made him one of Hong Kong's most influential filmmakers, and a huge inspiration for Hollywood movies like The Matrix, as well as anime like Cowboy Bebop. According to Foxhoven, a producer who worked alongside Woo, "We believed there was a great opportunity for John Woo to bring his style of action into a Metroid film." Nintendo was quite supportive of the idea, as they were all fans of John's previous films. Nintendo was definitely discouraged by the Super Mario Bros. Movie, but felt with John they would be in better hands. When the news broke, Foxhoven announced that they were looking to make Metroid into a big budget film, and not a quick cash grab. Samus's adventure would be fairly faithful to the games, and see her battling series staples like Mother Brain and the titular Metroids. John Woo was apparently pretty excited, telling The Hollywood Reporter, "This type of story has a proven track record of success with film audiences. We're very fortunate that there is such an extensive amount of material to draw upon for the film due to there being so many Metroid games over the years." Early script proposals focused on Samus's origin story, explaining who she was and what she did before she became the bounty hunter we know today. In an IGN interview, Foxhoven explained Samus was going to be exceptionally talented, but also very flawed, and looking for redemption. They wanted Samus to struggle, be humbled, and ultimately find it within herself to beat the odds, rather than come out the gate as some overpowered superhero. Woo's team hired several writers to provide guidance, most notably David Greenwald, who had experience writing strong female leads from his time on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. As for who'd play the starring role, it doesn't appear Woo ever nailed down a specific actress, but Retro Studios president Michael Kelbaugh knew just the woman for the job. In late 2004, Electronic Gaming Monthly asked Kelbaugh who should play Samus in the upcoming Woo movie, and he said, "We addressed this question a lot. The sex of Samus is irrelevant in the video games, and we've always liked that because it never played a role in the series. It's more of a surprise than anything else. Demi Moore kind of personifies that. It doesn't matter what's underneath the helmet way of thinking. She has always been my preference to play Samus." Presumably, he'd come to the conclusion after watching A Few Good Men, G.I. Jane, and other Demi Moore movies, where she played roles typically reserved for men, but was also capable of employing traditional feminine charms when a script called for it. In early 2004, John Woo announced the film was planned to hit theaters around Christmas 2005, so by the time summer of 2004 rolled around, rumors were swirling that the movie was on schedule and production had begun. But Nintendo's Yoshio Sakamoto dispelled those rumors in Japanese gaming magazine Nintendo Dream, saying that there hadn't actually been any progress, explaining, "There were some misleading reports before E3 that Metroid's production was confirmed. But to be accurate, it's that the company that John Woo works for has gained the rights to negotiate with Nintendo of America to make Metroid into a movie. Metroid's production hasn't officially been decided yet, and there's no release plans for it. And that's the devil in the details. The contract between Nintendo and John Woo, which was never made public, didn't give Woo the authority to make the movie however he wanted. It only gave him rights to make a movie which Nintendo approved of. The biggest impediment was Samus didn't have much of an established backstory to draw from. and a movie adaptation required much more fleshing out of both character and the universe. It seems there just wasn't enough material in the games to draw from, as Wu initially thought. His team spent 3 years, just in the pre-production stages, trying to build a cohesive world and craft a story that would satisfy the Metroid fanbase and also appeal to the moviegoers who had been meeting Samus for the first time. And more importantly, the story had to gain Nintendo's approval. But according to Foxhoven, things started to go south when we tried to dig into the character a bit more. As you know, any film needs a deeper story arc than what's told in the game, where we learned about the characters and their world. What are they doing when they're not fighting? What is their daily existence and relationships? What are Samus's aspirations, history, and fears? Nintendo appreciated the questions but had never thought about them before, and ultimately didn't have a lot of answers. In the end, they felt uncomfortable with our team being the ones to propose those answers. Foxhoven went on to say they made it as far as treatment, which is the stage between the basic outline and the script's first draft. A treatment's usually between 10 and 40 pages, and details the narrative, setting, characters, themes, and particular scenes in order to secure authorization to move forward and write the full script. But after years of getting to that point, Wu's team realized they just couldn't come up with a satisfactory story that Nintendo would agree to. So, they were forced to abandon the project in 2007. Apparently, Nintendo wanted to tell Samus's story all on their own, so they started development on Metroid Other M later that same year. But when Other M released in 2010, the Metroid fanbase largely rejected that story. A few weeks later, Games Radar asked Other M's producer and director, Yoshio Sakamoto, if there was any hope a Metroid movie could still get made someday. He told them, specifically talking about storytelling of Other M and the visual quality of computer graphics, "I think we have used quite luxurious resources to create these movie sequences, and I think these scenes are worthy of the movie label. However, if you ask me if I want Samus's story to be told in cinemas, I really don't think so." However, if Mr. Ryuji Kitaura, the director of the CG cutscenes in Other M, wants to make a Metroid movie, and if the concept and methodologies he presents are agreeable with me, then I might be okay with the idea, but only if it's made by him. Fans haven't exactly been clamoring for Nintendo to make a full-length movie in the style of Other M, but there have been some interesting ideas from third parties in the decade since. Like in 2017, when the producer of the Netflix Castlevania series, Adi Shankar, said he'd like to make a quote-unquote Dark Metroid series, in the same anime style as Castlevania. Unfortunately though, Sakamoto publicly expressed a lack of enthusiasm for Shankar's proposal. In 2018, the director of the upcoming Metal Gear movie, Jordan Vogt-Roberts, told IGN he wanted to make a Metroid film in an isolationist style, saying, "It legitimately would be Samus alone. It would be a little bit of her talking to herself. As soon as they introduce other talking characters in those games, to me, it loses everything. You put her alone, and it's almost got more to do with the silence of a movie, like Drive, like the quietness, and having it be a real intense mood piece, but mixed with sci-fi. But Nintendo will never let me. It's too crazy." Apparently, it wasn't too crazy though, because Metroid Prime's senior designer, Mike Wicken, publicly supported the idea, even if Nintendo proper never acknowledged it. A few months later, Captain Marvel actress Brie Larson dressed as Zero Suit Samus for Halloween, and repeatedly expressed a desire to play Samus on the silver screen. And the following year, Metroid manga writer Itsuki Kouji said he also supported a live-action film based on the series.